Hi guys. How is everybody doing today? You guys are up live and early in the chat. Good morning to everybody. Oh, Biff says it's chilly. I'm in Florida. I think we're having like kind of close to record high heat for September and now October, now that it's October 1st. Anthony Dobson says, I wish the state wasn't able to continue to call back witnesses after, they've already testified. That would make things move a little faster. Interesting to see for such a long trial that they're structuring it this way. Oh boy. Really the subject to start the day off is cancer awareness. It is Cancer Awareness Month. So pinned at the top of the live chat is a friend of the channel. I'm sure you recognize her. Survivor Speaks. She does trial content and cancer awareness content. And she's really close to 3K. So if you want to check out her content or just say hey to her if she pops in today, that'd be great because she's been all over these YouTube streets reminding people that it is Cancer Awareness Month now. Also, and several people have asked, where is the lead attorney? And if you missed it, because I know YouTube doesn't always give notifications, it is his story to tell. But the lead attorney did a stream last night talking about his cancer diagnosis. So if you have been wondering where lead attorney is, I feel bad in retrospect because like 2 or 3 weeks ago, someone in the chat was like, where's Lead been at? And I was like, oh, he retired. And I didn't know what he was going through. I just meant it as a joke, a play on how he says he's retired as an attorney. And then he like really gracefully shared his story, had the whole chat laughing, even though it's a sad story to tell. His prognosis is he's expected to have more than 5 years. So, silver lining there a little bit. But if you've been wondering where Lead is, there's the link there. He talks about his story, and it's really incredible that he had the chat, sad to talk about cancer, but also just in such good spirits at the same time. The way some people have that skill to kind of balance something sad and bring joy forward with it is really an incredible skill. So, October, Cancer Awareness Month. I don't think there's a single person in this chat that hasn't known someone affected by cancer. So when I say awareness, it's also a chance not to just be aware that cancer exists, but a good chance to remember that, everybody is impacted in some way by these things and you're not alone. I didn't know that TLA was going to do that stream. Stayed for the whole thing. I actually left Club Classy. Sorry to Classy Beats and Amy, who ended up coming over. They ended up coming over to TLA's stream. TLA closed out the chat, of course, with tons of grace and gratitude to AV to the 7th power, who really has held it down. I can't even imagine how many people must have been asking AV, where's Lead at? Where's Lead at? And, she was holding that. She wasn't disclosing his situation to anyone. So shout out to AV for, kind of being the lock and key and holding it down for many months at this point. But also he gave a really gracious shout out to his caregiver, which is important, right? Who thinks that they might need a caregiver, and having a caregiver come in is a whole consideration. And then he shouted out the chat. Guys, I was so touched when he shouted out the chat because I felt him. He said, it's been hard not doing these streams because I'm an introvert and I get up here on this stream, and when I do these streams, I feel like I'm actually talking to you guys. That's where I get to be social. And showed so much love to the chat, and it made me think of, of course, his chat, any chat I hang out in, and you guys. And it's so important. You guys are friends in this chat. I see you guys say hi to each other in other chats. And, I just thought it was such a beautiful thing. It's the internet. We're not seeing you face to face. But it's really incredible how people can come together, and like you guys are in the chat right now saying hey to each other. Look at Granny of 5 saying hey to Jason. Like, hey friends, everybody in here. Look at that. Just a super beautiful thing. So we do have the Georgia seal here. Let me get caught up in case we had a lot of spicy action yesterday. Don't wanna make us miss any of it. If you missed yesterday, might be worth a rewatch. Kind of a long, full day. you probably heard, if you missed it, you probably still heard that Judge Whittaker yelled at Love pretty badly. She said she was baffled and can't tell anymore if it's just disorganization, if Love is putting her case together as she goes, or if it's something that might be intentional. So we'll see if that stance lasts or if it goes away. And I do see the camera shaking. Big thank you to the gift. We have gift avalanche already. Factual Lie starting it off with 5 gifts.
Yes.
Let's show Factual Lie some love. As Factual Lie is thanking John Coleman for gifting memberships. Shout out to John Coleman for gifting another 5.
All right, Ms. Love or Ms. Hilton, did y'all send the pages that we had discussed?
I did.
Okay, did you get those?
Nope.
Did you include the court?
Did no one?
Did anybody get them?
No, Your Honor.
Nobody got them.
Oh, surprise. Off to her usual start. Oh. I needed that laugh.
All right, so I think we need to see what he...
They are muting us. So again, thank you so much to Factual Lie, to John Coleman, who's specifying he's sliming. He's doing this to slime, turning those gray names into green. I love that coincidence, right? Makes the names green. We're talking about slime all the time. I love the way that that just happens to be green. And at least on StreamYard, all the gifted stuff comes up as green. It's like it knows we're sliming. Shout out to Coley, who said, look, I want to give someone a gift. I'm going to slime somebody. Shout out to Coley Goodman. 2 souls for you, gifted 10. That's so sweet. Shout out to 2 souls for you. Good to see you out here. Love your haircut. Because I think before you had I don't know what to call it, but it was like an animation, a drawing. I love, love, love your haircut. Got sweater weather today. Got some good vibes going on in the courtroom.
Yes, it's just like your scan because I scanned it. Hold on. And
What time was it sent?
I sent it at 6:21 yesterday. Mr. Adams, Mr. Steele, Mr. Weinstein, Mr. Matthews.
Did anybody get an email called Your Scan?
I did.
Yes?
Yeah, I did. Oh, yes, I did get your scan.
Okay, well, that's it, apparently. Did we get one, Ms. Percifield?
I sent the second one.
Photographs, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, I think it was supposed to be pages of the Twitter that she wanted.
I received your scan that had nothing but photographs, Instagram photographs appeared to me.
No, that was it.
Okay, I think it was Twitter, not Instagram, but,
Oh,
okay, all right. Well, we didn't get it. The court didn't get it, so can you resend to Ms. Percifield? And Mr. Sharp didn't get it. I mean, I don't know what happened sometime in the Ethernet between send and receive, but
The
did
Ethernet.
everybody else get it?
I'm sitting.
Bruce did not.
Mr. Harvey was,
He's not on the.
he's not even included.
I sent it from.
This is so funny to me. The spam filter was like, oh, it's Adrian Love. We're going to filter it. Put it in the spam folder. Blue Queen TV, she's not really in trouble because there's like, oh, something happened. The email didn't send itself. It's just business as usual.
I didn't send it to the court. I sent it to Ms.
Yeah, no, I know, but she said she can get it.
I just said,
Yeah, right? Name the email. Let us search it. The spam folder. S for spam folder. It's probably that giant signature that's flagging. Like, this is weird. The signature has to be like an image attachment, right? There can't be. It's probably like, you ever get those notifications like the images in this email might not be safe. It might be spam or malicious or something. Like, what if her emails are getting flagged because of the giant signature she attaches to every single one? She won't name it, but she'll attach this giant image. Oh man, that's for spam, guys. GV says we are trauma bonding with the chat. Yeah, why do we do this every day? Why are we here? Wouldn't want to be doing this with anyone else.
We need to address before we have our next witness and jury this morning.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I just want to keep the court apprised. I was in contact with Mr. Atkins last night, and
Okay.
and we compared lists. We have a slight discrepancy on what's in or what's out based on the court's ruling about the transcript.
Okay.
We may have a discrepancy. Mr. Atkins is reviewing what I sent to him, and will report back. But I assume the state is not planning on playing it immediately. Is that?
pretty early, so.
Pretty immediately. Sounds like. So maybe we need to get that sorted.
Mr. Atkins is checking what he said.
Dart prepped all night to ask Gaither about the reports. If you're coming in late, it is Detective Gaither that's supposed to take the stand first. And it, for some reason, even though she's been on the stand before, I feel like it'll be an all-day affair. And this is very cute. So shout out to Leah's dad, who snuck in a super chat yesterday when we were doing the ending song. Leah's dad's kicking it off today by saying, "Did you hear Shart repeatedly ask Love if her images she was adding in were already in Discovery?" And then Love keeps ducking it, as always. Wonder if that comes up. And also cute, I think, do we get to see Leah? Shout out to Leah. Guilty till proven innocent. I love this. Says, I hope Paige is on the same page as yesterday. That would be nice. And, you know, shout out to Thugger Daily, who reached a much, well-deserved 100,000 followers on Twitter. Also had an extremely viral post clipping Whitaker going off on Love yesterday. And the amount of times that I saw that video clip, let me share the actual one. Yeah, 9,000 reposts or quotes or whatever. You know, I saw Ian Runkle, I think The Lawyer You Know, everybody was using this video clip of Whitaker yesterday. And everyone was like, wow, but wait, why no mistrial? The whole consensus is, okay, yeah, but wait. Why do they have a day 139? Do something. So shout out to Thugger Daily first and foremost. This is the clip that I'm talking about, linking in the chat right now. Definitely worth a bookmark if you use X. Yeah, went on Shade Room. And it's I wonder if if Whitaker will see some of the commentary. You know, you've got even people from Law and Crime saying well, why do you think no mistrial has been called?
More folks are looking. I just want to raise the issue of the request to not video Detective Gaither.
We'll fight it, Doug.
I realize that in the past, there was a request for the media to not video Gaither, Detective Gaither, but, and I didn't realize this before, I'm sure I objected to it before, but I don't understand the legitimate security concern regarding, I mean, maybe they can articulate one, a legitimate security concern regarding Detective Gaither, because she's all over media. I mean, she's a star of First 48. She gets an 8.4 rating, actually, so it's apparently a pretty good show that she's on. But I don't understand why she can be on commercial television and the
You raised a good
AJC
point.
and everywhere else and not be televised here.
I'll ask the state.
Your Honor, I think
Ooh.
that, I know that this was dealt with previously. She is no longer in law enforcement. She's retired, and she, in her capacity at her current position,
Security.
is not working as law enforcement, but is in a position that we believe.
Say she works in security. Say she works in security and she's afraid of her own security. How do you work in security, but you need protection?
Warrants the protocol that was placed
Say it.
in place last time that she testified. I don't.
She didn't
there's
want to
no-
say.
Share with me what that position is?
Sure, if the court will allow me to do it at the bench with whoever with defense wants to come up.
Okay,
Yeah.
is she on shows like First
No,
48?
She does not.
Has she been on shows like First 48 identified as by her name?
I have not seen her on First 48. I cannot speak to what Mr. Weinstein said. I have never seen her on First 48. But if he
Wow.
says he saw her, I don't think and I don't believe that there is a reason, there's any reason to change what,
Well, we could just ask her.
and Your Honor, we could, but she's not, if she was or is on some episodes of First 48 that are playing now, she was in law enforcement. She had to have been during that time. I know.
Right, the point is, if her identity is out there anyway, readily available for anybody who wants to see it, identified as a law enforcement officer, then
May I
what?
approach?
Yes?
Love is really starting the day not only by misrepresenting the court, but making the implication, even though she's verbally saying, you know, I don't expect that Weinstein would lie. She's also at the same time implying that Weinstein must be lying because I've never personally seen the show The First 48 with Gaither on it. What a slick way to answer that question. What a slick way to dodge that she currently works in security. You want to approach and say it? And why would you do this following up? You just got reamed yesterday. And I hope this is like, I know there's a term for it. It's escaping me right now. But there's a term for it. It's something like crying wolf, but kind of in the opposite direction. Love has gotten away with being reprimanded so many times that she'll just do it over and over and over again. Because why not? It ends up working. She can like battering ram her way through eventually. It doesn't matter if she gets yelled at while she's trying to do it. Eventually she'll get the door down and get what she wants. I think a lot of people feel like yesterday was a little bit different. There might be a higher likelihood that Paige actually gets serious about her reprimands. I don't think Love felt like that yesterday. Because she's starting with the same BS today. She's starting the day off by trying to be slick and misrepresent something to the court without explicitly, in her words, out loud misrepresenting something. So she can't be called out on lying. You can't say I'm a liar if I didn't technically say something that isn't a lie. If I just omit some stuff, you'll just say it's an accident again. She's really playing in the same strategy that she's been given a pass for over and over and over. Oh my God, what a way to start the day. What a way to start the day. Oh my goodness. How? Shout out to Doug Weinstein. Shout out to Doug. And honestly, shout out to you guys, because I really think a part of that is everybody on X that's tagging Doug. Like, have you seen this? Have you seen this? So shout out to him for paying attention. But shout out to you guys, because I know you guys have, like, here's her picture. Here's her on the first 48. Did you guys know? So, shout out to Doug and YSL trial watchers. What a time. Yeah, take a deep breath, I know. I just can't believe we're starting like this. How? How? And yesterday we find out, okay, guys, if you missed the end of the day yesterday, I know a lot of people don't like to watch the housekeeping stuff, but the judge was like, hey, what's going on with Miss Abbasi's and Mr. Williams? You know, their motion to exclude bad acts as intrinsic. And Love said, well, we have other cases, Your Honor, that they don't really meet all four prongs, but, and then she rambled for a bit trying to explain something. And Love ends up admitting that she never submitted a brief with these new cases she found, making an argument of why they should apply even though they don't individually meet all four prongs of the test. You know, I don't know the exact prongs, but it's like it has to be more probative than whatever. It can't be confusing to the jury. There's all those different terms, and Leah Abbasi hammered them out beautifully, simply, in her initial motion. And Love was like, oh, I never put it in a written brief. It's like been over a month. Like, I think it was like August 14th or something that Leah Abbasi filed that thing. It is October 1st. Right, this Obi in quotes here says, this sounds exactly like something Love would say. Listen to Obi. It's a bit of parody, but it's so close to reality. To the extent that the first 48 is a show, I haven't seen it. Plus, Your Honor, I'm not offering her not being on camera, and the reason for it, for the truth of the matter, I'm just gaslighting you. We need a Gaither emoji. Oh, the troll. I didn't sleep much yesterday, so I might be more willing. We might have to do that. The Gaither emoji would be like, oh. And I mean, I can find a picture. That's the problem, right? There are other people in this trial, like I can't find one of Carrington Matthews, like his business photo. He doesn't have the silver fox beard all grown in. So I'm like, I want to get like a good shot of him to do a Carrington Matthews emoji. I keep saying his name wrong. Gaither, I can pull up her picture. I can make an emoji next time I'm not yapping up here. Next time the court is steamrolling, we'll get a Gaither emoji because you can find her online very easily. Oh my gosh. Yeah, let me take a deep breath. Shout out to Stephen T. Satchel gifting a membership. Always good to see you also, you guys, and I gotta get the link. I think yesterday was really interesting, some of the arguments we saw Love make about why this commentary on an Instagram post that had a phone number in it, you know, it's not hearsay because it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. Even though we're trying to prove that that's somebody's phone number, which is literally trying to prove the truth that that comment is someone's phone number. But she additionally said if that's not an argument that the court's willing to accept, she made like a present sense impression argument about, you know, when Michael Sprinkle was reading that comment. And a present sense impression isn't supposed to work like that. A present sense impression is supposed to work with parties to an incident in the moment that an incident is happening contemporaneously, an event, some type of time frame. It might apply if, you know, I send Stephen T. Satchel a message or a chat directly
Order
to him and he
remains
reacts
in
when he reads
place.
it.
Mr. Sharp is talking to Mr. Atkins about
Do we-
whatever.
Yeah, I know.
So they might argue, we're trying to resolve it short ahead.
The good news is out of all of the issues, there's only 3 that we disagree on.
Okay.
And we're trying to figure that out.
Okay, that's fine. All right, well, I guess we can't really have the witness in to testify until those couple of things get figured out. So I am going to recess because I need to check on something.
All right, so it sounds like that might have been for longer than just the camera conversation. It might also have something to do with evidentiary issues, but I wonder what the ultimate result of that is going to be. But going back to Stephen T. Satchel, Stephen T. Satchel's had a lot of commentary on like why the plea deals and the way that the state approaches plea deals are kind of asinine. And yesterday we saw the self-supporting circular strategy that the state uses. Well, this should be admissible because it's not hearsay. It's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. But if you think it's hearsay, if you think it's being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, which is why one of the reasons Whitaker yelled at her, it's obviously being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, and you misrepresented your intentions to the court up at the bench. And you went and tried to add this comment in to prove that it was the phone number you're talking about. But then if that doesn't work, Love uses this plan B. She like misapplies what a present sense impression exception to the hearsay rule is supposed to be to give a DDA, someone on her team that's just looking at stuff online trying to find leads for a case, the leeway to testify that we verified this phone number is what we say it is because it's in an Instagram comment from somebody that's not here testifying. And it's so warped and so backwards. But it just goes to show you that the state will use anything as a lead. And when you think about these plea deals, this use immunity, where they're promising you don't have absolute immunity, but what you have immunity for is anything you say, we won't use that as a lead to find all the breadcrumbs to find something to prosecute you for. But it's their whole strategy. They absolutely will do it. So, Stephen Satchel. Let's see. If you want to check out Stephen's thoughts and analysis on plea deals and why they are completely goofy, here is his write-up here. Great food for thought there. And thank you so much for always supporting the channel, Stephen. Oh boy, guys. And Arisa's bright and early. You know, technically Whitaker said she had to do something really quick, but I don't really think days go well for the state when Whitaker feels like she has to get the jury in late. So we'll see how this carries forward. Stephen T. Satchel gifted another one. Thank you so much. Apunin, well, good to see ya, says, are we ready, Cat and Chat with the capital C? I don't even know if there's sense in being ready anymore. We are here. Shout out to the chat. If you guys want to do a 60-second all caps, there you go. Have at it, you guys. You could say anything that you want. Well, just know nothing that YouTube will flag, because, you know, I think most of the mods, if YouTube flags something, the mods are just hiding it. They get a prompt. It says show or hide. And if YouTube's flagging it, it's just getting a hide. So don't take it personally. Don't take it like someone targeted your comment. YouTube flagged it, and the mods are like, okay, we'll keep it safe. So just be careful with these all caps. The things that YouTube will flag will still get flagged. But besides that, say whatever you want. And I didn't actually watch the episode with her in it. I don't think I want to after seeing, you know, she wasn't in all of those Woody interview videos, but I think I've seen enough Gaither for a lifetime. I don't want to see any more from anybody that was in those long interview videos. Right, good thing you're pretty says maybe Whitaker was up late last night watching YSL's craziest moments. And right, imagine you just open YouTube and you've got, when I say LawTube, I mean the actual attorneys on YouTube. Like Ian Runkle of the Bailey, it was later in his stream yesterday, but he did a rant on why that lash out was crazy, made a ton of great jokes. He was like, if the judge ever yelled at me like that, I would make a motion for the bailiff to start beating me right now, just to get out of that reaming. Like, making tons of jokes. You open X, you see a lot of well-known, popular, huge audience lawyers asking the same question. How is this trial still going? So I don't know if Whitaker would come across any of that, but if she went online at all, I think it was kind of hard to miss yesterday. And I wonder, does Google, you know how like Google, you think about a product, suddenly Google's showing you stuff? I mean, her name's Whitaker. Google probably knows she's a judge. Do you think they're like putting her own content about her in front of her because of the affinity, the topical affinity to her own name? So I feel like it might be hard to avoid if she goes online at all. And there's a combination of reasons. So Whitaker just said she had something to run out and do, but she seemed like she's letting them take a recess. It sounds like there's still evidentiary issues that they want to work out. Probably Instagram posts that they want to bring in through Gaither when Gaither gets on the stand. And Shart and the other defense attorneys are like, let's look at those first. And it seems like there's 3 different exhibits that they're not willing to stipulate to, or they're trying to hash out. So, so if you put the link in the chat, it won't actually show up here unless like mods can share links. If you share it on X, then we can see the link. Because YouTube will let you see a link if you try to paste it in the chat, but it won't show for anyone else in the chat. It'll pull the link out of your comment to protect from like spam or scam links. Let's see. I don't know if you want to send it over on X and then... And that would be the same thing. I mean, Sylvia has an X account. So same thing. People might be sending the link to her in the chat and don't realize that it doesn't show up in the chat for other people. So again, the best way to send a link is find someone on X or an email. So this is Sylvia on X, by the way, you guys. Okay, so first 48. Deep waters. Oh, dark waters? What does it? Hold on, let me make sure this actually plays so I can see a clip of... it wants me to sign in to watch. I'll send the link to Doug quick anyway. See if I can make an account and get a screenshot. And no, we're not going to pull it up on here because certain stuff, production, right? There's no fair use content for something that's a full-blown production. You've got to actually react and do commentary precisely with that, or they'll be like, boop, strike. So I did just send the A&E link over to Doug.
About
thank
some
you, chat.
things.
Detective chat.
So, what did he say about that? Mr. Shart and the state disagree on number 14, page 81, line 22 to 82, line 2. The portion that the court kept out was, yeah, I told him Shannon hot-headed. The line after that, we have that it is included and available for impeachment purposes. They all want names for themselves. They want names for themselves. And when I asked the witness on the stand, I was looking to go back to see all that I asked him, but I don't have that transcript in front of me. But he said, when I asked him, it's everything that he said about the 3 people who are currently on trial. Or why is it that everything you say about them, you can remember they didn't say, or you told a lie, but you can't remember anything else. That would allow what he is saying here to be an inconsistent statement about them wanting names for themselves. That is the one area that there is disagreement on. There were 2, so the other one is...
Your Honor,
Hang
can I
on,
respond to
let's
that
do
one?
one at a time.
The-
And so the state had that it could be used for impeachment?
Yes.
The state keeps taking the stance that as long as something was, and I'm not conceding that it was a prior inconsistent statement because I don't recall them asking that, but They seem to be taking the stance that as long as something's a prior inconsistent statement, it's automatically admissible. And this is speculation. It's speculating about my client's intent in doing something that he wasn't even there for. So that was the foundation is, did my client like say, hey, I did this and this is why? And that foundation was never laid. It's not a matter of prior inconsistent statement.
Right, yeah. And what you had was that it was out unless a foundation was laid.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, Your Honor, that's, I'd ask that the court check the court's notes because there was
So
not,
I can't find my notes, unfortunately. I don't have any idea where they went to.
because our notes are specifically that it can be used for impeachment purposes. And the argument that his client wasn't there is belied by the witness's statement to the police that he was, which the court is requiring that we keep out because the court ruled that it has to be kept out. About, I don't know why he's saying his client wasn't there.
I didn't say my client wasn't there.
It's just what he just said.
I said that.
No, that's not what he said.
He just said my client wasn't there. He literally just said my client wasn't there.
Okay, but that's not why it's being kept out.
Oh, boy.
I'm aware. You mean,
I mean, the ruling
was
would
that-
have been, I mean, it's the same thing as the similar one that we talked about yesterday. I would have said, lay a foundation that he actually knew that and it wasn't just his speculation.
Your Honor, this is someone who, during the course of this entire interview with the police, and certainly around this area, talked about his relationship with and how much time he spent with this defendant. I believe that as a member of YSL and as a person that we see throughout each of their social media pages, associating themselves with one another, not just Mr. Stillwell's, but Mr. Zachary's, that the jury can, the jury should be allowed to hear what Mr. Zachary's observations were. If he observes that they are acting in a way, and he hears them on some occasions say, let's go get that money.
All right,
To-
here's the thing, is that you didn't establish that this was based on his personal observation, or that he heard them say things like this, or that he had such a confidential, close relationship with Mr. Stillwell that they shared all of this kind of thing. You just didn't establish it.
Your Honor, that is because the witness would not acknowledge it. But the fact that he does, having listened to his interview multiple times, he establishes it in the interview. And that is the reason that we are saying the jury should be allowed to hear all of what he said so that they can determine which version of the truth they believe, the one where he's sitting in front of the defendants saying now everything I said about them is a lie, or the version where he gives intricate details about his interactions with the defendant and the way or what he observed during those interactions. There are moments where he said Woody was curled up on the couch. He was scared to go.
Okay,
You
but
know,
we're not
that's just an
talking about his
example.
relationship with Woody right now.
I'm giving an example of his observations, the type of details that he gave in the interview. And so as it relates to defendant Stillwell, he's telling the police how many, when he interacts with them, what happens during the interaction. He's telling them when they started associating, they ask questions like,
Ms. Lev, I understand all of that. If it's just based on what's all in the interview, it seemed to me at the time, and nothing was established to convince me that this was anything more than his theorizing about what it was. And the rules of evidence are there for a reason. It's not that I want this in or I want this out. It's that it has not been established that he has a basis to say this beyond his own musings about it. And therefore, the ruling stands. What's the next one?
So,
What's the next one?
okay, so I'm
She
sorry.
almost argued.
The first one was that it was, so it wasn't for impeachment purposes. It was something different.
The ruling stands.
I,
Okay. So the second one was,
Well, she got the hint, I guess. She said, well, the second one. All right. Oh, gosh. I can't
so the
believe it.
second one was the call that the court addressed either later last week or earlier last week regarding, it was in August that the court addressed the call about them putting Shannon, Pokey, Woody, and Mr. Zachary when they were at Big Boo's grandmother's house. And Boo got a call from Mushi, and $10,000 was put on the head of anybody who set out to harm Lucci. Mr. Zachary said that in his interview that Woody came in, it was stated there's $10,000 on the head.
okay, is there a transcript reference?
Line, page 22, I'm sorry, page 109, line 25 to page 111, line 4. And the court, number 22, redaction request number 22. I don't know if the court's,
I don't
Nope.
seem to have the chart. If I could find the chart, then I would have my notes.
Yes, they
But
did hide
anyway,
Gaither's face last night.
our chart says that it's in. I don't know what,
Show me what your chart, the chart looks like.
It was,
give it to us.
Just
they tried to revisit this
No,
yesterday.
we didn't.
show me what the chart looks like.
Don't
Just
show
turn
me
it
the chart.
around and let me see
We
it.
didn't.
So, Mr. Atkins is coming up to the.
Oh, is this something y'all gave me before, or this is just your own chart of my?
We used it, and didn't we gave you a copy of it, and that's how we were referencing it in the arguments.
Your Honor, if I may,
Yes.
Mr. Shard's redaction chart that he sent to the court and the state, that is the same list that when we went through the redactions in court, those 2 days or 2 days and a half.
Wasn't that,
And it was labeled from the 2015 interview 1 through, I believe Mr. Shard's last redaction was 43.
I do remember that day. Like I had a series of circles tallying the objections.
Mr. Shard's redaction request number 22.
And I think that Mr. Atkins went over all of this last week. Do we not?
okay, and what I wrote next to 22 was only to Kenneth Copeland or Zachary, not Stillwell.
And that is, my understanding is that Mr. Shard is arguing that the call itself, the fact that there was that call and he's arguing that all of that came out, and we have that it is not out.
Yeah.
Well, the trick is, Your Honor, in this,
Can you try to use your mic?
in this transcript, in this passage, there are several references to we, that in the context, it's clear that Copeland is spilling the beans not only on himself, but on Shannon. So, for instance, I don't know if Your Honor has the
I
transcript.
do.
Okay, so for instance, 110, line 20, no, they said they did it. 111, line, where is it? There's a, 111, line 4, we just shot up Lucci Mama's house. So there's things that, in that spilling the beans by Copeland, that in the context of this interview, as it's played to the jury, is going to implicate Shannon. I understand. Now, I don't agree that this proves anything, but I understand the evidentiary rulings that Mr. Zachary at one time claimed he was in this room and he saw Shannon and Kenneth Copeland, and they left, and then they came back, and I understand a phone call came in. But what Kenneth Copeland said while they were in that room is hearsay that does not fit into an exception, and it implicates my client. So that's, of course, I would love if it just all came out. It would be cleaner, and also I'd prefer it. But if we definitely need to, as was your ruling from the beginning, we need to clean up what Woody said insofar as it implicates my client.
Well, do you have a proposal for how to do that?
Take out what Woody said.
Short of that? I mean, is there something in here that it's, you know, there's a Stillwell reference that can be cleaned up? What was the number for that first one y'all were talking about?
Your Honor, the first one was number 14. And the state does have a proposal when the court's ready.
Was that a chair squeak? Was that a chair squeak, guys? Do we have a squeak? The squeaks are so rare these days. Oh, you're saying it was, maybe it was a
What's your
door.
proposal?
Kind of heard it again.
So, Your Honor, there was 3 requested redactions that all pertain to the shooting of Mr. Bennett's mother's home. And so number 21, Mr. Shard's request number 21, the court, as the court just stated, permitted the state to address as long as it didn't pertain to defendant Stillwell. And so Zachary has a line when he's saying who committed this act, where he says Woody, Shannon, and Little Pokey. So the state is redacting where he says Shannon, so that later on when he references they or we, the jury will not hear that he definitively states Shannon.
Okay,
Well-
that ought to solve it.
Well, that doesn't solve, the problem is we'd have to redact, and I don't think the state's going to agree to this, but we'd have to redact Shannon from the whole story, because it's not just that Woody at one point says,
We did it, essentially, yeah.
it's not so much that Quindarius Zachary says, I mean, clearly I want that out, but also in Quindarius Zachary's telling of this story, Shannon is with Woody in the beginning, which he saw with his own eyes. I understand why that would come in, but what I'm saying is the references to Shannon are not limited to the conclusory statement.
Well, I mean, that's just going to be what it is.
Okay, so we're taking out the conclusory thing, but
Well, I mean, the specific, naming of the people, because I had said that could only come in if it was established that Stillwell was there when Mr. Copeland said we did it, and that wasn't established.
So the court, with respect to Shannon, that is the ruling that we.
Right, so if you redact that word, then
Yes.
when later on, it doesn't sound like it's Shannon, it sounds like it's the two of them that he's already mentioned, so that fixes that.
But he can say, and we can get in the fact that Shannon, Woody told Shannon and Pokey, let's ride.
Yes.
Okay.
See, and that's my problem, Your Honor. I think that they inescapably refers to Shannon in the mind of the jurors, even if we take out the one conclusory line.
Well, I mean, that may be what you think, but that's the way we're going to handle it.
Okay, I
What's the
understand.
next one?
And just for the record, Your Honor, it is the lines that I'm concerned about on the transcript are 111, line 4, where it says, "He like man, we just shot up Lucci's mama's house," and page 10, line 20, where it says, "No, they said they did it."
Okay, well, I don't agree that it still sounds like Shannon when
Okay,
only certain people were named and he's not one of them.
I understand the court's ruling.
Okay, what's the next one?
I think there's to be only two, but I just.
Oh, I thought y'all said there were 3.
Yeah, he's shaking his head.
Okay,
So
all right.
I just need to make sure, I would like to make sure with the witness that those 2 areas are clearly understood. Or we bring her out here and something's said.
All right, and actually, for the number 14 that we were discussing before, my notes were that y'all had come to agreement about that.
Number 14.
The one the very first one that we took up.
We agreed on hot-headed. They all want names for themselves is the portion that we have noted the court allowed us to use for impeachment purposes.
Honestly, where's her microphone?
Yesterday, I asked the court to allow us to include the hot-headed. The court denied the request, so the only thing and I said that was something we previously agreed on, the hot-headed. And the court denied that request, but the rest of it, the court said that it could be used for impeachment purposes.
Okay, so my note on that, now that I have the notes, is that y'all had agreed, that I didn't make a ruling, that y'all had agreed that the character about Shannon was out except to show moving up because wanted to make names. So if y'all are no longer in agreement, then my ruling would be a foundation was not established. So I think we're ready for the witness and the jury.
I want to make sure.
The cutoff. The cutoff. I do truly enjoy the subtle ways that Whitaker is learning to dead the argument. Like, no, we're taking a recess, or, oh, potty break, or, oh, get the jury in. Please, please, please bring the jury in.
Judge, may I speak with, since it is my witness, I just want to make certain that all of the court's rulings are understood and that I articulate them to her so that we don't get into, because I will be asking questions to avoid some of this. And I want to make certain that we don't get into any.
Okay, let's, if you can do that fairly quickly, because we've had the jury waiting for 40 minutes.
You know, that
already.
means she actually prepped Gaither, and Gaither was willing to rabble on about the things that Love wanted her to say in front of the jury. And now she has to go, wait, pump the brakes on that thing that you were going to freely speak about. Yeah, you guys are all calling out the no microphone all of a sudden. Oh boy. And big shout out here, Innocent Bystander channel. Love your channel. You know, you guys have heard me say Innocent Bystander channel, tons of content on major trials and cases. More recently, very excited to see some updates on Brian Laundrie, Gabby Petito, because that's something that kind of got swept under the rug a little bit after the big news. Really, everything played out. But an Innocent Bystander channel was still covering that, love that. Just found out yesterday that Innocent Bystander is Mike in Tennessee, who you guys might know as a familiar face in other chats. I think you've been in here as Mike in Tennessee a few times, but you must be using this account primarily. When the lead attorney said it yesterday, a light bulb went off. I was like, I didn't know that was Mike. So thank you so much for your generous super chat here. Thanks for supporting our friend last night and being an awesome moderator for him. #TLA. that was really a beautiful stream. And again, incredible that somebody can talk about their cancer diagnosis while at the same time making 6,000 people laugh. Like, just an incredible skill. So it was great to see you over there. I saw a lot of familiar faces over there, which is really nice to see all the support. But as a sidebar here, now that I know this is Mike, even more so, this is Mike / Innocent Bystanders channel. YSL content as well as some other cases, but I really loved seeing the coverage there, continuing coverage of what went on with Laundry Petito. And really that was big news when it happened, and then it just fizzled. So thank you for still covering that.
Is the witness ready?
Yes.
All right, let's go ahead and get the witness in.
And then this was the link if anyone wanted to check out TLA's stream yesterday. This is the link to that stream there.
I'm waiting on both of Mr. Williams' attorneys. Have to tell them not to go to the bathroom at the same time. You can come on up to the stand.
All right, so they're not going to show Gaither. They're not showing her.
Well, she's already testified. You already have been testifying in this case. All right, I'll just, when the jury gets in, go ahead and have a seat for now.
They usually
As
pan
we're
over to
waiting
the
on one of
podium.
attorneys anyway, I'll just remind you that you've already been sworn.
Okay, that sounds like a chair squeak. It sounded like someone sat down and it squeaked. It really is stupid. You can Google Gaither.
I need one of them back.
Oh, that was a good squeak. That was a loud and proud squeak.
All right, let's go ahead and get the jury.
Also, shout out to the lovely Susan Tisdale gifting 5 memberships. Look how bright and shiny her smile is. Always love to see it. Shout out to Susan.
I'm sure it's somewhere.
And yeah, you guys are noticing the closed captions. We have it click on spiders. They're in their own world. Shout out to Keisha doing what I think many people are doing. Keisha says, hey y'all, lurking in the bushes today in the office. Shout out to the working and lurking folks in the chat. I think Jeffrey Williams takes joy in noticing when the camera's looking at him. Free YSL says, Kat, what does YSL Granny do? She sits there and she's awesome. I think she actually notices a lot of stuff. If you pay attention to her when they're panned in that direction, she's one of the first to react, with a facial expression when someone's saying something that isn't true or that might be notable. So I'm sure she does a lot of work helping prepare documents and arguments, but I also think she's just in tune with certain things that hit the BS radar. Oh, is it Brown's chair that squeaked?
Is it?
They gave Brown the chair. Yeah, our beloved. No, the jury's here today. It's just, it took them an hour to get the jury in.
All right, thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for your patience while we sorted out some evidentiary matters this morning. All right, so we have
Trial
Detective
specialist.
Gaither on the stand now, and I'll just remind you, ma'am, that you are still under oath. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you, Your Honor, and welcome back, Sergeant Gaither. Sergeant Gaither, would you please tell the jury whether during your investigation of events that happened in 2015 as they related to If Gang and YSL, you had an occasion to interview Quindarius Zachary on August the 5th, 2015?
Yes.
All right. And at the time that you interviewed him, did you call him to be interviewed, or did he or someone on his behalf reach out to you?
Yeah, there were a couple people on his behalf that reached out to me,
Okay.
stating that he wanted to talk to me.
Okay. And I'm going to,
Yeah.
My microphone.
I'm going to give you one that might work a little bit better. Okay. And had you left your number with family members of his, as you have in other cases, if they wanted to reach out with you?
Yes.
And is that the way that family member contacted you?
Yes.
All right. Was Quindarius Zachary brought over to the Atlanta Police Department from the Fulton County Jail?
Yes.
All right. Now, is it the custom that when a person comes in to see you, you make any observations about whether or not they're in any condition to talk? And by that I mean if someone's sloppy drunk, or if they're obviously under the influence, or...
Yes.
And if they are in no condition, by your estimation, to talk, do you continue to talk with them anyway, or do you send them back, or?
No, I don't talk to anyone that's under the influence or under distress or anything. Just revisit it at another time.
Okay. And when you spoke to Quindarius Zachary on August the 5th of 2015, did he appear to be in any physical distress from withdrawals or anything like that?
No.
Okay. Did you see any sign that he was under the influence or in pain or anything like that, that would have prohibited him from clearly understanding questions that were asked?
No.
Okay. At any time, did you force him to sit down and talk to you?
No, his people were calling me nonstop for like a week and a half, 2 weeks. So I just kind of took my time and let him sit there a minute, and picked him up when I was ready.
Okay. And at any time outside of that interview room, did you convey threats? Did you tell anybody, if he doesn't speak to me, something bad is going to happen?
No, ma'am.
All right. Did you make any promises to him outside of that interview room through
No.
other people?
No.
Okay. And inside the interview room, did you tell him, let me back up. Are you allowed to tell people, if you do this, I will get your charges thrown out?
I'm not allowed to do that.
And did you tell Quindarius Zachary that?
No.
Now, to be clear, during the course of his conversation with you on August 5th, 2015, at some point did he broach the subject of whether or not you all were going to be able to help him out with any of his charges?
He did.
Right. And did you tell him at that time that you were going to get him thrown out?
No, I did not.
All right. Your Honor, can we get access to the Zoom?
Unfortunately, I don't have access to the Zoom right now either, and I had just typed my team to let me in.
All right.
So maybe if somebody's listening up in my chambers, they could let Ms. Love and the court in, please. Normally, Ms. Percival does that, but she had to step out and handle another matter, so.
While they're doing that, I'll continue with the questions. When you spoke to Quindarius Zachary in August, had you already gotten, you remember when you talked to the jury last time about the Dexter Montgomery shooting?
Yes.
All right. And do you remember speaking to them about the surveillance footage that you were able to look at from that shooting?
Yes.
All right. Now, during your interview with Mr. Zachary, did you show him surveillance footage from the Dexter Montgomery shooting?
I showed him still shots, not actual footage.
Okay. And when you say still shots, would you explain what you mean?
Basically screen grabs or images of people that were depicted in the actual video. We just took a picture of that particular person and printed it out onto paper.
Okay. I'm going to show you what I believe has already been admitted as states 308 Yankee. And I'm going to ask you, it was in here.
I love is doing that slow speaking. I don't know how to characterize it voice today.
If you recognize states 308 Yankee, and Your Honor, this does not have the sticker affixed to it. This is the exhibit that was labeled 308 Yankee.
Okay.
So I'm showing this to her, and
Okay.
I'll get the exhibit.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you showed this image to Mr. Zachary in the interview, okay. And for the record, it was 503 Yankee.
503. And it,
And
was
it
that
has-
already admitted?
It was.
Okay. And I'm sorry, just like for housekeeping, are we going to get an exhibit sticker on it or?
Yes.
Okay.
It's actually the one that we admitted does have the exhibit sticker on it.
Oh, it's a copy of the, okay,
Yes.
no problem.
And so you spoke with Mr. Zachary. Did you have any reason to believe that he was at or anywhere around the Browns Mill Road area at the time that that image was captured on the surveillance footage?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Would you tell the jury what it was that you showed him that footage for? Why it was that you showed him that footage?
To help further that investigation, see if he can identify people that we had not previously identified involved in the Dexter Montgomery shooting.
Okay.
We knew that he was affiliated with persons that we were able to identify. So while we had him there, why not ask him?
Who was it that he was affiliated with that you were able to identify as being involved in that Dexter Montgomery shooting?
Walter Murphy.
Okay. What did you know about Mr. Zachary's affiliation or relationship with Walter Murphy?
We knew that both of them claimed to be YSL, so I assumed they knew each other.
Okay. And did Mr. Zachary confirm knowing Walter Murphy?
Yes, he did.
Did he call him Walter Murphy or did he use another name?
He called him DK.
All right. Yeah, it was in, yeah. Can you pull the, don't share it?
Kind of hot miking love.
What's the number? Okay. I'm going to show you, and Your Honor, because it's a digital image, counsel for defense has been provided this, but I want them to see what I'm walking to the witness with. May I be permitted to show them what I'm showing the witness?
All right.
All right.
I like the shard suit today.
Miss Knight, that was 5. I'm going to show you what is 531 Yankee, a video on the screen. And I'm going to ask you, have you reviewed this video prior to coming in?
I have.
And is it a fair and accurate copy of the interview that you conducted with Quindarius Zachary on August 5th, 2015?
Yes.
Did you see any alterations or material changes?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, the state tender states 531 Yankee as evidence.
All right, that's admitted
Now,
with,
I don't know if this audio will
as we
blare, so
already
be prepared.
discussed.
All right. Your Honor, I ask permission to publish,
You may.
and just for decorum's sake, I ask permission to seat myself while I publish it so
You
that I
may.
don't.
Oh, yes, Love has a squeaky chair. Okay, she must have sat down the same time as Brown. All right, we're at 5 squeaks. Shout out to all the squeak sponsors today. Like Hope for Us, gifting a membership. Thank you so much, Hope for Us. Oh, man. They gave her the squeaky chair. And this sounds like a hint that this is going to be quite a long clip. Yeah, and I don't know when she asked to sit down like that. Specifically using the word decorum.
Your Honor, may
May
I
you what?
use this screen?
Is that one available?
It's up. I just didn't know.
Okay, yeah.
And L. Allen, thanks for the 5, says good morning to the mods.
Woody.
Mod love all the time. Shout out to the mods. Thank you so much, L. Allen. Oh, they're giving us so many squeaks today. So this was 9 years ago.
I can't eat like food like that. Liquor that. Well, as you know, you contacted us. You wanted to come down here and make a statement about these cases that we have. Y'all been getting on my darn nerves calling me, so we're here. But even though you reached out to us wanting to talk, I still gotta advise you of your rights, okay? Let's say yes, you gotta say yes, no. Just so you're fully aware of your rights. Spell your first and last name. Quindarius Zachary, Q-U-I-N-D-A-R-R-I-U-S, Zachary, Z-A-C-H-A-R-Y, 93.
Hold on, is that an okay to say, like, oh, you're just fully aware of your rights? Like,
82193. What's your address? 445 Cleveland Avenue.
And Your Honor,
What's the mobile?
his address, not to the
All right.
well, now we want to protect an address.
about to. They said I couldn't move to they can't find because of that ankle monitor. What's the zip over there? 0354. 0354. Now, how tall you are? Six. I mean, like 5'10". How much you weigh? 169. Your brown eyes, black hair. My eyes ain't brown. Your eyeball, meaning the colored part is brown. What's the highest grade level you completed? Graduated. I know people graduated 8th grade. Did you graduate high grade? High school, 12th grade.
What else did you do?
I don't know, but I graduated current. What year? I forgot, I think 09. Something like that. You got a phone number? My mom number, 445. Phone name again? Gaither,
And Your Honor, just for the record, the state also muted the phone number of his mother.
Oh my goodness. The one time they want to actually protect information is when she's doing this soft voice demeanor act. A put on, baby is the phrase, a put on. All right, so the most of Gaither's blocked by the little lawn crime thing that I should probably block a little bit.
That's who live at Cleveland. Alright. I'm just gonna go over this Miranda form. What's your middle initial? Yeah. T. What that stand for? Touchdown. TYSHON. Basically states Aquindare Zachary has been informed by the undersigned law enforcement officers prior to being questioned by them that I am suspected of the offense of aggravated assault, which is what you charged with for the two drive-bys in Fulton County, state of Georgia, on the 28th day of April 2015. That's the date that the incident happened, April 28th, 2015, okay? I'm going to go through these one by one. If it's something that you don't understand, stop me, let me know I don't understand, and we're going to go over it, okay? Yeah. Your first right is that you had a right to remain silent and not to make any statements. Do you understand?
Here we go.
That any statement that I make may be used against me in a court of law. Do you understand that? That I have the right to consult with my attorney and before making statements and to have said attorney present with me while I'm making a statement. You get that? That if I do not have enough money to employ an attorney, that I have the right to have one appointed to me by the courts to represent me and to consult with him before making any statements and have him present with me while I am making a statement. Do you get that? That if I request an attorney, no questions will be asked of me until my attorney is present to represent me. Do you understand that? Has anybody coerced you or forced you or threatened you to come down here and make a statement? No. You sure? No. No, you're not sure? I mean, I'm sure, but ain't nobody forced me. Okay. Can you read? Oh, okay. Can you read and write English? Yeah. And I have had read to you. Today is the what?
5th, 2/6/17.
What's what? If you would, initial by each of those, and then if you still agree to talk to us, sign down at the X. comment? All right, well, we here. What's the big rush to talk to you? So, you go well.
I'm saying, say this, y'all let me speak on first.
Let's talk about this, what you've been charged with. What do you have to say about that case?
I went there that night.
You wasn't where? What did you hear about it?
Someone came to the house waking me up to my DJ got jumped. I'm like, so? And then,
You was at the house in Cleveland?
yeah,
Apartment, address, you said?
415 people. And then, that when she told me, that she had got shot at too.
That same night?
Yeah, she said, they got in a whole bunch of shooting, and then, like, L Gang had, pulled up at my cousin's house, cause my cousin go with this boy named Tate, Threat, y'all know him?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Javante.
yeah, I don't know his name, but she was going in the house, and she said y'all just started shooting at the house, like they were shooting from the apartment, like she said.
Where is this house located at? What you talking about?
Landrum apartment.
Landrum and Zone 4?
On campus.
North Campton?
Yeah.
So who stay over there again?
My cousin Lips, Frank, and Tate.
That's what Javante said?
Yeah.
She your blood cousin?
Yeah.
I mean, you know how people say?
No, that's my real cousin.
So this gang got to shoot at them at Landrum?
Yeah.
Is this before or after D got shot at? I mean, got jumped on?
She said it did happen last. It's after all the shooting.
So first D get jumped on, then the shootings happen.
I'll tell you, like, from how I heard, like, when I heard first.
Okay.
I like, shit, most of them call me or something in the morning, let me know that.
Mm-hmm.
But she like, most of them cussing D out, because D telling them that he shooting, they had shoot them in the face and jump. Most of them told D that he had to find around home. And then that was she like, then that was D told, I would sleep, D told me that morning, like, they had shot up the house.
D told you that, say that you kind of skimmed over that part. When you say D, you talking about Demekion, right?
That your real name?
You talking about Lil D from 30D,
Yeah.
like Mechanicsville? Demekion.
Demekion told me that they had shot at the houses.
That who had shot at the houses?
Him, Tay,
Mm-hmm.
and who it was? Shannon. He just told me nothing. He said him, Tay, Shannon, and some other boy named Trey Dunn be with Tay.
Named Trey Dunn?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. He told you personally?
Yeah.
How did he tell you over the phone?
Nah.
In your face?
Yeah, he was over my house. I was sitting there like he told me that they had shot the house, he said, and then what's called that they shot up Larry where Tay stayed.
So if gang came back
Yeah.
and shot up
Yeah.
Tay house?
Yeah, someone right there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I guess that was she was gonna go that night. And he said that when they went and Pierre home.
Mm-hmm.
That when they went and shot up Pierre home.
Who went up and shot up Pierre?
Him, Tay, Shannon, and Trey Dunn. He told me them full name. He already said them about Montone. But I kind of feel Montone without a...
Why you figure that?
I think I ain't got no car.
How close are you and Montone?
You know, my whole life. I told my dad and my dad and him, they grew up here.
So you got a lot of loyalty to Montone?
For me?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I ain't got nothing. I had some of them, but he ain't got nothing to me.
How you know he ain't got nothing for you?
Shoot. But I ain't been talking to him lately.
Have you talked to him since you've been in jail?
Have I talked to him since I've been in jail?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, since he's been in, because you went in first.
Yeah.
Huh?
Then he told me that Demekion told y'all why he was scared, you tricked him.
Demekion sat in that exact same chair, and you're going to get the exact same treat that Demekion. I don't have to trick people or lie, because phone records tell you a lie.
Oh, man.
Right.
And it's my trick.
And that's what I'm saying. I feel like you kind of getting off track, because we got your phone records too.
Mine? Yes, sir. What phone record?
This is what we do. Okay. Remember when we locked you up the last time? Yeah. And Cat went to the house and we ended up getting your phone number and stuff. And I got your phone right. Because that was your phone number, right? No, that ain't my number. Okay. Well, like I said, we can stop this right now because it's going in the wrong direction. And I don't want to waste your time or mine. Because this shit don't matter to me. My shit is good. This is what's going to fuck y'all. So I got the Mikion. Because y'all, everybody thinking the Mikion snitching. This is the Mikion phone number, wasn't it? Yeah. I got the Mikion. I got yours.
And wait, one more.
And I got more time. 622. 662, whatever. So I don't have no reason why.
So the media ain't necessarily had to tell it. You know what I'm saying? Technology told it.
So that's what I'm saying. That's why I was impressed about coming to get you and coming to talk to none of y'all. Y'all want to talk to me? That's fine. This is the opportunity for y'all to say yourself. But this is what's going to fuck y'all. So I feel like, once again, you're kind of going in the wrong direction. You say you're going to come down here and be honest about shit.
I'm being honest.
You wasn't there.
I'm proud I went there.
So then we really ain't got much to talk about. This shit is on you. It ain't on me.
See, I don't want to talk about other cases.
You need to get over this first.
That's what you're here, though.
Yeah, because I think you thinking that you can tell us about a whole bunch of other shit and then get some help on your shit, but you got to be honest about what you're here for. That's how that works. It don't just work like you tell me a whole bunch of shit and then we just forget about your stuff. You got to be honest with what you got going on.
Me, Monton, Shannon, Trey Dunn, and D.
Which car was you in? It was two cars, right?
I was in car Monton.
Which was which car?
And Pop.
What color?
Gray.
Who all was in the car with you?
Me, Monton, Shannon, and D.
And Trey Don and...
They was in another Impala.
What color was that Impala?
Like, I heard a burgundy or something. SS.
Okay, the new one or old one?
Same year, Monton car, bro, 08 or something like that.
Okay. How did you all know where they stayed?
Not Trey Dunn, Tay.
How does Tay know?
Cause he said he been beef with them folks.
So he knew where they stayed at over there on Mosley Park. On the address is 1428 Dale Avenue. Over there by Mosley Park, right? How did you even get involved in this? Because you wasn't at the club, were you? How did you even get involved?
When they shot at Summer.
So,
But
where did they shoot at Summer at?
in Manchester.
So they shot at... Before, is this the same night?
Yeah. They shot at Summer first.
Okay.
And they shot at I think they did shoot at the club. I don't know about the club.
So Summer was at Landrum Arms with Alexis and Tay.
Yeah.
They were in which car? Or were they in the car?
She went with Tay. She with Liz. They haven't got Tay yet.
Okay. They in the car or they inside the park?
Yeah, they in the car.
They in the car?
Yeah, they in Summer car. They going in the house.
Okay.
And she said they started shooting, but they shooting from way, not parking lot, maybe. They shooting from way in her parking lot.
Did they make a police report?
I don't know.
You know if anybody calls the police or anything, did the police show up out there?
They said.
I'm pausing it now at 2:26:51. I'm sorry, yes, 2:26:51.
Sorry, I don't know how long this is actually going to be.
Sergeant Gaither, as I turn this microphone back on. Now, did you have an opportunity yesterday even to review and listen to this video recording of this interview that you did with Quindarius Zachary?
Yes.
And if you would lean in or bring that microphone a little bit closer to you, would you tell the jury who that is in the room with you and Mr. Zachary?
Detective Dennis.
All right. Now, as you listen to the interview, are you able to hear as clearly and as well as you were sitting face to face with Quindarius Zachary what it was that he was saying to you?
Weird
Or were
question.
Did you understand that question?
I think
No,
I
because
did.
it was a
I mean,
stupid question.
Period.
Could you?
I appeared to understand what he was saying. It was clear.
And what I'm asking is, as you sat in the room with him on August the 5th of 2015, were you able to hear him clearer or more clearly than you are listening to him on the video?
Why would you ask
Yes.
this?
All right. And having watched the video, are you able to recall and tell the jury if there are things that aren't as clear as we listen to it here today?
Some things, yes.
Okay. When
Seriously,
you
just ask if you
showed
can
Quindarius
understand.
Zachary a phone number, was that the phone number for his mother, or was that the phone number that you had for Quindarius Zachary himself?
That was the phone number that he utilized himself.
All right. And where had you gotten that phone number from?
His mother.
All right. Do you recall when it was or under what circumstances you got that phone number from his mother?
Yes.
Would you tell the jury about those?
I believe he was arrested early May for possession of a firearm. Shortly after that arrest, my team conducted a search warrant at his apartment off of Cleveland Avenue in hopes of recovering other firearms that he had recently purchased and other evidentiary things. And at that time, I believe he was in jail and his mother and some family members were in the apartment.
Okay.
And that's when I spoke with his mother, got his phone number, and also gave her my phone number and his girlfriend at the time my phone number.
Who was his girlfriend?
Summer.
Good?
Yeah, Summer Good.
All right. When Mr. Zachary, or when you all asked Mr. Zachary, what is it that he wanted to talk to you all about? Did he say why he wanted you all to go first? Or did you hear him say, you go first, something to that effect?
Yeah, I think I asked him, what did he want to talk about? And from previous experiences, I know that when interviewing people, they want you to say what you know, and that way they can work their lives around what you already know, or get away from telling you the actual truth. So I leave it up to them to start it off, and he appeared to kind of be evasive and wanted to tell me about other shootings and incidents as opposed to what I wanted to know about the shootings from April 28th.
And when you told him that you wanted to talk to him about what he had been charged with, and he responded, I wasn't there that night.
Mm-hmm.
What did you do? Did you accept that as fact, or did you ask him, well, what did you do? Your Honor, there is also context that she can give that she has said she was clearly able to hear and discern in the interview room more clearly than perhaps can be heard on the video.
I don't know that it's been established that anybody's unable to hear it on the video. Sustained.
Okay. So
Didn't work.
when you asked him in the video, you weren't where, well, what do you hear about? Did you know, or did someone tell you before you had gotten into the interview room what it was that he wanted to talk to you about?
His family members said that he wanted to talk to me about his case and other stuff.
Sustained.
And Your Honor, it's explaining what she was expecting and why she responded the way that she responded. So,
He loves
Sustained.
that.
yes, Your Honor.
I'm counting that as 3. We're going to count that as
Now,
3
when
sustained for 2 objections.
He began explaining to you that Summer had called him or had come waking him up saying that Dee had just got jumped. At that time, did you have any information about Dee or Demikion getting jumped on April the 28th?
Yes.
And where was it that he had gotten jumped based on the information you had?
At Club Crucial.
All right. And that's what, 2517 Donnelly Hollowell?
Sound about
Somewhere
right.
Okay.
Yes.
At the time that Quindarius Zachary told you that she had gotten, or that Summer said that they had gotten into a whole bunch of shooting and that they had pulled up at his cousin's house, Alexis Bryant. Did you know the name Alexis Bryant?
I can't recall if I heard it or not.
At any point during the course of this investigation into these retaliatory shootings, did you hear the name or did you learn about an Alexis Bryant outside of the interview with Quindarius Zachary?
Yes.
What about Tay or Threat?
Yes.
What can you tell the jury about who that is, Tay or Threat?
I've been familiar with Tay or Trevante Turner for a while. He was a documented gang member. I believe he was MDC. Had several cases with involving him
Okay,
prior to this.
all right. And when you say Trevante and he says, I don't know his name, and goes on to name other people, are you familiar with those other people that he names as well?
I am.
When Quindarius Zachary tells you that Moontunk had been cussing D out, did you know who Moontunk was?
I did.
Who was Moontunk?
Antonio Sledge.
Before you heard Quindarius Zachary tell you or talk to you about Moontunk, did you know who Antonio Sledge was?
I did.
All right. And had you documented Moontunk or Antonio Sledge as being a member of any particular gang?
I did.
Which gang?
YSL.
All right. What about Demekion or D? Had you documented him as being a member of any particular gang?
Object. Hearsay confrontation clause.
Overruled.
Yes.
What gang had Demekion been documented as belonging to?
As initially 30 Deep, and later on we added a subset of YSL.
Okay. And when you said you're talking about Lil D from 30 Deep, is that what you meant, the gang 30 Deep?
Yes.
All right. And is 30 Deep a gang that operated in the Mechanicsville area of Atlanta?
It is.
All right. When Quindarius Zachary first mentioned If Gang, did you know what he was talking about?
I did.
Okay. And how was it that you knew what he was talking about?
I was familiar with If Gang, Inglewood family, as well as the recent beef between the two groups.
The recent what now?
Beef between Inglewood family and YSL/30 Deep.
And when you say beef, what do you mean?
Conflict.
Okay. When Quindarius Zachary talked about Perry Homes, where is that located?
Northwest Atlanta, near Johnson Road, Marietta Boulevard area, Perry Boulevard.
Does that still exist?
Perry Homes?
Yes.
No, it's some apartments, but it's not the actual Perry Homes projects that it was.
And do you remember the address that Perry Homes, generally what street was on Perry Homes?
I believe it's Drew Drive, Johnson, an area of Johnson Road, Marietta Boulevard. I believe it's 1903.
1903 Drew Drive?
I believe so, something like that.
All right. And when Quindarius Zachary talked about that's when they went and shot up Perry Homes, did you understand? Who did you understand him to be talking about having shot up Perry Holmes?
What 4 people that he had just referenced?
Okay, Moontunk.
Moontunk, Shannon, Tay, Lil D.
Now, at the time, did you know or understand Shannon to be any particular person?
Yes.
Who did you understand Shannon to be?
A member of 30D.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Hearsay, confrontation clause, also ultimate issue, invading the province.
Overruled.
You may answer.
A member of 30 Deep, and also we added a subset of YSL to his profile as well.
And Shannon, did he have a last name? Did you know his last name at the time you were listening to Quindarius Zachary?
Yes.
And what is his last name?
Previously, we knew him as Shannon Stillwell, and a few years later, it was Shannon Jackson. So,
but that's the same person,
the same
Shannon
person.
Stillwell. Okay.
Yes.
Before Quindarius Zachary mentioned Shannon, Tay, D, and Moonton shooting up Drew Drive, did you tell him that that's what you wanted to talk to him about, Drew Drive, before you went into the room? Did you say anything about, I want to know Shannon's involvement?
No, ma'am.
Did you tell any member of his family, I want to know Shannon's involvement in the shooting on Drew Drive?
No.
Okay. Before you spoke with Quindarius Zachary in that room and he said, I kind of figure Moontunk was there though, did you tell him you wanted him to tell you about Moontunk's involvement in the shooting at Drew Drive?
No, I told him I wanted to know what his involvement was.
Okay. And when he said or spoke about people not having a car, when you asked him, why do you figure Moontunk was there? Did you understand him to mean who it was that he was saying had no car?
Yes.
Who?
Shannon and Little D.
Okay. Why did you ask Mr. Zachary about his loyalty to Moontunk? Do you recall asking him how close he was to Moontunk?
Yes.
All right. And when he told you that his dad and Moontunk grew up together, and you asked about his loyalty, did he ever express anything different than, I have some for him, but he ain't got none for me?
I believe he did say that.
Okay. What made you ask him, had he talked to Moontunk since he had been in jail?
I knew Moontunk was arrested as well, and I kind of wanted to know if they were just trying to get their stories together to match. And he said that he spoke to him.
Okay. Now, that's an interesting thing. When you said you wanted to know if they were trying to get their stories together to match.
Okay, tune into this because I predict that this is Love trying to get ahead of what the defense is going to try to establish or underscore on cross. And this tone of voice that Love just gave, this is her trying to get ahead of it. Let's see how she does. And be honest about your rating as she goes.
Explain to the jury what you mean by that and why that was interesting or of note to you.
I like to have independent recollections of incidents, so I don't necessarily like if defendants talk and, again, try to get their stories to match to see what I know to sound more believable. So he didn't really go into detail if they spoke in depth or anything. He just said he spoke to him since he had been in jail.
At some point, did you speak with Antonio Sledge?
I did.
All right. And was whatever Antonio Sledge told you an exact match to what Quindarius Zachary told you?
No.
Okay. And when Quindarius Zachary told you that about his conversation with Moontunk, and that Demikion having said he was scared and you tricked him, did you all also talk to Demikion?
I did.
And is that Demikion Garlington?
It is.
Were Demekion Garlington's words an exact match to what Quindarius Zachary shared with you in the interview?
Confrontation clause, violation, hearsay.
Overruled.
Were they an exact?
You may.
All right, it's not
This might be a good
often.
time for our morning break anyway, so why don't y'all go ahead and have a restroom break?
All right, so you just saw right there that Love was trying to get ahead of what she anticipates the defense is going to do on cross.
Mr. Steele, you still need to approach. Okay.
Alrighty. But the idea that the defense is going to get up there and, were you aware that they spoke to each other before they came to speak to you? You said they came down voluntarily to speak with you, but they had gotten their story together first. Did you know they were facing, Quindarius Zachary was facing 189 years? Like, we can kind of guess what the defense's cross-examination is going to be, and that question and answer there seemed like prepped.
I mean, I suppose it's going to take 5 or 10 minutes if we break as well, so. Okay. Can y'all avert the cameras? Thank you.
Got a squeak. Who squeaks?
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Okay, we're back.
And to everyone. Your Honor, Demekion Garlington is accused in our indictment, and he's severed. There's some
Confrontation.
wonderful parts of his interrogation by Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis. And I can't go into it because he's not being called as a witness. He's not being given immunity. For the state now to say, does Mr. Zachary's statement, and I believe the words, exactly match Mr. Garlington's interrogation? I'm objecting because I have no way of cross-examining that. I don't have Mr. Garlington here, and I'm not, this is like a backdoor way of shielding me and Mr. Adams from cross-examining Mr. Garlington, yet getting out some broad overview, exact, whatever exact means, and I'm objecting to it under confrontation clause and hearsay.
Okay, well, I understand the objection. I do not expect there to be any further, any kind of questioning that would try to get out what Mr. Garlington's interview does say.
Correct.
Okay. I mean, with that, I don't think that asking was it an exact match and getting an answer to that violates either of those things. So I'm overruling that objection.
Can we have a continuing, if you don't mind, objection?
You may, although I don't expect there to be any other questioning on that topic. All right. If anybody, I'm going to take a quick break if anybody else needs to do that now.
So my only thing there is I think Gaither on the stand saying something was an exact match is great fodder for cross-examination. I actually think that that's better for it to have been said for the defense to be able to cross-examine on. Because think about it. How is everything the exact same? Why would you want things to be the exact same? Witnesses get things wrong when they actually witnessed something and had firsthand knowledge of stuff. They still get details wrong. So if two people have the exact same recollection storyline of events, that seems to me to support the idea that they got their story together, possibly with the motive, the intention of covering their own backs, maybe because Woody got them into some mess. So I understand why Steele's raising this objection, as he should, right? He cannot confront a severed co-defendant. But at the same time, I think this is great. Great for the defense. Just my take, and I have full faith that the defense counsel on the other side of the room will hammer away at that. I have no doubt we're going to hear about that on cross. So there we go. We'll tune into that for cross-examination. But yeah, good question here, Ike, and from a lot of people, same sentiment in the chat. Why don't we expect that from the state, Judge? Did we forget all of yesterday? Oh boy. And big shout out, tons of gifts in here today. Trina Tina had gifted 5. Super sweet of you. I saw you guys saying thank you. If you got a gift, make sure you're saying thank you in the chat. Trina also says, hey K&W gang, we rock. Heck yeah, so glad to be here. I love seeing, when I see you guys in other chats and you see each other and you'll just go, hey K&W gang. I love, love, love to see it. It's so awesome. Innocent Bystander Channel also became a member. Shout out to you. PJ says, oh, PJ gifted 5 memberships. Thank you to PJ. PJ, you've had some great observations dropping in here in the chat. And it moves fast. Sometimes I can't always just pull everything up, but PJ has been dropping some gems in the chat today. Thank you so much for gifting 5. Touche says, the only way to stop her is to stop her. Mistrial. Mistrial. I said earlier I'm trying to think of something that's similar to the boy crying wolf. I think mistrial, and not because it's actually crying wolf. You know, I think there's been valid reasons for these mistrial motions. However, there's like a sense of jadedness to hearing the word mistrial now. It's like, here we go again. It's going to be another thing that's just denied. Like, the prosecutor could come into the courtroom and set the courtroom on fire on purpose. And the defense could go, they're goading a mistrial. And the judge at this point seems like they'd be like, well, I don't think so. I don't think so. Probably wasn't intentional. So hearing the word mistrial, I'm getting like desensitized to it. But yeah, I really think it'd be the only way to stop her. And Ian Runkle of the Bailey, was monologuing about what happened with Whitaker going off on the state yesterday. And one of the things he said is judges just need to do something sometimes to set the tone. The right move for justice is to actually hold someone accountable. And he compared it to the way that you hear these stories of awful things that a police officer might do. And the conceptualization is normally, well, nobody would do that. They'd get fired if they did that. But then you actually see it happens. And why does it happen? Because nothing's done on the back end to deter it from happening again in the future. So in that same vein, he said, same thing with the way judges should be holding prosecutors accountable. Why, you know, if you don't stop Love from actually doing this, if you don't at least sanction her in some way, maybe not a mistrial. A mistrial is on the table as an option, but a sanction in any form. Oh, they had to watch a Brady video retraining once, which they could probably use as a continuing education credit anyway. So it's tacking off a checkbox of something they need to do anyway. It's not really a punishment. It's not really going to deter anything. Especially we hear yesterday, we didn't turn over something that we should have turned over in 2022. But it was really a great comparison from Ian Runkle, like punitive action, mistrial, sanctions, something, anything at this point would be in the interest of justice, because that's the way you prevent these things from becoming a pattern, continuing to be a pattern. And Runkle of the Bailey is someone I have a ton of respect for. Great coverage, very insightful, but aside from all of those great qualities, his rants, his monologues are like 10 out of 10. They are great. So if you guys don't already know Runkle of the Bailey, yesterday he talked about the denial of a new trial for Hannah Gutierrez Reed in the Rush trial, because she had a separate trial from Alec Baldwin. She was convicted, and her attorney motioned for a new trial after the Baldwin mistrial. And Runkle broke down how that was denied, but I don't know, maybe about 2 hours into the stream, he starts, you'll see it on the screen if you scrub, you can check out his rant and bant about what happened with YSL yesterday. It was great stuff. So this is Ian Runkle. Take a second to go over there and sub if you haven't already. But seriously, I think a lot of us in here love a good rant. Like, look at all the love for Runkle. Who doesn't love a good rant? And Runkle of the Bailey comes with plenty. Taiwan says, no judge wants this mistrial on their resume. Yeah, that's another thing too. Nobody wants to be the one to actually call it, but in all seriousness, that's your job as a judge. So grow a spine, get a backbone, grow a pair, And when I say grow a pair, I mean that in a neutral way. It applies to girls, guys. Grow a pair. Touche says, morning. As a kid, I bet Miss Love was always on punishment, shaking my head. Oh my gosh, can you just imagine? Two siblings. I don't know if Love has siblings, but the sibling fights and Love carrying on and on and on about how something wasn't her fault. Oh my goodness. I'm so lucky. I love my brother. Smart and always fair. He only did me dirty one time in life, and it was over Pokemon cards, and I'll never let him forget it. But great person. Super awesome sibling to have. Very glad my sibling is not like Love. Ms. Bright says, typical Love BS with the snakes and green hearts. It's every morning. It's like she can't even make it an hour into the day. Like, come on now. Kristen Vasquez says, where is her candor with the court? Missing. Just like, it's somewhere with the reports. It's just out there, gone. Where is it? Thank you, Kelly Wilson, for becoming a member. This would be hilarious. I would love to see this case. Guys, Stephen T. Satchel just made my brain food for thought. Instead of a mistrial, what if we dismiss count one? That's the glue that's holding so much of this together. There are co-defendants that are only charged with count one. There are people that pled out that were indicted that were only charged with that count. And maybe some of them, I know some had some possession tacked on. Ooh,
hey, everybody, thank you so much for watching our...
All right, we'll get ahead of that. But can you imagine, just imagine if, and I would imagine this might be something that, imagine during like a directed verdict when the state rests their case in chief, the judge is like, nope, everything else, there's sufficiency of the evidence if I look at it at face value, but I'm going to get rid of this count one. Can you imagine how the rest of this trial would go? Where would the exception, the co-conspirator exception be? The entire strategy would change. And I really think this entire case, I think some of these indictments, some of the way people are charged only exist because of that count one. Just insane. And now I broke the stream. Let me refresh it. And we're back to the ceiling. But yeah, this would be just an interesting, like, it's like a thought exercise in and of itself, Stephen. And then thank you for gifting one more. Super generous of you. Jennifer Devine says, lie about facts is one thing. Lie about our Doug.
I don't know
shame,
if
just
everybody
shame.
or all the... Okay. Thanks.
All right,
Go
back to
ahead.
the ceiling.
Before we get started, I wanted to just make sure that 477 Yankee and 482 Yankee had already been admitted.
Would have been with which witness, do you know?
Mr. Zachary.
477. You said 477 and 482?
Yes, Y, as in Yankee. You can say.
477, yes. Yes, both of them.
Okay,
All right.
thank you.
You ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay.
This is probably it. Mm-hmm. What do you use? And Your Honor, is it okay if I ask the last question and allow the witness to answer?
Yeah, I don't think we got an answer, so yeah. What is, who's,
Is that me? I'm gonna, if, hold on. Let me see something. back and go to notifications and mute that. Ask Ms. Laura to turn off.
Oh, and this was talking about Doug earlier. Love may be like a two-way, dilemma, right? I've never seen Gaither on the first 48, so I'm not saying Doug is misrepresenting anything to the court, but so she was trying to combat Doug's argument by implicitly casting doubt on the merits of what he was saying, that Gaither was on TV.
Let me see the next page. The next page. Page 50. I'm doing it by this also. That's what I said.
Lisa gave a great summary here in the space of a YouTube text. The state put out false media campaigns about evidence they have, and they were shocked people refused the plea deals. And then Thug filed that speedy trial, and they had to go to trial unexpectedly fast. I think that's exactly what happened.
Thank you. Sergeant Gaither, before we broke, I think I asked you if what Demekion Garlington told you was an exact match to what Mr. Zachary told you.
No.
At some point, did you all speak with Kenneth Copeland during the course of this investigation into these shootings in 2015?
Yes.
And did you speak with him multiple times?
Yes.
Was what Kenneth Copeland told you in either of the interviews during either of the times that you talked to him ever an exact match to what Mr. Zachary shared with you on August 5th, 2015?
No.
Vague, exact match.
Overruled.
I'll also then object, Your Honor. The jurors heard the statements of Mr. Copeland. They can make that decision, not this witness.
That's ultimately true.
Outside of any interviews that were captured on video during any interactions with Kenneth Copeland, did he ever give you an exact match of what Mr. Zachary shared with you on August 5th?
Your Honor, I don't have any reports or other interactions. I'd like those reports and interactions before questions are asked.
Is there a foundation for that question?
I can make a foundation. When you took Kenneth Copeland, or when Kenneth Copeland was brought over after he was arrested at the Dunbar Center, was he interviewed?
Yes.
Okay. And did you help transport him?
No.
Okay. Are you aware of any statements by Kenneth Copeland that are an exact match to anything?
Same objection.
Yeah, okay, so
The coach
are
the
there
state how to
any
ask
statements
questions.
by Kenneth Copeland that aren't reduced to writing or on video?
By you? Were there any interviews or statements?
That you know of by anybody having to do with this set of circumstances?
Not by myself or investigator Dennis, no ma'am.
Do you know of any from anybody else?
I don't know.
Okay. Then move on to the next question.
And when you told Mr. Zachary, Demekion sat in that exact same chair, was that after you had interviewed Mr. Garlington? In
Yes.
other words, okay.
Wait, were Bruce and Westmoreland both just gone?
And did you ever try to trick anybody?
No.
I'm going to continue playing, Your Honor, at 2:27:48.
Okay. She was telling me what happened. I told her she was telling me what happened right there. Right. And then that one, I called Moontum. And Moontum told me that he was outside. Say they ain't want me to ride, but they wanted me to ride, but they didn't want me to ride. What you mean? Like, they wanted me to go with him, but I ain't have to do nothing. So where were you sitting? I was sitting in the back seat.
Well, how was y'all sitting?
Huh?
Let's break that down.
Shannon's in the front, D right here. I'm on this side, Moontum driving.
Whoa, let's break it down.
So Moontum driving, Shannon front passenger. You sitting behind Shannon?
Yeah.
And Demekion behind Moontum?
Yeah.
Okay. So what exactly did they say they was gonna do? Like, why were they picking you up?
Oh, now you to
Say that passenger, seating chart one more time. Montum driver, Shannon front passenger.
me. And D.
Good D. And then
The other D.
Demekion.
Yeah. We went to make take them. They was in different cars.
What kind of car do you say the orange is that?
Yeah, burger. It wasn't a car.
Orange one. Who car is that?
The boy traded on.
Is that his real name or is that like a fake name? Just Trey Duncan?
I didn't know him because.
What gang he in? Or who he affiliated with?
They supposed to be blood, but like, just like regular gang. I don't know what regular gang. They supposed to be blood.
So, who all was in the car when they came and picked you up?
When Moontum came pick me up, Moontum, Shannon, and D.
Okay, Moontum, Shannon, D was in the car and came and picked you up. Where'd y'all go?
We went to Perry home. When that lad went to the house on MLK. Shannon D and Tay got out the car. Me and Moontum stayed in.
Shannon D and Tay got out the car and did what?
They went and shot at the house.
What kind of gun did Shannon have?
Shannon had a Draco, Sunset 2.
Where is that gun at now?
I don't know.
Whose gun is that?
I don't know. They already had the gun.
What color is it?
It's like a chocolate.
Like a chocolate?
Yeah, like 8
I said, what color is it? Brown. What kind of gun did
They had Sunset 2 AK. It looked like a deer gun, but it looked like a what? It looked like a big old deer gun, but it was an AK, you see?
What about Demekion?
He had a Moontum gun.
Which was what?
That gun I got caught with.
And you didn't shoot?
No.
But don't you haven't you went and bought like 3, 4 firearms?
Man, what would trip me out of those?
They tricked you out of all of them, man.
Yes, he did.
We gonna get to that though.
Right.
So, did Trey Don shoot any guns?
Nah, he was driving.
So he was driving. So the driver basically stayed in the car.
Yeah, and
And you stayed in the car.
Yeah.
How far did they get up to the house?
I don't know, man. Moontum pulled way back. Like, they got up close to the house, though. I think like front drive or something. I don't know if they got it up to the door. I know they got it driving. I seen them much. Now they shot that house, and then that way we went Perry home.
Okay. And how did you guys know what apartment was at Perry Homes? Like who? Tay know what Philo girl? That was because that's Philo girl house, right?
That used to be his baby mom.
Baby mom. So Tay knows them from the west side, basically.
Yeah.
Y'all don't really
They
have
all home together.
Right.
They beefed before too, though. It was like they said the mama knew that Tay shot at the house.
But how is it that, because Tay's not flying, how is it that Tay even rolling with Shannon and y'all like that?
Tay from Capitol Home. Me and Moontum all live in Capitol Home.
He originally from Capitol Homes.
Yeah, and he's named Big Boo. You know Big Boo? He's named Boo. Yeah. We named Boo, and I was met Tay.
Okay, so he just cool with y'all from there.
And then, now we had went, saw us before we went to Perry home.
What about?
someone get some bullets, huh?
From where?
So, somebody spot that DA on Cleveland.
Like somebody, like house or what's the spot?
A spot?
I mean, you gotta talk to me layman terms. I don't know.
A truck spot.
What kind of bullets did y'all get?
They ain't getting nothing for the top. They got some. Oh yeah, they got some. They ain't getting nothing for the 223. They got some for the Sunset too.
Who had the 223? Tank?
This is the one that Demekian had. Mom's not going that shoot 223 rounds. So is that Mom's gun that had the double drum? Is that the one you talking about?
Yeah.
That's the one that he was shooting?
So the gun that you got caught with on May 7th,
Yeah.
that's Monto's gun.
Stupid.
Be
I
real.
need my gun to go for girl that night.
He needed your gun.
Cause it was small. That little gun y'all just got. That they just busted their house and got. The little bit gun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The 40. What was it? The 40 or something?
40 Smith & Wesson.
Mm-hmm.
So he needed my gun to go for girl house.
So that's your 40.
Yeah.
Cause we just got him last week. I ain't had a chance to run it yet. But
I had just bought this gun like a day or two before.
Before that,
I popped up.
We know.
from on Boulevard, one of the apartment, 493 Boulevard.
No, I said I had bought. Yeah, I
We
got a
know.
receipt.
From Arrowhead. Y'all do I know?
Yeah, I got a receipt.
I got something better for you.
Sergeant Gaither, at this point, at 2:34:22 in this interview, can you tell the jury what is being shown to Quindarius Zachary on Detective Dennis's phone?
Surveillance video from Arrowhead pawn shop of him purchasing firearm.
How did y'all get that? How did you all?
Down there and got it.
Okay. What was it that led you all to drive down to Arrowhead and get that surveillance footage?
We had receipts from where he purchased the firearms, and we ran his name, had his name run through the federal system to see what all firearms he purchased and the locations, and that's how we were able to narrow it down to Arrowhead Pawn Shop in Jonesboro.
When you talk about the federal registry or list or whatever that is, could you explain what that is that you are looking at to get his name? What is it?
The federal government basically has a database that keeps track of persons that purchase firearms. During this investigation, we work hand in hand with the ATF, and we utilize them and assist them with checking names through their federal system.
Does that list or system from the federal government include firearms that are purchased illegally on the street?
No, it's just firearms that are purchased from gun shops, gun shows, or pawn shops.
When you said that you had receipts of guns that Quindarius Zachary had purchased, where did you get those receipts from?
From his apartment when we executed a search warrant.
And that was after his arrest in May?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember any other items that you were able to recover off the top of your head?
I believe we recovered a firearm, a couple of cell phones. That's all I can remember at this moment.
Now, when Quindarius Zachary mentioned the little 40 that he had just gotten 2 days before he got locked up, did you all, and you said we still have to run that. What did you mean?
We recovered a .40 caliber Smith & Wesson, which is almost the size of the palm of your hand, from his apartment. We hadn't had an opportunity to have the ATF test fire the gun to see if it came back to any other shootings or stuff like that.
And why is it that you all were asking Mr. Zachary where each person that he said was in the car that Monkton was driving, where each person was seated. Why was that of any importance?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Overruled.
Just to get a better understanding of each person's position in the vehicle and based on where we recovered evidence from the shooting, just kind of wanted to make a determination.
And when Mr. Zachary is showing or motioning to Detective Dennis on the paper that Detective Dennis has in front of him where each person is sitting, is he motioning in a manner consistent with what he had just verbally said to you all?
Yes.
When you asked Mr. Zachary about Tay knowing where Philo stay, who is the Philo you were talking about?
Philip Collins.
And Philo's girl, who is that you were talking about? Do you remember her name, Kenyatta Troutman?
Yes, Kenyatta Troutman.
And was that who you were talking about?
His child's mother, yes.
And where was it that she lived?
1903 Drew Drive, Perry Holmes area.
Now, Philip Collins, do you know did he have a brother?
Yes.
And was Philip Collins documented in any of your files?
Yes.
How was Philip Collins documented?
He was a member of Haiti Gang.
Right. Haiti Gang. What about his brother? What was his brother's name?
Your Honor, this is confrontation clause and hearsay. I have no documentation.
Y'all approach.
All right, so I'm going to add the objection.
Yeah, thanks.
Not adding the success of that objection yet until we find out. Another approach. Another approach. And yes, Phil Collins, but not the Phil Collins. So we had Sammy Davis yesterday, but not the Sammy Davis, not the Sammy Davis Jr. A lot of familiar names in this case. Also, something that I think is confusing is Birdman, his real name, right? His last name is also Williams, so I think they've had to clarify upon mention that no relation, no familial relation to the defendant, Jeffrey Williams. Names can be very confusing. Every once in a while, when I run into someone with the same last name as me, it's always like, haha, are we related? It's always a fun time. Yeah, there you go, Brian Williams. Thank you, JR. Of course it's JR that knows the full name here of what I'm talking about. Always with the trivia on, like, the entertainment, the music, all the parties in this case. Yeah, we have Rico and not the Rico, that's right. Oh, boy. And here, speaking of being blood relatives, this is actually, I use, like, blood relation, blood brother, and I know, like, blood brother people... Like, you can, like, leak the blood and become blood brothers. But the phrase, that's my blood relative, is something, you know, I'm not just saying that that's my sister, like, that's my girl, that's my BFF. If I say that's my sister, that's like my blood sister, we're actually related. So that's actually a phrase that I don't think that that's a Georgia-ism. But maybe it's like an East Coast thing. Do you guys think that that's regional? But Ike says, oh, my Hasbro toys, another Georgia-ism, blood cousin. Is there another kind of cousin I'm unaware of? There's, on the flip side of that, there's the idea that, oh, everybody's your cousin. They always say that that's your cousin. And there's a joke that people, like, cheaters in relationships will say, like, oh, don't worry about me interacting with this person. That's just my cousin. So there's also this idea that people use the term cousin as a kind of lie to ward off certain speculations, when really they're not really related. It's just cousins so far removed, it's harder to verify if there's actually a familial relationship or not. So I think some of the usage of, no, my actual blood cousin, is to distinguish from the weird way cousin is used in certain contexts colloquially. But yeah, Ike says blood cousins are the ones you can't marry, and I think that might depend on the state. I don't think that's okay in Florida, but I think aren't there some states where that's, like, okay? It's outside of my realm of actual knowledge, but something vague in my head floating around about that. So I don't actually know, Ike. Thank you so much for the 2 and for the 5. Chicken Shite says, love is the only one testifying in this trial. Well, I do think we have a witness that was prepped, and, you know, the state doesn't prep all their witnesses, but it's interesting the ones that you can tell they prepped. And Gaither, a detective who's obviously very apparently on the state's side, even though she doesn't want to be there. I think it's apparent she doesn't want to be there, but she's also willing to be on the state side. You can kind of tell the prep work was there for that witness. So, but yeah, she's still doing the testifying. She just did a major leading question by just putting the name of the person she was asking about before Gaither came up with the name on her own. Lots of leading going on. Business as usual. And Chicken Shite, thank you for the excuse to say your name. And the way your chicken is drawn reminds me of the game RuneScape, like the original graphics for it. So good memories being evoked right now. Shannon Alexander has me cracking up. I can't wait to see if we finally get someone. Because again, I don't want to be the one speculating. I'm saying if there was a marriage and there was a marriage certificate, maybe we'll see the defense bring it up when Gaither's back on the stand. So if this is the day, Shannon, if this is the day, if Shart gets up there, is this your marriage certificate? That's it. We might have a all caps all day if that happens. I don't know what I would do. Like, it would finally be that moment where the speculation out there enters the courtroom once and for all. And I can finally speculate about it and talk about it up here. So Shannon, I would love to see it if it's the thing, if it's real. Retired Phoenix gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Super generous. And Retired Phoenix, like the bird, or did you move to Phoenix? Because your picture looks like you could be in Arizona. So shout out to being retired. And thank you so much for gifting 5. Ebony Eye says, Gaither doesn't want to become a meme. Well, you know, the Streisand effect thing, the idea that once you want something not to be talked about, the more you want something to stay under the radar, suddenly you're getting more and more people to talk about it. Well, by not going on camera, the internet's going crazy. There's like even Joseph Bapp, Kathy Roussan with Law and Crime. They're all pointing out like Gaither's all over. So it's not even just TikTok. TikTok's going bananas. You guys here are going bananas. Just like everybody's like, this is Gaither. Here's Gaither. Why doesn't Gaither want to be shown? But even people in the media are saying, this doesn't make sense. So in her effort to avoid the spotlight and probably becoming a meme, being talked about, feeling humiliated, I don't think she thought it through. And if she's supposed to have built this case on the way social media works and what people mean when they say things on social media, right? She was the one that was going through the Facebook posts and piecing the case together. If she doesn't understand a simple thing and see in advance, especially she's already been on the stand, if she can't see simple human behavior, the way that all of us out here are going to feel inclined to talk about her face and why she doesn't want to be shown when she's been on TV, what type of critical thinking do we think she applied in her investigation into this case? If she couldn't even see this coming, this Barbra Streisand effect backfiring on her. Like, where's the discernment? Where's the critical thinking? It's not there. It's not there. Isabella says, I've seen her face more than my own friends. It feels like that. It feels like that. Oh, man. But again, shout out to Ebony Eyes here. That's the thing, right? She doesn't want to become a meme, and then she does it herself. Thank you so much for the 2. Green Pulp gifted 5 memberships. Green, you've got green in your name, and you're sliming people in the chat. You're now a co-conspirator. Thank you so much for your generosity. Dundada wants to see Mrs. Knight, or Miss Knight, let me get it correct. Miss Knight speak. That is, I think that's who you're talking about, right? The pretty state chick. Why don't they let the pretty state chick talk? She does a lot of the tech stuff, and, you know, it seems like she does a lot of in and out to make sure, you know, housekeeping issues are taken care of. I think she's probably doing some of the best work at that state's table, keeping, maybe not keeping things organized, but trying to corral the disorganization that Love is probably piling on her plate, right? So shout out to Miss Knight. But yeah, I think she's just not the type to want to be a trial attorney questioning witnesses.
And Sergeant Gaither, as I was asking before you stepped out, Philip Collins, you said that he has a brother?
Yes.
And what is his brother's name?
Darren Mills.
Is Darren Mills, to your knowledge, older or younger than Philip Collins?
He's younger.
Do you know about how many years younger?
Roughly 5.
Okay. Does Darren Mills have a nickname?
Yes.
And what is his nickname?
D.
Now, is D a member of any gang?
Yes.
What gang is D a member of?
Continuing objection.
You may.
Darren,
You may answer.
guys,
What
Darren Mills. So, and this is confusing because it's another D, right? You have Demikian Garlington, and then you have Quindarius Zachary. Darren Mills is also a D. But Darren Mills is the one, Denise Bell is his aunt. Denise Bell is the one that was shot in the buttocks. This is all going back to that series of shootings on April 28th. So just for context there.
Is D a member of?
Haiti Gang as well as the subset Inglewood family.
Is that if gang when you say
If gang.
Inglewood?
I'm sorry.
Is Philip Collins also Inglewood family or if gang?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Philo and Dee's mother's name? Or address?
1428 Adele Avenue is the address. I believe her name may be Denise.
Is Cecilia Davis the mother?
Yeah.
Is Denise Bell the sister of Cecilia Davis?
Yes.
All right. Are you familiar with whether Philo and Dee have a sister?
Yes.
Do you know what her name is?
She's the twin sister of Darren. I believe her name is Diamond.
Diamond?
Diamond.
And what is Darren's last name?
Mills.
All right. And do they have a sister, Stacey Adams?
Correct, yes.
Did Stacey Adams live at 1428 Adele as well, to your knowledge?
I don't recall.
Okay. When you asked about Tay knowing Philo and Philo's child's mother from the west side, what did you mean?
They both were from the west side of Atlanta. Mr. Zachary stated Tay was originally from Capitol Homes, but he grew up on the west side as well, the same as Darren and Philo. So there's only a couple of high schools, a couple of middle schools in that particular area. So
where is Capitol Homes located with relation to the west side?
Capitol Homes is more or less downtown, Memorial Drive area. The west side is considered Bankhead Highway, Hollywood Road, parts of Martin Luther King, Cascade.
Okay. And did you prior to Quindarius Zachary telling you that he and Moncton were from Capitol Homes and that is where Tay was from, were you aware of those facts before you went into the interview?
No.
Sustained.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to revisit that at a break or another time.
Silence.
Now, when Quindarius Zachary said that Tay used to hang with Big Boo, and you mentioned the name Quentin Porter, would you tell the jury how you're familiar with, just briefly, Quentin Porter or the name Big Boo?
I'm familiar with Quentin Porter, aka Big Boo, from the Cleveland Avenue area. He was a known gang member of Raised on Cleveland rock crew. Worked several investigations involving him, so I was familiar with the name.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to resume at 2:34:22.
Sitting down for this video. This is going to be a long clip, I bet. Let me move myself.
Actually, before I do, let me ask you this. When Quindarius Zachary referred to a spot and then told you a trap spot on Cleveland, would you tell the jury what a trap spot is?
Trap spot is a location where drugs are normally sold or illicit activity is conducted.
And based on the investigations that you have conducted as a detective in the gang unit and during your time with the Atlanta Police Department, is a trap spot ordinarily a place where guns and ammunition are also stored?
It is.
And at the time that Quindarius Zachary told you about a trap spot on Cleveland, at that moment, did you know what trap spot on Cleveland he was talking about?
Not at that exact moment, but I had an idea.
And was the idea that you had confirmed at any time?
No.
Okay. Picking up at 2:34:22.
And guys, there are things that I think is really weird, and I'm just looking. I wanted to see if they put Trevante, Tay threat, the Tay/threat that we've had Copeland and Quindarius Zachary talk about in this, like, kind of chart that who is the person of interest? Is it YSL? Is it If Gang? They don't have threat on here. They don't have Trevante on here, but they do have a Tay down here as Delvante Fleetwood under If Gang. So part of me is wondering if they even know which Tay is being talked about back then in these interviews. Because how is Tay/threat missing from all of this up here in YSL? But who knows? That's just me. Food for thought I wanted to share with you guys. And without further ado, we'll get back to these lovely long videos.
That's you? Yeah, I think that's you.
We did all of that. So, after
We got bullied. Went to Perry home.
okay.
Then they got out and shot the house.
Who got out and shot this time?
Tay, D, and Shannon.
Tay did
Those only
Shannon
three
again.
guns.
Okay. And they had the same guns that they had before? From there?
Nah, it was another one calling this time. And
Who?
called Tatum.
What's his name?
I think his name Lee.
Lee? Did he get out and shoot?
Yeah. Yeah, handgun.
You remember what kind?
I just remember 2 handguns.
What call Lee was at?
He didn't call Tatum. That's Tatum friend.
Lee.
They went and got him out the door.
Okay.
Make back up.
Pausing at 2:35:28. Sergeant, at the time you spoke with Mr. Zachary on August 5th, 2015, did you know either Tay, D, Shannon, or Montun to be wearing dreads during that time?
No, they weren't.
Okay. And when Mr. Zachary told you about a person named Lee, did you know of a Lee associated with them, with YSL, that did have dreads at the time?
I know of a Lee that was associated with Tay and Traydon from MDC.
Okay. Now, what Lee was that you knew of?
Ali Caldwell, Caldwell.
And when you say dreads, are you able to describe the type of dreads that Ali Caldwell had?
Yes, he had not necessarily like dreads like mine, but they were more or less like big planks. If any of you guys are familiar with the rapper Jay-Z, the larger plank style locks, that was his hairstyle at the time.
Thank you. Continuing at 2:35:28.
I did Perry Home got shot up. Perry Home got shot up? Shoot. Who went in the house? Where they dropped? I went in the house. 405 on Cleveland Avenue. But they met me we met some at the gas station. Which gas station? On Silver Road. And I called him in the house. Which one on Silver? The Silver. Like right by 166? Yeah. I feel right there. So someone met you right there, picked you up, and then she drove you to the house? We let my cousin drop us off at the house. Okay. Some let her keep her car because she was scared to go to the house. Okay. So tell me about this slime stuff. Hey, slime. Why do y'all call yourself slime? Number one. I'm not no slime. Why do they call themselves slime? Because we stealing this stuff. So it's like you being slimy or grimy about it. Like, say me and you cool, right? And you got a girl or something. And you leave out and I talk to your girl. Try to talk. So you really like slimy, it's good.
So there's no rules, basically. Yeah. It's like, I slammed that nigga. Yeah. Like, so even if we cool, you can rob me. And it's like, I just slammed.
Yeah.
So basically, no rules, no laws. No. But you say you ain't slammed?
No. I ain't, like, they would never let me get out.
Why?
Because my brother, and he don't really want me hanging around him.
But you do.
I know. He be mad. Who is your brother? It ain't Tay. He be mad. Want the dread? Yeah, how you know? Come on, bro. He mad. He mad that I hang around Dino and Woody. But he's slime though, ain't he? Yeah, he's slime. So I'm saying, what does it matter? If he I'm little brother and then I'm sick. Mm-hmm. So if something happened to me, he'll feel bad because you kind of got down to it. How did 30 Deep and Cleveland Avenue link up for a long time? Ain't nobody fuck with them. Y'all didn't fuck with each other. Those started fucking with Woody. So that just kind of brought everybody together? How close are you and Woody? Or how close were you? Only reason we got close because I don't hang with Mook, so Mook will hang with the. Mm-hmm. And then another one, Woody, what's it called? We started this. So the Woody people, meaning Demekion and Shannon, everybody just kind of started linking up. Yeah. Y'all ain't never had no problem, nothing with each other? No. We ain't never had no problem with Campbell. Well, they ain't never had no problem with Campbell. I ain't never got into it nobody from Campbell. Ain't nobody never got into it nobody from Campbell. Mm-hmm. It just linked up like that. So how did it get to a point where, you really didn't have too much, really? What? No, go ahead. What, the beef started? That's what you're saying? Yeah. Killed them, shot up the Gavin house, the dugout. Right. And then the dumb Woody had called me with the skating ring or something. Mm-hmm. And then he was like, but they had shot through a window out. On which car? The SF. Right. And Thug like, nah, I ain't cool no nigga till they take my window. Mm-hmm. But why did they shoot up the dugout down there? Woody and Kerry had some person going on, I guess, big as bad. Mm-hmm. Who got more girl, more money. Both on, and that one got money. They flexed on somebody else shit. Yeah. So, you know how it is. Kill one, like Thug coming crucial, getting little money, throwing stuff. Kill don't want him to do that. Right. Yeah.
third one, he ain't clipping them. He ain't like them.
Right. He ain't like Kale.
Shot ain't one of them.
So just over there in Windshield? Now every time they fight it together, how? I mean, I don't know. I wasn't there.
Oh, y'all didn't do that? Y'all didn't know?
No.
I'm
saying I wasn't physically there.
We know about it, but how many times they shoot us?
Like 200.
So they were just done.
Yeah.
But they knew y'all was in there?
Yeah, people posting pictures on Instagram, videos on Instagram.
I turned it off.
People posting videos on Instagram and stuff. And shoot, everybody finna go. Thoroughly like dope hurt. So everybody walking to their car. I stay in bed, I'm still gambling. I ain't have no gun anyway, so ain't no sense me walking out there. Then you just hear gunshot stuff going off. They tell you in the woods across the street or something. Then everybody ran out the door. Everybody who was in those guns ran out the door stuff.
Right.
So they thought they was gonna get some money.
So when this Windshield got shot out, he confronted Kale about it?
Like, what? He ain't know. They ain't know the turf. They thought MDC did. And then when I got shot.
Right. Who shot you?
I don't know.
Okay.
It's just shooting at the club.
Okay.
They thought MDC did, but come find out MDC didn't do it. Kill had told Thug baby mama who correct that he had did it. And she messed with Moontum. She told Moontum and went.
Wait, Thug baby mama was messing with Moontum?
No, Thug baby mama told my sister.
Okay.
And my sister was messing with Moontum.
Okay. So Tor?
Yeah.
Okay.
And went from there.
So I'm just trying to follow you. So y'all in the dugout, they shoot up a bunch of rounds. Y'all come outside. They standing outside.
I ain't no gun.
Well, they went outside. Everybody still out there?
I don't know.
I mean, how do you know that it was Kalen that did it?
I just told her I didn't know. I told her they thought it was MDC or somebody else. Kale running his mouth to Gucci head trying to play. And then that was
that's when he got back.
Yeah, she told my sister told Moontum.
Cause then Moontum told Thug that it was Kevin.
Moontum told Woody and Thug, yeah.
Okay. So this incident with chain and phone getting stolen out the car.
That was way before.
I don't know. When did this happen with the dugout? That was in January, right?
Yeah.
Okay, go back to the courtroom. Talk. Say something. Get us away from these videos.
The guy got shot up in December.
In December?
Yeah.
So from that point, it was really on, like, y'all just didn't fuck with each other. Meaning,
yeah.
YSL and
they ain't mess with each other. They ain't remember each other.
Pausing, Your Honor, at 2:42:14, and we will advance to 2:43:13. Sergeant, while we are advancing, I want to ask you a couple of questions.
Okay, shout out to the slightly productive use of time for once. We're going to be productive while we get our text together.
Your interview with Mr. Zachary in August 2015, that before he told you, did you know that he was sick, as he called it?
Yes.
All right.
As he called it?
And was that with an autoimmune issue?
Yes.
Okay. Was there anything about that illness that at all appeared to affect his understanding or ability to communicate with you during the August 5th interview?
No.
When you heard Mr. Zachary say that he had never had a problem with Mechanicsville, did you have any particular understanding, or what was it that you understood him to mean? The area, the physical location Mechanicsville, or something else?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevant speculation.
Overruled.
I understood it to mean 30 Deep. 30 Deep operates in Mechanicsville.
And based on your background and your expertise as a gang expert, Woody, Shannon, and Demikion, did they have any affiliation with 30 Deep?
Yes.
Were they all each 30 deep?
The three you just named? Yes.
When you heard Mr. Zachary talking about Kel, who did you understand him to mean?
Kelvin Watts.
Is Kelvin Watts in a gang?
Yes.
What gang?
Bird Gang, as well as Inglewood Family.
If gang?
Yeah. If Gang.
Okay. As you heard Mr. Zachary talk about the dugout, were you familiar with that location?
Yes,
And is that also the gambling house?
it is.
Where is that location?
Around Lakewood Avenue, McDonough Street, not the city, but.
All right. And is that an area that you knew of any particular gang to hang out?
Southeast Atlanta, I mean, it's kind of no man's land.
Okay.
It's really close to the area for If Gang, but it's not necessarily within that territory.
Okay. And before Mr. Zachary told you about the dugout getting shot, did you know about that incident?
From previous interviews, yes.
Okay. All right. We're going to pick up with the interview.
Oh my God, the lapel mic. Stop it. Sounds like it's windy. Great point, Mark in Texas. So she's doing like fact witness stuff today, but she's also been qualified previously as an expert witness. So we have that.
Every Monday, y'all know y'all got beef. Y'all still go to the club. I ain't go to the club like that. You ain't go to Crucial like that? But you hung out with him, like, on the block. I might hang out on the block. With YSL, I ain't talking about Kevin. Oh, yeah, I used to hang with him. Like, I might go push one Monday, then not go the next Monday if I know it's going to be something. Right.
So since you got shot, in November, right?
Yeah.
How many times you think you went to Crucial since then?
About 10. I know not. Not
November to January, because it closed one night.
Oh, no, not till November, January, probably like, we had went out of town. Probably like 5 times. Like 5 times? 5 or 4, something like that.
So when did you and Monson, so once he finds out from the girl that Kel did that, then what happened?
He tell Woody.
And then what?
Then Woody like, oh, alright. And then that was they shot at Kel. Y'all heard about that? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Woody Monson shot at Kel. And it went for now.
When did y'all make it?
And then that was make what?
One second.
I heard no video you talking about.
What video I'm talking about?
Monson mad about you.
When did y'all make that?
Let me see. Monson mad about you.
When did y'all make that?
It was after I got shot up.
So sometime in December.
January. Sometime in January. Yeah, actually. Yeah. So, fast forward from December to January. So we in January now. Yeah. How and why was Nut killed? If Nut, because you ain't really mentioned nothing about. That's what I'm saying. I'm not involved with. I don't know what in word made them do that. Made who do that? People killed him. Shannon. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And ain't Nut, Lambo. Big Nose Nard who in jail right now? Yeah. Yeah. And Doo-Wop. And ain't Doo-Wop. What Doo-Wop look like? I don't know. You on your IG? That's the little Doo-Wop. Do the Doo-Wop thing. Look at him. Yeah. How do you know this? I know. Because they told me. Who told you? Shannon told me. Yeah, told me. Why did they tell you? It was at the house talking about it. Which house? The old house. Well, the new one? Or the old? His condo down there? Yeah. What exactly did they say? A lot of folks can't go down behind murder, man.
What you mean?
Like, it's a big old, a lot of folks had something to do with it.
Explain how, from start to finish, break it down how it happened.
Yeah, we're going to meet a girl. Her name Bushy. They saw Nut. They saw Nut where? At the bar shop. Well, they would be hanging at the bar shop in Texas on the job. Mm-hmm. They saw Nut. And, D was in the car but D got in another car. Which car were they in when they saw him? The Infiniti G35. What color was it? It was, I forgot what color it was, but the little manager had rented it. Amina? Yeah. I forgot what color it was, but man, was it a newer model car? Yeah, man, Wood was in it later on that night. Okay. We had went to a little kickback. Okay. I thought we had wrecked it. Well, we did. We spent around the expressway. Yeah, I was drunk at the bottom of it. No, we was just flying. It was Mike called me and him. He just flying, trying to see what it was doing. You remember where they rented the car from? No, I don't know what she rented it from. So Amina, you definitely know Amina the one that rented the car. So Amina rented the car for a Thug. Yeah. Who did Thug give it to? Who he let drive? Yeah, who he let drive? Nard, yeah, and Shannon and Doo-Wop. They supposed to meet girl. Bush. Where were they supposed to meet Bush at? I don't know where they supposed to meet if I know they supposed to know. That's what I'm saying. How did they end up over there by the sex club? Did they go looking for him? They probably left the studio. I went there when they, like, I was there, like, my little niece had a party, and then Moonsoon called, like, Moonsoon didn't even know. Moonsoon, like, somebody just killed Nut. And, like, he like, I'm gonna meet Woody at the Gaither house. And then, Woody was scared. Cause, like, they chased him and all that. So did Woody have anything to do with Nut being killed? No. So, when they drove past the barbershop, were they specifically going for Nut, or were they going for somebody else? They want to meet the girl. But when they saw Nut, were they saying we're gonna get Nut, or was it somebody else? We're gonna get Nut. What?
Pausing at 2:48:20. Advancing to 2:48:33. Sergeant, the photograph that I showed you earlier that was marked as 503 Yankee. Who was depicted in that photograph?
It's the contemplating one.
That you were asking Quindarius Zachary to identify?
Demise McMullen, AKA Nard.
Nard?
Nard.
Okay. And when he told you, when Quindarius Zachary told you the people who were in the car and was describing Donovan Thomas's murder, who did you understand him to mean when he said Nard?
Demise McMullen.
Is that the same Demise McMullen that you looked at in conjunction with Kelvin Treadwell for the Dexter Montgomery shooting?
Yes, I arrested him for that shooting.
Good steal. We're gonna get more video. I guess the squeak is like the sign we're about to press play. And some of this is important because remember, Quindarius Zachary, it was Love's argument that Quindarius Zachary was denying he knew who Nard was, but Quindarius Zachary was really saying, can you show me a picture, or the picture's too blurry,
Picking up
I need to see it closer.
at 2:48:33.
How did it, what I think she's trying to ask, how did it get to a point of, you never said none of this?
Because they say it's a power out. They like the green light, all lights in 30 feet. They say nut said whoop or something like that. So I mean, it's a go.
Mm-hmm.
And then,
So power out at the gang meeting.
yeah,
So you saying if gang had a power out?
at the house, at they spot on MLK.
Okay, and they said that YSL and 30D got a green light, which basically means you kill them if you see them, like, they fool.
Yeah.
So, why did he put that out there? Do you know why he said that?
I don't know. Because they had never shot it. They had never shot it nut before.
Mm-hmm.
Like, when you know attention, like, when they killed nut, everybody like, why the hell they do that to nut?
Right.
It was no more attention than nothing, man.
So, do you remember the exact words that Shannon told you as far as what happened?
Yeah. Like, we just caught a nigga nut down bad.
You said we caught the nigga nut down bad?
Yeah.
I understand.
I like who? Like me, yeah. Nud, Doo-Wop.
Mm-hmm.
I like, I'm telling you what kind of gun they had.
Which gun?
They had AK-72, right?
He said, you gonna tell what kind of guns they had for the murder, right? You said the AK-76. Whose gun was that?
That was Nud gun.
What else?
That a 4.5.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what other.
Whose gun was the 4.5?
Shannon.
You remember what brand it was?
XD or something.
XD?
Yeah.
You know what that gun is now, or where these guns are now?
Like, I know. Let me finish the story.
Okay.
They caught Nut down bad. They took the guns in the car to OG Bentley. You know Bentley?
Mm-hmm. Calvin Treadwell.
They gave him guns in the car.
What did he do with it?
He hid the guns and they took the rental car back.
Do you know where he hid the guns at?
I don't know he hid the guns. I know they took it to his spot on Cleveland.
You know where at on Cleveland?
His spot? Yeah, I don't know the address. It's on Oak though.
On Oak Drive?
Yeah.
So, this is all what Shannon is telling you.
That was this was both Shannon and Jack told me, but this Shannon what Shannon told me first.
So Shannon told you,
They both told me the same story though.
right. Where were you guys when Shannon was telling you this, and what day was it? Same day or the day after?
Same night. Shannon I was walking through. I had just walked me and Moose had just pulled up at the house.
Mm-hmm.
And Shannon finna go to a girl house. And all the bullets was going out the gun. Like, he like, we ain't got no guns. They see Moose on gun.
Right.
Moose had a little handgun. They see Moose on gun and go to the store. Moose say, wait, I ain't got no bullet. Then that when Shannon started talking.
Mm-hmm.
Moose still didn't know. He didn't know that night.
Right. He didn't know that night that Nut had got killed.
Nah, he knew that Nut had got killed, but he didn't know that they did. They're like, Moose don't talk too much.
That's what I heard too.
Yeah. And then that when Shannon was telling me the story. Say they were going to meet Bush, but they looked up and seen Nut.
Mm-hmm.
Say they had rolled back around and then started shooting them. Shannon had nothing to walk.
So was Kale out there?
No, I don't think Kale.
Kale went out there in front of our shop.
Well, he wasn't the target.
I don't think he was out there, but they just like, we seen Nut.
Right, because Nut made the call for all the youngsters. Because Nut had some rank, right? You know what Nut rank was?
What?
I'm asking you, do you know what his rank was in F?
Nah, it's supposed to be an OG or something.
Yeah, OG. So, because he made the call and green lighted YSL 30D,
Yeah.
he tell the other ones what to do, so they was the ones gonna be coming after y'all, so it makes sense to take him out instead of
That's what they said.
a whole bunch.
Like, they ain't never shot at me.
Well,
Like, every game.
they ain't never shot at you?
They shot at me one time, but I don't know if that was them for sure.
Where we were?
At the park on Empire.
Mm-hmm.
Clean up, y'all heard about that?
Mm-hmm.
Y'all didn't know they had something to do with retaliation?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Are you saying that was them? Because we added in.
Yeah, it had to be them. Well, I ain't know at the time until they got on Twitter instead of Twitter.
Who was tweeting?
D between, stood between.
What were they saying?
Like, we shoot at them and they make a police report. Something like, yeah, they say we shoot at them, they make a police report.
Mm-hmm.
But they shoot at us, won't say that.
So, what did Nard tell you, if anything different than what Shannon said, like any exact words?
No, I didn't tell them that.
I mean, not Nard,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, just like, Those was going out of town. Well, he had left one out of town.
Where'd he go?
He went to Florida.
Okay. That night?
Yeah, see, we both went the next day, like that morning.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we did leave that morning.
Who all went down to Florida?
Me, Shannon, D, Woody, and Yet. And Noah had left before us.
You said,
they sent the spring back for us.
So you, Shannon, D, Nard, and Woody?
Yeah.
So y'all went down there on the Sprinter bus. Thug flew down there?
Me, Shannon, Noah, Yet, Woody.
Back at. I got you, Zachary.
Both you and when you the meeting I went to her.
Yeah.
So this was the next day after the murder?
Yeah.
Did you hear Nard say anything about it?
No. I ain't even gonna say that about it. Like, it came out when Noah kind of said something about we got back from Miami.
About how long after the murder? How long were y'all in Miami?
Me, Shannon, D, and Noah, and Yet, we just stayed down there 2 days ago. We wanted to come back, they were bored. They just down there at Birdman House. Woody down there scared.
What?
Cause they were shooting up on their house.
Right.
He was down there scared, he didn't leave on the sofa.
Right.
And then, don't know, like, nigga, Woody gonna fold. I'm like, what you mean? How you gonna tell him?
Stopping at 2:55:13.
Then Ike has us playing a game. Is the jury painfully following all of this but just slowly? Option 1. Or option 2. Is the jury completely lost in the world's longest game of Clue? 2. I think we're missing the right choices of who to pick in the whodunit.
Sergeant.
There's like a unanimous 2 in the chat.
I want to talk a little bit about what you covered with Mr. Zachary in the clip
David.
that the jury just heard. Now, when you're talking to Mr. Zachary about Donovan Thomas's murder, had you been assigned by the lead detective to get any information on that murder?
No.
And were you at any time working under Detective Thorpe while you were investigating the back and forth shootings between YSL and If Gang in 2015? And
Said under?
right, were you working in the homicide unit underneath him?
No.
Did you work with him in some instances? For instance, in this interview, did he come in and listen?
Yes, he did.
But did you take direction from him? And were you consulted by him before he took out warrants on this murder?
No, I wasn't taking direction or consulting. We would share information just because we knew our shootings were direct, relation to his homicide. So if we could gain information for him as well as our own, we would definitely share that.
Okay. The Kelvin Treadwell, when you all asked Quindarius Zachary, did he mean Kelvin Treadwell? Is that the same one that was on scene during the preceding the Dexter Montgomery shooting? O.G.
Yes.
Bentley?
Yes.
And when Mr. Zachary spoke about taking when he talked about If Gang having a spot on MLK, were you familiar with what that spot was?
Yes.
Where was that spot on MLK?
1428 Adele Avenue.
Now, when Mr. Zachary talked about a green light, can you explain to the jury what that means, what that was?
Yes, and in gang terms, a green light is basically giving permission to lower ranking members of that particular gang, that whoever's green lighted, you're giving permission for them to harm them or kill them.
Okay. And when Mr. Zachary told you about O.G. Bentley's spot on Cleveland off Oak Drive that the guns were taken to, were you familiar with O.G. Bentley's spot off Cleveland on Oak Drive?
I was familiar with the spot.
And was that a place that you would describe as a trap house?
Yes.
I'm going to object to that.
Before-
I'm going to object to that foundation, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Now, before you spoke with Mr. Zachary, and Mr. Zachary told you that, was it that Woody had shot Cal?
Yes, I believe that's what he said.
Did Woody tell you he had shot Cal?
Of course not.
And when you all were asking Mr. Zachary about the timeline from November to January, why were you all interested in what was happening from November up until January 10th?
We kind of wanted a starting point to figure out why was everything occurring, if we could locate prior incidents leading up to it, whether it was shootings, damage to properties, collecting evidence, to see if we can just link the cases together.
Okay. The January 6th incident, were you all familiar with that before you spoke with Mr. Zachary? Were you familiar with
Yes.
anything happening on January 6th?
Yes.
And what were you familiar with?
There was a shooting, I believe it was damage to property at Club Crucial. It was a bunch of vehicles were damaged. I don't believe anyone got shot. I believe Demikian was assaulted
Inside Club
inside the
Crucial?
club and proceeded to shootings
And
after.
were you aware of Yak and Duke getting arrested on that same day,
Yes.
driving away from Club Crucial?
Correct.
Confrontation clause, Your Honor, but she was present and witnessed.
The evidence, okay.
Guys, this is September 30th of 2015. It's not the January 6th Club Crucial fight with Woody.
Your Honor, the court had asked us if there was a particular spot that would make it better
One.
to break and then continue, but we can
Okay.
go on. I think that this is,
this one?
this is one.
Okay, all right, and we're close to the noon hour, so we'll go ahead and break for our lunch. And let's shoot to be back at 1:15.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so we have about an hour and 20 minutes of a lunch break. And holy moly, thank you so much, Stephen T. Satchel. The gifts are flooding and flowing. You guys say thank you to Stephen in the chat. That is incredibly generous. That's 50 more people that get to use the custom emojis and have a good time. Keep it more interesting. That is a huge gift bomb. It's like still going. It's still giving gifts out, trying to find people.
All right, do you want to just have Mr. Atkins here at 1:15?
Oh, he was headed down, but we'll tell him 1:15.
Okay, well, unless he walks in before we break. We'll see you at 1:15.
Are they doing like a
One quick
5-minute?
question, Mr. Steele, I appreciate you sending the order, and with regard to that, was there a ruling made on the record after y'all argued those in August, or just this written order?
There was oral argument, and then case law cited, the Harris case was cited, and then the court had the, asked me to prepare the order.
Okay, so
That's
he
my
just
memory.
said granted, or took it under advisement and later
No.
said granted?
No, it was granted on the spot,
Okay.
and then wanted it reduced to writing.
Okay, all right, well, I may take a look at that part of the transcript to see if it actually answers the issue, because at the bench, my understanding is that you had said this required the gang experts to reduce things to writing and in a report, and it doesn't actually say that in this order. It could be read to mean that, but I'm just going to go back and look,
That's fine.
unless, what was the state's understanding?
My understanding was that it was not, that was not a requirement. Mr. Steele specifically asked for that, and the court specifically said that he wasn't going to require that they do that. His understanding of the law was that that was not a requirement.
If it exists, produce it, but if it
Right.
doesn't, you don't have to.
Right.
That's my understanding of the law too, but he could have ordered something else. So if the records, the transcript seems to reveal that, then I'll require that, but otherwise, I don't read the order to say that.
Well, okay, and whatever the transcript says, I stand by the
Okay.
Harris case,
Yeah, I read it.
and it says you make it better for cross-examination, you put things in writing, you get this.
Well, what was ordered in the Harris case, though, was the notes that existed. So, anyway, I'll take a look.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. See y'all back at 1:15.
So that's all. Where are these notes? Where are these notes? And the excuse is going to be, for whatever reason, they don't exist. So again, coming back to the Stephen T. Satchel dropping 50 gifts, that is so awesome. They're like finally trickling out. YouTube found enough people to get through and gift them out. That is so many slimes in the chat. And overall, you guys, that is 151 new members. Plenty of you guys are gifting memberships today. It's so awesome to see, because you guys get to use emojis.
Hey, everybody, thank you so much for watching our
Oh, we got
coverage
a
of the
commercial.
Young Thug trial. Now,
Shout out to Law and Crime Guy. He keeps trying to say hi to us, and we keep giving him the boot. And also, we'll switch over to this Operation Planters thing. I think it's really important. I think we've heard so much about the Club Crucial fight on January 6th of 2015, before the murder of Donovan Thomas, where Woody got beat up, but not beat up according to Woody. When we hear about this other Club Crucial fight, because I really don't think Love makes things clear. I don't think she really makes a timeline clear. She wanted to rely on this to do it for her, and it's all excluded, and it's hilarious how much I rely on it to get my timestamps. But, you know, and it's not completely accurate. They keep spelling Kendricks with an S. So it has some flaws. But just so we get the right time frame here, this is all the way in September, so many months after the shooting of Donovan Thomas. So just to put that in perspective, and we can browse through this a little bit more. If you guys want to look at some other names that we're hearing, we can look at who Philo is, Phil Collins. Ah, Ian, you're still gray. And this is a good point, a good time to remind everybody, you do have to turn on the option to receive gifted memberships. So you click that little, here in the United States, it's like a dollar icon, a money icon where you chat in the live chat. If you click that and you've never turned the setting on before, you only need to do it once, you'll see an option to toggle on your gift settings. You want to check off that you want to be eligible to receive gifted memberships. You'll never get charged for a gifted membership. You have to manually choose to renew your gifted membership. And ST Satchel, I saved it. Where did you say it? I love Steven's explanation of how the 30-day subs work. So, you get a gifted membership. It lasts for 30 days, which is 3 mistrial motions or 5 witnesses, whichever comes first. So great time frame there. I love it so much. And then another one here. Steven Satchel, you've just like been sniping and then dropped a whole 50. Just incredible. Recused Judge Whitaker too says, I hear Charlie Brown adults' voices when love talks. I kind of hear that with all these videos. And unfortunately, that video, the progress bar, has a long way to go, you guys. So it's going to be a day of interview videos. And I saw a lot of questions today, you know, why are we playing this with Gaither on the stand and not Quindarius Zachary? I mean, they're both in the room when it's happening, and strategically, the state wants to be able to ask Gaither about the context rather than Quindarius Zachary, who is quite hostile to them. Whereas Gaither seems to be not just cooperative enough, but also willing to volunteer extra information, even if it's not in the question as it's being asked. So that's why we're getting this in through Gaither. The defense has seen this coming for weeks, so it's not like the defense is going to be like, whoa, we can't believe they're playing the interviews today. They've seen this coming for months, actually, I'd say. So, Squirrel Brain, I know you're on, like, rewind. You're back further in the stream, but when you get here, thanks so much for gifting the one. You know, we've got Dennis and Gaither, but we don't have Squirrel Brain today, so Squirrel Brain popped in the chat to make it a complete Three Musketeers today. Thank you so much, Squirrel Brain. Always good to see you. Oh, Sheila Rice changed her picture. It says, we know Gaither. If you look at your screen right now, you'll see what I'm saying. Shout out to Sheila Rice. And by the way, did you Google that? How hard was it to find that picture? You know, how under lock and key is Gaither's identity? Shout out to Sheila Rice. Leah's dad, and this is a play on the super chat from Ike about 1 or 2. Are we playing a game of Clue? Is the jury just lost? Leah's dad took it to another level. We're adding in another. Is Battleship Hasbro also? Right? Is that a Hasbro game? We're adding in all the classics, though. We're playing Battleship with no pieces on the board to hit. Like, just try here. Just keep going. That's a great comparison. Thank you so much, Leah's dad. G. Lander says we need a sidebar to discuss Lil Squeak and Big Boo with a T, T-Y in the captions. And I think we've already gotten, yesterday there was some closed caption. I don't know if it was like disqualified, detective, it was some word, and then the word after it, I think was supposed to be boo. And it corrected it to booty. So, shout out to whatever the closed captions try to do. Thank you so much, G. Lander. Carmela Allen Bennett says, thanks, kattnotwilliams, for keeping me informed. I do try. You know, the chat is a huge assist. The crowdsourcing that goes on is awesome. And as always, I always appreciate everyone here in this community is always so welcoming to the idea of hitting the brakes if we don't know something for sure. And a lot of you guys, when you say something that you're not sure about, I love and appreciate so much the qualifier that, hey, I heard this, or I'm not sure, but I saw this somewhere. Does anybody know more? So I love to keep informed. I don't mind sharing what I find. And I love being part of a community that can, you know, quickly find information together without just assuming that everything we read online is true. So there's a whole group effort here. It's really awesome what you guys do. The chat with the capital C. So thank you so much for the kind words there. And shout out to Carmela, another person smiling in her picture. Love to see it. Jennifer Devine says, thought slime was slang for street kids or the throwaway minority in our culture. So is that... I don't know. I always thought slime was like when you kind of do something goofy, you yell slime. But I think there's actually several definitions, and I might know a definition that's more widely used with like TikTok videos, TikTok content. You just kind of yell it out. So I think slime has many meanings, which I think makes it more difficult that the state always wants to insist that it only ever has one meaning anytime it's used, right? It would be more forthcoming if the state and their witnesses weren't so tunnel vision to proving their own case that they could say, slime is used in a lot of different ways. But in this context, this is how we think it was being used. It doesn't make sense to say that it was being used in a different way. Right? But this is only what slime can mean and it can't mean anything else, that it becomes disingenuous. So, I think no matter how many ways people might use slime out there, I think the state really missed their own opportunity to make it stick in a way that maybe it could have stuck with a better strategy. Thank you so much for the food for thought, Jennifer. Stephen T. Satchel also with the reminder here says 1.4K likes with 4,000 watching. Press that like button, please, especially we're on lunchtime. I know YouTube's a pain in the butt, but if you guys want to take a second to hit that like, that would be awesome. And you guys know it's free 99. Candace Yates, good to see ya. Hey, Kat, great job covering this, sis. I gotta go back and watch, LOL. The beginning was really good, so if anyone tuned in late, skip right back to the beginning. I think it took about 15 minutes for the clip to come in. So go to the beginning of the stream and then scroll forward 15 minutes, and you'll start to see Doug stand up, and he's going to talk about how he objects to Gaither not being on camera, and you'll get to see a little bit of fireworks and tension between the judge and Love. So that's worth the rewind. Might be good to do right now. So good to see you, Candace. Toothless Tiger, so good to see you. Toothless Tiger says, I love your theme song. Is it streaming anywhere? Let me get the link for that. And we'll play it a little bit later. We'll play it, I'll play it while I go heat up my lunch later. We'll do that right before they come back. And I don't know, Atkins, they're doing like a 5-minute window. It seems like Atkins is going to come back and clarify maybe an evidentiary issue, maybe. But they're creating a 5-minute window, and maybe 5 minutes is fine if it's Atkins doing the arguing. But with the track record, I don't know if 5 minutes will be enough time for them to situate whatever they need to situate before the jury is supposed to come back from lunch. And this is the ABCs of Steel song. So that is in the chat there for you. Enjoy it to your heart's content. And while I'm also dropping links, Toothless Tiger is someone that I think has some of the greatest takes, easy to listen to. And something that she does, and she does it really well, it's a really good volume balance. But she speaks so gently about things, including the YSL trial. And she plays like I don't know, would it be jazz? Would jazz be the correct genre? It's calm, it's instrumental. And I swear, listening to her streams is so soothing. So you guys make sure you take a second, especially while we're paused for lunch anyway. Hop over to Toothless Tiger and please give her a subscribe. And really nice, close-knit. I don't get to always make lives. I'm usually replay crew, but really friendly, warm, close-knit chat over there too. So good to see you, Toothless Tiger. And love that you enjoy the ABCs of Steel song. Janky Grandpa says, on the bright side, the jury will never remember the video. Trial ending in 2026. No, don't speak it into existence. And it's scary that could be a reality. Like, that's a really scary prospect. That's a long time. That is a long time. Some trials go long because they end up, probate cases end up becoming one case within inside a case. Someone passes away and then the executor, the administrator, that person passes away and they got to keep couching the case within the case. And that can take a long, long time to settle out. But it's not the same as a jury trial where a jury has to be sat consecutive days. Oh my goodness. Janky Grandpa, I don't even want to think about it, but you're probably right. Thank you so much for the support and good to see you. Nick Starro, my friend, are you not streaming? Are you going live again later? Well, let me read this. So Nick says, former Detective Gaither, thank you for qualifying. It's so weird. Today it's Sergeant Gaither, Sergeant Gaither, Sergeant Gaither. But really, former Detective Gaither. Needs to be led by Miss Love so hard. I expect Gaither to have a choker. It's Leedy McLeaderton. And let me clarify, when I was saying Leedy McLeaderton in the chat, I was typing it, I wasn't really saying it out loud. I was talking about Love's leading questions. So I know I talked about lead attorney and his cancer story, his stream yesterday. When I was saying Leedy McLeaderton, that was not about lead attorney. That was all about Love asking leading questions. But it was like over and over, like before she even gave Gaither a chance to answer sometime, she was like, hey, did they, was there a girl's name mentioned? Was the girl's name this? And then she just fed the name to Gaither. Like, who does that? But the defense didn't object, so. Oh, but you were so right. And Nick, I don't know if I'm going to miss it in the chat. If you gave us an update on if you will be recapping later. Oh, also Law and Slime is hilarious. I love that. Love that so much. Where is, I want to see if Nick mentioned if he's going to stream later or not. I mean, there's a decent chance. And you know the solution to us not knowing for sure? If you hit the subscribe button for our good friend Nick Starro. It's like one of our hybrid gang friends, the Vikings gang. If you hit the subscribe button and then hit the bell, you'll know when he goes live. Ah, Casper says yes, Nick will be recapping later. So after this stream ends, and it's great if you have to step out for the next few hours, and when you come back, the stream's done, or you just want to see it twice and hear Nick rant about it, great rants. Nick Starr will be doing an evening recap Eastern time. So there you go. There you go. Yeah, Leedy McLeaderton. That's her name for the day. Oh boy, always a good time. And then, yeah, that, thank you. And also, I have them starred. And Amber Dawn. So, and I should write these down because, you know, if I just rely on them being in the chat, that'll be a time trying to find later. But these first 48 episodes, so if you guys are interested in checking those out, what was Gaither's involvement? And remember, Gaither's not the only APD detective that was in the first 48. So was, I think Racy was in one of them, and then Detective Quinn was in a whole bunch. Like, star of the show, essentially. So, you know, these are TV show detectives. Like, are they, like, LARPing? Are they role-playing this role in real life? You have Gaither get on the stand today and basically open, thanks to the prompt from Gaither. Oh, well, you know, we try to make sure people aren't just getting their story straight and getting their details together and trying to lie to us. And then they show a bunch of videos where it seems that's exactly what Quindarius Zachary was doing based on what we've heard from him on the stand and from Kenneth Copeland. So, and we can't ask Demiki and Garlington. He's a severed co-defendant. So he's not going to be put on the stand in this trial. So, but let's get these if you want to check out those episodes that have Gaither in it. So shout out again to Yeah That, and we're going to get to Amber Dawn's. But we have season 14. And I'll write it down. I'll put it in the episode description or something. Episode 36. An 8.4 stars. So this must have been the episode that Doug looked at because he referenced the review, the rating for that episode. Okay, so that is one that you can watch. We also had, and Amber Dawn, thank you for pointing out the same one. Hold on, Amber pointed out another one too. Where is it? Okay. There was also a season 15 episode 25. So there you go. Those are 2 episodes if you guys want to check out. I believe it's available on A&E if you guys want to check out Gaither that can't show her face on the witness stand, even though she's retired from this position. If you want to go see her on TV, proudly on TV, there you go. You've got 2 episodes to work with. Oh man, like what a trial. What a trial. Matt Johns for the 199. Thank you so much. And then Big Baby Jane gifting one. Good to see you, Big Baby Jane. Thank you so much for gifting. You guys, shout out to Big Baby Jane, holding it down in the chat. Oh, and here is the other one. Thank you, Amber. I couldn't find this one. So, season 14, episode 36, IMDb proves Doug's been the truth and is still the truth. I mean, he was even accurate about the episode rating. And Love was really trying to imply, like, that's just so annoying. They can go have several squeaky seats in the lying, low-down, dirty dog with fleas section. It was just really infuriating the way Love did that. Do you want to rewatch that clip? We can rewatch it on the Law and Crime stream, so I'm not playing myself within a screen. Let's rewatch that moment, especially for people that missed this morning. It was pretty short. I think it was like 4 or 5 minutes. And I think... Okay, Sweetie, Sweetie88, can you clarify the argument they were talking about before break? Do you mean when they want to call Atkins back, or are you referring to Brian Steele? Let's see. Let's do the Brian Steele thing first. And then we'll go back and watch this morning Good Times with the camera question.
With regard to that, was there a ruling made on the record after y'all argued those in August, or just this?
And hold on, and I'm not saying you did this, Sweetie, but was this a slick move to get a Kokomo sighting again?
Written order.
There was oral argument, and then case law cited, the Harris case was cited, and then the court had the asked me to prepare the order.
Okay, so
That's
he
my
just
memory.
said granted, or took it under advisement and later said granted?
No, it was granted on the spot.
Okay.
And then wanted it reduced to writing.
Okay, all right. Well, I may take a look at that part of the transcript to see if it actually answers the issue, because at the bench, my understanding is that you had said this required the gang experts to reduce things to writing and in a report, and it doesn't actually say that in this order. It could be read to mean that, but I'm just going to go back and look.
That's fine.
Unless, what was the state's understanding?
My understanding was that it was not, that was not a requirement. Mr. Steele specifically asked for that, and the court specifically said that he wasn't going to require that they do that. His understanding of the law was that that was not a requirement.
If it exists, produce it, but if it doesn't, you don't have to.
Right.
I mean, that's my understanding of the law too, but he could have ordered something else. So if the records, the transcript seems to reveal that, then I'll require that. But otherwise, I don't read the order to say that.
Well, okay, and whatever the transcript says, I stand by the Harris case.
Yeah, I read it.
And it says you make it better for cross-examination, you put things in writing, you get this.
Well, what was ordered in the Harris case, though, was the notes that existed. So anyway, I'll take a look.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. See y'all back at 1:15.
All right, so I am interested in seeing where that goes, because I kind of understand, you know, the issue is what Glanville may have granted would be in line with what this case says, and what this case says might only apply to things that are actually possible, capable of being produced. If something can't practically, realistically be produced, then there's no way to just make it appear. Now, the problem is, and what that case law cannot address is, it's like a Sasquatch question, right? If we don't see something, if a tree falls in the forest and nobody hears it, does that mean it didn't fall? Does it not exist? Right? What actually happened to these notes? What is the reason that they're not available for us? Right? It becomes a Yeti Sasquatch type argument. So that's a really unfortunate situation, and I don't think it's a situation that I can say I don't have serious doubts towards the state about why these records might not be producible. But how do you actually challenge that besides just a bare accusation? I know they exist. And I believe that. I believe that they probably really do exist. Or if they don't exist, that it was intentionally made so that they would not exist any longer. But how do you work with that? And that's something I think is something probably happens in a lot more cases than just this, which really sucks. Because how do we have confidence in the system if people know that if we don't take notes in the first place? That's a common thing I hear. Sometimes we don't take notes because if we take notes, if I'm a prosecutor and I take notes when I'm interviewing a witness, I have to produce those notes to the other team. But if I do the interview with no notes and then I go back to my desk and I'm working on my case, now that's work product. I don't have to turn that over, right? So a common practice is if you're a prosecutor interviewing a witness, don't sit there taking notes because then you technically don't have anything you're required to produce and turn over. So same thing, I think, or shredded on the 5th floor. I do think some of the best, going back to Sprinkle, Sprinkle was an interesting witness because even though he seemed a bit full of himself, it seemed like he wanted to show how good he was at doing the right thing, doing what he was supposed to do, and doing it better than anybody else. And we had some testimony from him yesterday about, well, there should be a digital record of it. If we get rid of the paper copies, there should be a digital record. And nobody should have deleted. He used the word deleted on his own. Nobody should have deleted those things. So the jury can hear that. The jury can sit there and come up with the exact same conclusion I did. There might not be any possible way to say, we think they deleted something, or we think that they aren't producing something that they should have produced, and possibly maybe destroyed records of something to avoid having to produce it. The jury can come to that conclusion. But I think it's a difficult situation for Brian Steele to compel a court to get from dot A to dot Z without any proof that Sasquatch exists. So, and let's go back. We've got a ton of great chats. You guys are being so thoughtful today. We're going to get through that. Let's watch this fun, interesting start we had to the day. Let's see where Doug Weinstein stands up. Right about here, I think. Pardon me if I get this timestamp wrong.
Yes?
Yes. Oh, yes, I did get your scan.
Okay, well, that's it, apparently. Did we get one, Ms. Percifield?
No, they're still thinking about the emails.
On Instagram, but,
Oh.
okay, all right. Address before we have our next witness in the jury.
Here we go.
This morning.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I just want to keep the court apprised.
Shout out to Sharp, but we're looking for Doug.
There was I want to raise. Your Honor? Yeah. Excuse me, during this time where folks are looking, I just want to raise the issue of the request to not video Detective Gaither. I realize that in the past, there was a request for the media to not video Gaither, Detective Gaither, and I didn't realize this before. I'm sure I objected to it before, but I don't understand the legitimate security concern regarding, maybe they can articulate one, a legitimate security concern regarding Detective Gaither because she's all over media. She's a star of First 48. She gets an 8.4 rating, actually, so it's apparently a pretty good show that she's on. But I don't understand why she can be on commercial television and the
You raised a good
AJC
point.
and everywhere else and not be televised here.
I'll ask the state.
Your Honor, I think that, I know that this was dealt with previously. She is no longer in law enforcement. She's retired, and she, in her capacity at her current position, is not working as law enforcement, but is in a position that we believe warrants the protocol that was placed in place last time that she testified. There's
Can
no.
you share with me what that position is?
Sure, if the court will allow me to do it at the bench with whoever with defense wants to come
Okay,
up. So that
is
I'm not-
she on
At the
shows
bench.
like First
No,
48?
She does
No.
not.
Has she been on shows like First 48 identified as by her name?
I have not seen her on First 48. I cannot speak to what Mr. Weinstein said. I have never seen her on First 48. But if he says he
Liar.
saw her, I don't think, and I don't believe that there's any reason to change what.
Well, we could just ask her.
And Your Honor, we could, but she's not, if she was or is on some episodes of First 48 that are playing now, she was in law enforcement. She had to have been during that time. I know.
Right, the point is, if her identity is out there anyway, readily available for anybody who wants to see it, identified as a law enforcement officer, then
May I
what?
approach?
Yes?
That's insane. She flat out says no. She says no. And then when she tries to clean up her no, she laughs while trying to clean it up. And I'm going to interpret that as you're laughing because you know you're lying. You cleaned up your flat out no to say, I haven't seen something. See, I was getting so annoyed watching this earlier. It's happening all over again. Oh my gosh. She just tried to gaslight everybody watching this trial. And I did send, Doug made a good point that it's really the media has a better standing to raise the issue with wanting to show Gaither's face. So I did try to send it forward to, I already saw that Kathy Roussan seems to be raising, her eyebrows at this. So I imagine, I don't know this, but I know that the media wanted to show other witnesses' face before. They fought to be able to show the courtroom. So I would imagine same thing with this. They fought to be able to show Detective Gaither. I don't see why they wouldn't fight to do that, especially we have Kathy Roussan, Joseph Papp. I think Infamous Sylvia was trying based on you guys in the chat. I think Dennis Byron raised an objection to fight to show Trevia Smith. So I imagine maybe him. I feel like the media pool, the group of them probably said, hey, we do want to show this witness's face. And I think the judge just said no. However, Doug did word it like it would have to be the media. They have a better standing because the defendants, they're in the courtroom. They're able to see the witness. It's not like the witness's identity is blocked from the defendants. But the media, who are trying to give outside access, an inside view of the courtroom, that's why they have the better standing here. I'm guessing. It's just a guess that the media probably did fight to be able to show this witness, and the judge denied it. So I wonder what representation Love gave as to why there was a legitimate security concern after we see her, at the very least, lie by omission here. So, also, side note, but I think this is Nard. I think this is a picture of Nard sitting here on Hilton's screen. Not sure from this faraway view. My eyes are not that great. But when I compare it to this, and it's relevant because they talk about Nard in the interview tapes, it does look like, is my mouse showing on the screen here? My mouse won't show hovering over, but the second row, third picture from the left is the same picture I think is frozen on Hilton's laptop here, and that would be Nard. So There you go. And for anyone joining late, court is on lunch recess. They're coming back 5 minutes early. They want Atkins to figure out some issue. He's gonna tell the court something, so we'll see what that is. Ike, thanks for the 99, Ike. Shout out to Ike. Always making us laugh. CT Benny, the N-word show, says, love starts with the state believes in zero case law. Another day of the same old. Good to see you, CT. Natasha Robert gives 10 memberships. That's incredible. Thank you so much, Natasha. Shout out to Natasha in the chat. Mrs. R, good to see you. I got to see you yesterday in the chat over with TLA. It was so nice to see you and chat with you. Being chat side, I loved it. And Mrs. R says, good morning, Cat, mods, and chat. Have an amazing day. Yes, we're going to have an amazing day today. We've got the squeak counter going. It's keeping us moving. Raphael the Moore, also saw you yesterday watching some Sob Sit content over with MG Law. That was a good time. I was tired, though. That was like 2 in the morning for me. So I conked out. Thank you for the warm welcome when I joined the chat over there, Raphael. Thank you for gifting a membership. Angie Lee, thank you so much, gifting a membership. Always a good chance to see a cute dog. Queen Shadina gives a 5, no comment. Thank you so much, Queen. Peter Ortiz, this is what I was looking for. Perfect timing. So earlier this morning when we first went through this clip and watched Love, no, haha, well, no, I haven't seen it, so therefore it doesn't exist. If it's not within my worldview, it doesn't exist. It's not real. No matter what opposing counsel says, even though they're an officer of the court and wouldn't misrepresent anything to the court, I'm going to imply that Doug is more likely to misrepresent something to the court than I am, even though I just got called out for misrepresenting stuff to the court yesterday. That's essentially this thing summed up. And when that happened, Peter Ortiz said, oh, gee, calm down. You're sighing times 10. Have a donut. So I gotta let it out. When those sighs come out, guys, it is a sign that something is just not sitting right with me. Good to see you, Peter Ortiz. You called it. You called it. K Grammer, thank you so much for gifting 5. K Grammer's always gifting memberships on here. Shout out to K Grammer. And no, Gaither's direct isn't even over, so we are in it for the long haul, you guys. We are in it for a long haul. And that video looks like there's a lot of video footage to go. I mean, maybe by the grace of some of the video gods that don't want us to sit here for hours on end watching this, maybe there's a long break in that video footage that's irrelevant that they're not going to play. But that progress meter, it looks like there's a few hours left of that video. So we are in it. We are in it. Trina Tina gifted another 5. That's 10 total. Thank you so much, Trina. Super generous of you. And you guys know the drill. If you are a member and have not used a custom emoji, you've just got to do it. Click the emoji. You'll see the top section is channel emojis. And there's plenty for you to choose there. If you don't know what to pick, just pick your Mario Kart racer. I've got dibs on Yoshi, so let's not fight over it. And yes, guys, we are on lunch really until 1:20, but they're coming back 5 minutes early to hopefully figure something out in 5 minutes. We'll see if 5 minutes is enough. Peter Ortiz gifting 10. Thank you so much, Peter. Guys, we had a ton of members today. What are we at? We are at 162 new members. We're taking over the world. Drop a comment in the chat if you watched the show Pinky and the Brain. That is one of my favorite shows growing up. Good times. So let me update this banner. That is awesome. 162. The gang grows stronger every day. Natasha Roberge with the friendly reminder that I believe is not evidence, Miss Love. It's just insane. It's just insane. There aren't enough reminders or pointers or pointing it outs in the world that will get this through Love's head. And it's fine if a prosecutor's like, you know, the evidence will show something. But it's interesting how Love will toggle back and forth between believe when she talks about case law, but then when she's questioning a witness, she injects testimony or frames the question in a way that the answer will be given as an assertion of fact. But when it comes to case law, it's I believe. So, oh my goodness. The inconsistency. Dondada, I'm late getting to this. Dondada says, good morning, Kat and chat. Always good to see you. You guys have, like, when I see Dondada in the chat, I always know because you guys start saying hi to Dondada, or you're laughing at something Dondada said. And then I'll see this late that I had a super chat from Dondada. So it's always awesome when I know somebody's here because of the chat first. That big applause to Dondada. Lots of laughs coming this way because of you. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you for the super chat. And thank you for the kind good morning to the cat and the whole chat. Amy, this is a good question. Amy says, can anyone explain why they keep calling the same witnesses 2 and 3 times with no apparent end in sight? It's just absurd. Now, in a way, I think it's because they're trying to block certain parts of their arguments together. So what the state's doing, rather than going incident by incident, which I think would be easier for the jury to follow, well, actually, I know why they're not doing that. Because the state's theory is like, every crime that anybody that was associated in any way, shape, or form, breathed in the same room, has ever been in a picture at a club together with somebody, anything that might tie somebody to a shooting or an assault or a robbery or making a sign in a picture over the course of close to a decade, the state's theory is that it's somehow in furtherance of not just criminal street gang activity, but also in some way retaliatory. Whether for Donovan Thomas's murder or retaliatory because we have some beef with YFN Lucci, just lingering in the air. One big retaliatory decade of YSL slash 30 Deep slash Rock Crew just out here trying to get their get back, right? That's their theory. So instead of blocking things by incident, they try to lump everything together with every witness, tell the whole story of how all of these things are a series of retaliatory shootings. And then when it's a hostile witness, like, or an unreliable witness, either way, usually both, like Woody or Quindarius Zachary, if we bookend them by having the detectives come up before and after them, hopefully we can try to repeat the things we want the jury to remember that support our theory of the case. And it'll wash away all of the things that could raise some eyebrows and cast doubt on our theory of the case. And in particular, when we have these witnesses with these interviews, you know, we did see them play a lot of these interviews when Kenneth Copeland was on the stand. But if you remember, I think they thought they had Kenneth Copeland, even though this changed for reasons outside of their control once it started happening. I think they were willing to play these videos with Copeland on the stand because they thought they had Copeland on lock and key with his immunity deal. I really thought Hilton thought she had good rapport with Kenneth Copeland and that she was going to tweak Kenneth Copeland to say what she wanted him to say on the stand. So we saw the interviews come through Kenneth Copeland. With Quindarius Zachary, they're like, oh, no. We can't go down that road again. And honestly, I think Quindarius Zachary was more believable to the detectives contemporaneously. So it's more important, in my opinion, for the state. I think the state actually has an accurate read on this. I think the state understands that Quindarius Zachary's interviews could be more compelling to the jury, and probably were more compelling to the detectives, because the detectives already had a BS meter out for Kenneth Copeland back in the day. Whether that made much of an impact on their course of how they investigated is another question. But I really think they wanted to make sure they didn't mess up these interviews. So they're going to put Gaither on the stand, knowing that they plan to impeach Quindarius Zachary and introduce these interviews. Even though Love said 3-4 weeks ago, well, we don't plan to play those, Your Honor. We only will play them if there's an exception, if we need to impeach our witness. And this is when she wasn't trying to say Quindarius Zachary's name in open court, but this is what she was talking about. She knew damn well she was going to get Gaither up on the stand. She wanted to push Sprinkle out of the way, get Gaither on the stand before Sprinkle could finish his testimony, so she could bookend Quindarius Zachary's testimony. with Gaither giving the explanations of what's going on in these tapes. So I think the reason they're able to do this recall is, you know, we don't see it as often in other cases because other cases are like a couple weeks long maximum. So it would just be weird and confusing to chop it up that way. But in this case, with a case of this magnitude, it might make more sense. It might be less confusing to the jury to block it off this way and call people in when it's relevant. I think a good example is Latner's, the dispatch operator. They're bringing Latner's in when they want to talk about certain dispatch 911 calls and CAD reports relating to a certain incident they're about to talk about, right? I think that's a better way to understand why it might make sense. The explanation for Quindarius Zachary and then Gaither coming up, again, that's strategically so the state can bookend and try to rein in the unreliability of their own witnesses. So long answer there. Hope that helped. A lot of that was a bit of my opinion in there with, hopefully I made it clear when I was referencing something that was actually argued by Love in court. But that's my read on the strategy there. Miss Butterfly says, damn ish show, I'm so mad. Yep, starting early with it. Indie Love sends a super sticker. Thank you so much, Indie Love. And then Natasha gifted another 5. So tons of love from Natasha today. Thank you so much, Natasha. Dave911 snipes a slime in there. Good to see you, Dave. Cutthroat Radio says, top of the morning, Cat, Chat, and Mods. Jeffrey and the other defendants should get a bond at this point. I said it before, free slime. I mean, it's still incredible to me that when we look at other defendants, we find out, hey, you were denied bond, no bond for you. But we'll give you a plea deal and you can get out. You're supposed to do 10, we'll give you 2. You've already served, and now you'll just be on probation. But you couldn't get a bond. So, great point there, Cutthroat Radio. And shout out to Cutthroat Radio. You are out here growing. Hold on, I have you bookmarked here. And if you guys are looking for some new content to check out, or you just want to support someone that's out here doing their thing, this is the link to Cutthroat Radio Show. And that's in the chat for you guys. So especially since we're on lunch, you have tons of time to toggle over, hit that subscribe button, check something out. Good to see you. And I would love to see, it would make sense, you know, they're saying nobody can get out on bond here. Not one person. Like, what about someone that isn't actually charged with murder, right? I can kind of understand a strict application of why we're keeping people in custody if they've been accused of something egregious. But what about a defendant that doesn't have a murder charge tacked on? Why are they still being denied bond? For this long, right? Eventually, at some point, like, the time should have a significance. That should weigh in. But who knows? China Eyes is out here sniping too. China said, here's one and here's another. Thank you so much, China Eyes. And hold on, is it strawberry shortcake in your picture? I love it. I think it is because of the pink color. Shout out to China Eyes. Cat R says, a fellow cat, says, I typed detective into a Google search and the first thing to auto-populate was Gaither. Oh my gosh, you're kidding. Oh, let's try Google. Have I Googled Gaither yet? It's auto-populating for me. Let me try on incognito. Let me go to Google. That's hilarious. We should check Google Trends. Okay, so I am in an incognito window. Let me share this. And when I type detective, it gives me Pokemon Detective, Pikachu Detective, and Detective Gaither is the third populated auto-suggest. That's hilarious. Oh my gosh, the internet is funny. The whole internet is funny. That is great. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Kat. My day job, marketing, I do a little SEO, so I always love a good reference to what's trending on Google and search terms and Google's platform. So this is an extra good time for me. Thank you so much, Kat. Like, the question that love won't won't ask, but the defense will, and I can't wait for it. Ike says, did you happen to put it in a report? Now, what's interesting, guys, if you did not watch Detective Gaither the first time she was on the stand, the first time around, she was asked about her reports. Where are they? She said she turned them all over to Thorpe when she left. They were on the 5th floor of APD. Nobody knows where they are. Nobody knows. Maybe Thorpe took her notes and refurbished those notes and is just out here saving the world, just being really eco-friendly. So, who knows? I can't wait. I'm sure it will be asked again, though. I'm sure it will be asked again. And I wonder, if Shart tries to ask that, and Love goes asked and answered, referring to it being asked months ago. Because Gaither was on the stand like day 62 through 69. That's a long time ago. What if the judge is like sustained? It was probably asked and answered when Glanville was on the stand. Like, how do you even reconcile that gap in time? Oh, this trial. I'm That Queen. Thank you for being a member for a month. I feel like you've been a member longer than that. But thank you either way. The Big Baby Jane sniping another one, sliming somebody out here. Thank you so much. Chloe says, okay, so somebody in the chat, and it might have been Chloe, made a Dikembe Mutombo the pointing. Somebody in the chat, and I feel like it could have been Chloe, made a reference. And I did not know that he died yesterday. I did not know. So I think I laughed in the chat at the reference, and I hope the reference wasn't about him passing away and I just didn't catch it, because that would be really insensitive. I found out listening to Lead Attorney's stream yesterday that Mutombo actually died yesterday from cancer. So I was like, oh gosh. Like, I hope I wasn't laughing, thinking he was mentioned because of the finger pointing. So sorry if that was in the chat yesterday. I thought it was just a reference to the finger point. But yeah, another cancer awareness situation here, right? Because that was apparently his cause of death. But Chloe says now he can't whack his finger at Love to shut her up or knock microphones out of her hands. What a missed opportunity. Rest in peace. And that's right. And let me share, if you guys wanted to check out, I keep referencing the Lead Attorney stream yesterday, and it is his story to tell. And to be honest, he told the story well. He went through the entire process of, from a physical that didn't show anything to getting a call from a doctor to going into the doctor, and the questions of your own dignity when you've got to sit in the robe and gown, and how it feels like they're giving you the runaround about treatment options, and then goes into a rant about the treatment for profit scenario. Really good. If you guys have ever heard lead attorney break down and analyze a situation from start to finish, you'll know that he's good at laying out a story. And he really tells it all, and I think it's interesting to hear someone share an experience that can't be easy to go through. So it's his story to tell. So here is the link to TLA stream from yesterday. Dropping that in the chat. So if you guys want to check that out, that is the way. And I just scrolled down to the chat. FFS is out here sniping. FFS sent 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then this one's 6. So this is, hold on, 11 total. No, 10 total. He's really sniping and then dropping a lump sum. Oh my gosh, thank you so much, FFS. Let me get you in this banner because you've gifted more than 5. That is hilarious. And I love Stephen T. Satchel had pointed out yesterday, you know, you like giving one at a time because you can see someone get it. You can actually tell who gets it when you gift it in smaller batches like that. Let me update this banner. Shout out to FFS for giving me an excuse to put FFS in the banner. Love it. And then 5 more. FFS is just out here. He said today is the day. The whole chat's turning green. So generous. Thank you so much for all of your support and commentary. And FFS, you are so kind. Whenever you see somebody in the chat is having a bad day, you really like make sure that they get lifted up. And that's really nice. I think the chat is a powerful thing. Let's see here. Okay, there we go. So I knew you had a comment also. So FFS also says, Kattnotwilliams, I'm gonna call you from court. You're my alibi for whatever they ask you. I was with you that day. Thanks in advance. Now this is like the state's trying to act like this story of Quindarius Zachary shows up and who was there with you? And then what did you hear? Oh, well, someone's going to hang out with their girl. But then in 2017, it's like the reverse order. I forget the exact layout of the details, but the story changes. And the state's trying to get around this idea that somebody's girlfriend could be an alibi. So FFS, listen, I'm not gonna lie. You know what they like to do about cell site location. They're gonna be like, her phone has not left her house in a month. She goes to the grocery store and goes right back home. So how were you and her in the same place at any point in time? They're gonna use that cell site location data. And you have to call Sprinkle. Call Sprinkle so he can tell us how unreliable it is. But it's crazy to me, right? Your alibis. They said that Woody had an alibi. It couldn't have been Woody that did the murder because he wasn't on the Texaco surveillance footage video. And then Adams got up and asked the same question about Williams, his own client. Shark got up and asked about Shannon Stillwell, his own client. And then Yak took a different approach, or Doug Weinstein took a different approach, speaking more about, do you actually see Yak get into the Pontiac Bonneville? But each of them poke holes. If Woody's alibi is supposed to be that he's not visible in a surveillance video at the Texaco, then does that not effectually alibi at least Stillwell, Jeffrey Williams by the same logic? So shout out to the use of alibis in this case. Thank you so much again, FFS. Touche says, exhausted from work. Ugh. Fell asleep for a lot of the morning, but in my dream, most of the jurors were sleeping too. Did we miss much? If you got here exactly when you sent this, if you rewind like 10 minutes, we watched an argument that Brian Steele made about, if you have something, you should produce it, but if something isn't producible, then you can't produce it. And we also rewatched this morning the first issue raised before Gaither got on the stand about how Gaither doesn't want to be shown. So I would rewind about 15 minutes before you came in, if you came in right when you sent this. Other than that, we've been watching Quindarius Zachary videos, and we've seen Love try to get ahead of certain things that she knows the defense is going to cross-examine with. But I don't know if that will really be successful. Brooklyn gifted a membership. Shout out to Brooklyn. I saw you out here in these YouTube streets. I don't even remember where. Probably on Nick's channel yesterday. But maybe also in Runkle of the Bailey if you were over there. But good to see you here, and thanks for gifting a membership. Aw. Natasha says, thank you, Cat, Chat, and Mods. You are making my day better. That is amazing. I love that so much. Let's do some mod love all the time. If you guys want to do all caps to shout out the mods or the chat, you guys got 60 seconds to go bananas. And thank you so much. That is seriously a goal, right? Can you imagine if someone's goal was, I want to be a YouTube streamer to piss people off and make people miserable? No, but it is really a goal to make somebody's day better. And I'm going to go back to Leeds' stream yesterday. At the end when he was closing out, he said, I appreciate you guys in the chat because I'm an introvert, and doing these streams over the years, that's where I interact with people. And I think part of him finally realizing, making the decision that he wanted to share his story rather than keeping it undercover. Because he was discreet with it. He was going under treatment for several months and was still streaming. And I do remember one stream where he said that he felt sick suddenly, and he gave a huge apology for it. Nobody was really looking for him to apologize for it. And AV was gracefully and skillfully co-hosting. Everyone was fine. Lead, go do what you gotta do. AV's got this. Everyone was fine with it. But Lead gave a really big apology that in retrospect, maybe it was because he felt guilty about that treatment and was like, oh no, what do I do moving forward? And he's kind of been in the bushes. He hasn't streamed in a while until he came back on yesterday. So it'd been several weeks before he had streamed, after streaming pretty consistently. But at the end, I think he, you withdraw, you hole yourself up. You don't want to tell people you're going through some kind of struggle. But by isolating yourself, you eventually come to some point where you're like, you don't realize the impact that interacting with people, even if it's online in a chat room on YouTube, you don't really realize the impact that has on you positively until you come back and see it. So seriously, one of my favorite statements that I've ever heard from Lead Attorney was his shout out to his chat, which I love hanging out in there. But it's a great point. I feel the same thing over here with you guys. Shout out to the introverts. And it really, really is a true thing. Again, that's the goal, right? I want you guys to love hanging out here. And shout out to the mods because they really hold it down, making sure nobody gets trolled or like just vicious in the chat. I love sometimes I catch a healthy disagreement and you guys are all cool with that. But mods, if I see you guys, if someone's getting out of line in the chat, you guys hold it down, and I love that. We shouldn't have to feel like you come into a chat room on YouTube and somebody can just harass you. So shout out to the mods for holding it down, because that's not easy to do either. And let's see. 41 Vixen became a member. Thank you so much. Another smile in the profile picture. Love to see it. Miss Kim's. Another smile in the profile picture. Good to see Miss Kim's. Miss Kim says, good afternoon, all. Love is driving me crazy today. Put a 1 in the chat if she's also driving you crazy. I hope everyone is having an awesome day. I don't know how I'd be able to deal with Miss Love without Kat. Thank you very much, Kat. No, thank you, Miss Kim's. You always bring a smile to the day, and you're so nice. You say hi to the whole chat. I love that. So super, super awesome. And we're getting close to 1:15, so let me make sure we get queued back up to real time. We've got about 15 minutes, but you never know. I'll have the volume. Remind me to turn that back up. Everybody's like 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Casper with the characteristic 5. 1 always. Oh, and you know what? I saw Lisa, great point, that Love doesn't have Glanville to shut down Cross and keep sustaining. Well, there were times where Glanville did sustain some objections with Gaither. The bigger issue with Gaither, if you go back and watch, and part of it is why she was on the stand for so many days, is one of the days they spent arguing about that 17-second video of, it's like Jeffrey Williams' face, it's Young Thug's face, but Munk Tunk's in the background. And it's like the snitches get stitches video, that 17-second video that we keep hearing about over and over. There was one day where Gaither was on the stand and they were arguing about that video for like, I don't know, probably like 4 hours. And it's one of the days that Keith Adams went bananas. It's clipped on my channel if you want to jump right to it. When court starts back up, so you guys have something to watch, I'll go and I'll find it and I'll link to it in the description of this video. But it's another situation where Keith Adams has to call out Love lying to the court, lacking candor, misrepresenting something to the court, because that's the day she tried to say that only one voice is audible on that video, where you can clearly hear more than one person talking. So, oh, what a day. What a day. So not only was, during cross-examination was it Glanville, but all those evidentiary issues with Gaither the first time around were decided by Glanville. That was a day. That was a day. I might have to rewatch it. Delilah, this is so nice. Delilah became a member and then also gifted 5. And I saw you somewhere out here on YouTube yesterday too. Maybe it was Lee, because guys, like yesterday I tried to watch Nick Starro. I started cooking dinner, and then Classy Beach stream had started, so I tuned in there, and then I saw the thumbnail for lead attorney stream, and I was like, what? Oh my gosh. So I flipped over there. And then someone had tagged me in Runkle doing a stream about YSL. So I went over there, and Runkle's like, oh, we're all going to go over to Leeds chat anyway. So everyone went back over. So it was like it was like a field trip yesterday, a multi-destination road trip on YouTube. I think I've seen you out here, Delilah. Thanks for showing some love to the channel and gifting the 5. And then Harp City says, Lakeitha Gaither is security for HCL Hawks. Is it the Hawks? Or is it the Hornets? But it is something. It is like an NBA team, and she's been in pictures at the games. It's not really a private place to do security for. In any case, it's a public place to do security at. I mean, even the live game streams, the cameras that are catching the game can pan around and catch you if you're doing a security job at a arena. Oh, like WNBA? Hold on. It is the Hawks? Okay. Yeah, but I saw, okay, my bad. Just trying to clarify. When this originally came, I saw corrections in the chat saying that it was the Charlotte Hornets, so my bad, you guys. My bad. And yeah, she's also in the Facebook pictures for APD. Well, then that's even worse, because if she's doing security for the Hawks, she's still publicly in the community out and about. Because if it was Charlotte, at least she'd be out of the same community where she has security concerns, supposed security concerns. So that makes even less sense. That makes even less sense. But Whitaker said, all right, keep the cameras off. And I think it's interesting that she was so... I'd feel a little differently, and I guess part of it is because Trevia Smith got up there and said she just didn't want her face, her job, her boss, or whatever. And so her words make it so that it's not a security issue so much as it is a reputation or impact on, my job status. But we didn't get to hear what Gaither actually said to the judge, what her reasoning, what her concern was. So I'm still leaning towards, if we put Smith's face on camera, why not put Gaither's face on camera? It just doesn't make sense. Oh, geez. Yikes. Butterfly Lover says, Kat, will you cover the decapitation case from Clayton County if and when it happens? I think it will be interesting. Well, that sounds scary. I don't know the background on that. Yikes. Oh. Oh, hold on. That's sad. Oh my gosh, I would need to, grow a backbone. Is this... Hold on. This is just the first search result, but it is coming from Fox 5 Atlanta. Let me share it. Guys, I think this is triggering. I don't want to just, pull it up, but it involved... during delivery of a baby at birth. That is so sad. I don't know if I could cover that. That's so scary to think about. I'm curious how that even, happened. Ah, I don't know, Butterfly Lover. I'm going to look into it because I want to understand. I don't know about covering it. Thanks for putting it on my radar, though. Interesting question. It's the news is saying it's being charged as a homicide, so that's how we're getting a case out of it. So that's the interesting. How is that going to move forward, right? And I would imagine in a situation like that, you probably have the big backing of expensive attorneys from either like the insurance that backs the medical center or whatever insurance coverage the medical provider has. Probably got some big wig defense team on that. So that will be interesting. That's so scary. Shout out. Thank you for putting that on my radar, Butterfly. Seven Angels says, these men sit in prison jail while love, hate, the alternative name, tries over and over to prove herself right. A complete shame. Thank you, kattnotwilliams, for all you do. Thank you so much for the 5. And I agree. It's just one of the things I wish would happen. When the state messes up, hold them in contempt. They tried to hold Brian Steele in contempt. Do it to the state. Give them a taste of what they subject people to. So thank you so much, Seven Angels. David Newth, good to see ya. David Newth says imposter syndrome is a thing, especially down in Georgia, apparently. Well, I think imposter syndrome is a real thing. However, I think if we mean Love is supposed to have some imposter syndrome, I don't know. I don't know if she actually struggles with that. But imposter syndrome is a real thing. And guys, if you ever feel like you can't do something, YouTube's a great resource to get motivated. One of the reasons I love YouTube. I think the biggest obstacle to ourselves is always ourselves. Shout out to David Newth. And if you guys like hedgehogs, check out the picture on the screen. Super, super handsome. Got the hat and the little tie. Thank you so much for the 10, David. Supreme L says, I give thanks. Thank you for bringing us the YSL news. Thank you for being here. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, Judge, Gaither's face can literally open my iPhone. I think people know what she looks like. Love thinks you're simple and you're helping. Just saying. Yeah, and I think that's another situation where Love played in the judge's face and the judge let that one happen. She was with Doug on the arguments before Love started talking, and then as soon as Love got permission to approach, it was over for that. Oh, okay, and FFS says I have court at 1:30 p.m. today. Okay, so that's soon, I think, because you're East Coast. Well, good luck. That sucks. That's stressful. Good luck to you. Court sucks all the time. I don't wish anybody having to go to court for any reason. It's a stressful place, even if you're there just for, like, I gotta turn in a record to the clerk's office. Like, it's still just like, So shout out to you. Good luck with everything. If you're comfortable, you can let us know how it goes. No pressure. Felicia uses the message, sending the Doug emoji. Shout out to Doug Weinstein. I always love to hear, as soon as I see Doug standing up, I'm like, yay, what is Doug gonna say? Oh, and then Felicia gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much, Felicia. Super nice of you. I gotta update this banner. Let's see, we've got Felicia. So many people gifting memberships today. And Carrie H. Carrie H is also gifting 5, and we get a dog picture with Carrie. Shout out to all the the humans with the dogs in the chat. Tuki Boo, thank you for the super sticker. Oh, hold on. Okay, segue quick. Leo, I'm relying on your chat here. Is one of the tropical storms that people are watching, is that headed for Hawaii? As I see here, Leo the Lioness says our shelves in Hawaii are already bare. Everyone's stocking up quick. And now I feel self-conscious. Did I say Hawaii wrong? I feel like I'm saying it wrong. I don't mean to say it wrong. But that's scary. And I don't know exactly what part, but I know that like the Maui area is still recovering from the fires, and it's just like one thing after another. Oh, port strikes too. Oh, that's crazy because if you guys are entering like the high swell season and there's issues port strikes with supplies, oh my goodness. Oh goodness. Please, please, please stock up if you can. There you go. Yeah, you guys are on it. They're striking at the port. Lots of delays. Oh my goodness. Okay, and Dante, I was thinking this, but I can like, if this makes sense, I can like hear her saying it in my head, but I can't like imitate it out. Like I gotta go listen to it again. So Tulsi Gabbard knows how to pronounce Hawaii. I can hear it, but I just can't. I gotta replay it and then I'll get it. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's wild. Okay, and in Baltimore, the port strikes. Sheesh. Yeah, it's just scary. I think, dealing with the North Carolina thing. I mean, when Helene came to Florida, we weren't in the path where we're going to get storm surges, but the power goes in and out very easily where I live. I think some of the infrastructure is just worn down from previous hurricanes. And luckily we only had flickers. We didn't actually go down and lose power with the winds. My screen blew out, but it was no big deal. But sometimes it's a concern, right? Boil water alert. Losing power, you've got to make sure you've got canned goods that don't need to be refrigerated in case you're without power for a few days. And I almost always have like waters. And when Thursday rolled around right before hurricane was going to make landfall, I'm like, I don't really rely on water bottles anymore. I haven't kept water. And I was like, I have no preparation at all. And I went out, got some water just in case. And then seeing what happened with the flooding in North Carolina, people didn't expect it. They don't have fresh water to drink because you absolutely cannot drink. That water is not potable and probably won't be potable for a long time. It's just a huge reality check. Even having just basic things like bottled water. Oh man. So good reminder no matter where you live, like just have some essentials. Flashlights, batteries, some good old canned foods with the pop tops if you don't have a can opener, bottled water. Oh man. And that's got to be crazy. I'm thinking like there's places like South Carolina that some stores are out of supplies because people were buying out stuff to bring over to the really flooded areas in neighboring areas like North Carolina. And then people in South Carolina are like out of stuff. So now there's a separate supply chain issue because of strikes, compounding with everyone trying to buy supplies to help with hurricane relief. That's kind of like a compounding issue. Yeah, and shout out whole house generator, but make sure, be careful of carbon monoxide, you guys. Big thing we hear about in Florida is people turn generators on in their homes and don't have ventilation, and you can't just be doing that. So shout out to generators, but also generator safety. Best practices. Yeah, this is crazy to me. Like you don't think about it, but you clear so much resources out of one area to move it to another, and now there's a depletion that's impacting a new area. It's like, oh my gosh. And we should be coming back. I see some movement there. Top of somebody's head. And also, I love this. Do you think love only knows one way? So it's only a matter of time until yesterday happens again. I do sense she believes her own BS. Yep, it's another motion for a mistrial is on the horizon. And I say in the near horizon. I don't even think a mistrial motion this week would be out of the question. So I think only a matter of time is my answer here. Floyd, love your insight. Thank you so much for the support. Floyd also says, will be interesting to see if Whitaker lets Gaither act like she did last time on the stand when she wouldn't even answer Shart's questions. She is not a good look for prosecution, in my opinion. And I loved when Gaither got on the stand today and Love like said her hello. It was like, how are you? Gaither was like, like, all right, back at it. Thanks for being here. But good point. I think the same thing. If you guys missed Detective Gaither originally, as soon as cross-examination started, just completely hostile, shut down, rude, didn't want to answer questions. A complete 360. More than really with most witnesses. I think she's one of the most egregious switches between direct and cross. Thank you so much again, Floyd. Gonna get you in the banner here. And Heart of Inspiration, good to see you. We're speaking about North Carolina relief. Heart of Inspiration, not only donating and raising money, but also the boots on the ground effort to get supplies moving, especially baby formula. Such an important consideration. As you know, everybody sends water, and there's no way you can send too much water, right? I'm not saying that. But you think about these little nuanced things. Baby formula, huge idea, great idea, and she took action and went out and did it. So always love for Heart of Inspiration, and more love than usual because of the extra mile she's going to help people. And I've got to add you in the banner too. Let's update this. So let's see. We've got a ton of new members. Oh my god, we hit 200 new members today. Holy moly. What the heck, guys? Where did they come from? How is this happening? That's incredible. Yeah, we gotta update this banner. I am late. Thank you so much, you guys. What an awesome thing to be behind on. Like, oh my gosh. Update this banner. And I gotta change it as soon as we come back from lunch, because I will forget. But if you guys please, right before we come back from lunch, if you don't already follow Heart of Inspiration, I would love if you could give her a follow here. And that's her channel link in the comments right there. Thank you so much for all the love you show this channel to Heart of Inspiration. I consider you one of my first YouTube friends. Brina Slime. This is how we're climbing up to 200. Brina, I still love the name change. I love it. Brina Slime gifted 5 memberships. And since her name is Slime, you guys can throw any green in the chat. Say thank you. Shout out to Brina Slime. Ashley Linnell, thank you for the super sticker. And to me, they're late coming back from break, lunch. Michelle Warden, thanks for becoming a member. Good to see ya. I saw you last night, I think. I think that was over in TLA's stream. So good to see ya. Bella Moon, thank you so much for the super sticker. So sweet of you. I keep seeing the head moving in the court, but no real action. Eventually. And I think I have captions on, right? I didn't refresh the stream. And Survivor Speaks. By the way, you guys, pinned at the top of the chat, and I know we probably closed it right at this point. Let me get the link again. But Survivor Speaks, especially since it is Cancer Awareness Month. I've had her channel pinned at the top. And here is the link. So there's her link in the chat. She is so close to 3K subs. Now, Survivor Speaks is so supportive of tons of creators on YouTube. Thank you so much for your generosity in supporting this channel. But also, you are always out here raising awareness of not just your experience as a survivor, but also showing support and love when you seem to realize somebody else in the chat is going through cancer or any other illness or sickness. You are always so supportive. You know the right words to say. I learn a lot by the way you're able to support people without there's a stigma to just saying, I'm sorry to hear that, right? And sometimes you catch people in the chat say things in a better way. And I struggle with that. I can talk all day, but showing a response to something that's a sensitive topic isn't my strong point. And Survivor Speaks, you're so graceful in the way that you support other people. Super, super awesome. So if you guys, that link to her channel is pinned. It should be pinned. I think it's pinned. Yeah, okay, so I'm showing that it's still pinned, but dropping it again in the chat. She's just such a, like, I don't know, it's like she can put such nice, sentimental support with, like, a strong, empowered show of support. It's like she combines the best of both. And that's a skill. I don't have that skill. I'm just like, oh my God, sorry. Sorry if I'm laughing at a funeral, I don't mean to. So
I had asked you to, or you had taken on the responsibility of reaching out to the APD to see if the gang unit had any kind of a, like, I think they called it a black book or any kind of written thing like that. Were you able to find anything out?
So, Your Honor, my conversation with APD gang unit, in my memory was, any YSL specific related, like roll-up central investigation or larger report. Oh, that's fair. You're welcome, Mr. Weinstein. So when I talked with APD gang unit, the 5 gang experts that the state, I believe we had Dahlberg hearings on all of them, or almost all of them, Underwood, Belknap, Gaither, Dennis, and Viverito. Those are the 5 that any centralized, anything outstanding besides one specific case, and that they don't have any additional roll-up. I think an important thing too is, of course, the DA's office brought the RICO indictment. So there is in discovery this case supplemental report from a DA office investigator. And so they investigated these crimes individually. So other than what is connected with the individual APD case number for the overt or counts, there is not some larger, the closest I've seen is this case supplemental, and there's, I think, like a 10 or 12 page, it has the peanut icon on it from Gaither and Dennis, and Sprinkle's report, which is specifically about Donovan Thomas's murder, those are the 3 most extensive, other than just a report pertaining to a homicide or an armed robbery.
Okay, so is there any written gang unit kind of, here are our policies on how we determine who's in a gang or anything like that?
I have not specifically asked that question. They certainly have the Georgia gang criteria that they follow, so I can speak with them about that. And I'm sure, well, not sure, but from speaking with them, I'm quite positive it's going to be aligned with the first witness, Detective Belknap.
Right.
That slideshow was built around how he was trained to.
Okay, if you wouldn't mind just asking, and was there anything else?
Like, why didn't you ask?
Like, what their policies are, policy manual, any kind of gang manual they might have?
Yes, sir.
Or any methodologies or anything of that nature.
Yeah.
What did Ms. Matthews say?
Any methodologies, any of their processes,
Any
things of that
kind of
nature.
manual, any kind of written anything they've got about how they go about things?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. And can you get back to us fairly quickly on that?
I will, I'll leave court and make some phone calls, Your Honor, and try to get anything I can find on that topic.
Perfect, thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, what I'd like is, I'm making all this as an example. Detective Gaither speaks with Kenneth Copeland. It's the 10th day of June 2015. In an interrogation room, it's video audio. And Mr. Copeland states that John Doe is a member of this gang. Well, then the gang investigators, they say, well, we have from a confidential, reliable source that John Doe is this gang member. So now it's a confirmed, documented gang member. And now we wind up on the witness stand with Detective Gaither saying this person's in this gang. I want to go behind who said that? Where is that documentation? Because it's not
And there
Just,
may or may not be any documentation. So can you inquire into that as well?
Actually, Judge, Mr. Steele has been given, and there has been provided, in this case, that actually was addressed earlier
Okay.
in this trial. When there is documentation that a person is a gang member, the whole issue of where is it documented came up way before Your Honor began presiding over this case. The expert who is on the stand talking is allowed to tell, that is the reason that we have the questions that we have about what they base their, how they determine that someone is a gang member. We've talked about the standard operating procedures. I believe that's even been given to the defense, APD's standard operating procedures, which have the 6 criteria that they use.
Yeah, they're aware of that.
So this idea that where it's documented, we've even given them the gang profiles of each of the defendants in this case and of people who are rival gang members. We've literally turned all of that over.
Yeah, I mean, what they're looking for, it sounds like, is, is there something where they say, okay, John Doe said that Joe Blow is if gang.
Those types of things, partly like in the gang profile encounters that they have that document what it is they're basing, in part, what it is they're basing these classifications on. They're listed. They're literally listed in the gang profile. And then on top of that, you have encounters with family members, interviews, things that aren't going to be all in the profile, but things upon which they can base their
Sure, and if they have written it down,
opinion.
then it needs to be produced. And anything that is more general than that, as we already described, needs to be produced.
Yes, Your Honor. And
Okay.
I think that.
And as I think I mentioned when we were discussing this before, obviously, any of the defense attorneys are free at any time to ask those questions of any of these, gang unit members or any other law enforcement officer. Y'all can get together with them at any time and, see if they want to talk to you. So y'all can always do that too. All right, so anything else before we get the witness back in and the jury back in?
I am looking at the next timestamp, and I just wanted to make sure that I start at the right place. So if the judge.
All right, well, you can be doing that while we have everybody get back in their places.
Squeak. That was a whole waste of time. Like, Atkins was supposed to really argue this. Love takes over.
So can somebody let Sergeant Gaither know to come back in?
And Love is just like, can you clarify if something's
I'll make
written
sure to
and say
avert
that we
the
don't need to
cameras
produce
till
it?
she's in place, please.
Just a waste of time. Shout out to that squeak, it was needed. Is that Whitaker sighing into the microphone? And Nana Banana, thank you for the rose super sticker. Appreciate that, super nice. Yes, great reminder. And thanks you guys for letting me know where this dock worker strike is happening all across all the different areas. But Daffy Daff says, dock workers on strike, plan accordingly. Yeah, I think the time to plan is now. That's a big deal.
Madam President, come forward.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Your Honor, for the record, we're going to pick back up at 2:57:08. Actually. (2:57:08). But before that, I'm going to ask a few questions. Sergeant Gaither, during your interview with Mr. Zachary, did he talk to you about what he understood Kelvin Treadwell's role or relationship to Jeffrey Williams as it pertained to his artistry was concerned? Yes.
Best evidence rule. Objection. On the recording.
Sustained.
Okay. All right.
The microphone with the paper turning is like a little much. A little much.
Your Honor, may I approach with Mr. Steele about his objection? Specifically about, may I approach?
Okay.
And I just dropped the link to, it's an hour-long clip because I'm telling you, it took so long when they argued about the 17-second video when Gaither was on the stand the first time. But I dropped a clip that sums up the arguments about, you know, love. They go up at a sidebar, and we don't know what happens at the sidebar, but we find out from Keith Adams that love at that sidebar was trying to represent that video as only having one voice in it. So I'm going to also add it to the video description if you're watching on replay or want to grab it later. But this is what I was referencing earlier about Keith Adams in front of Judge Glanville calling out Love for lacking candor to the court. So, and it is an hour-long clip, and since it's uploaded, you guys can 2 times it if you want. But probably one of the highlights of Gaither being on the stand, and that part doesn't really involve testimony from Gaither. They're out of the courtroom, the jury's out, witnesses out. And they spent like 4 hours that day on this 17-second video. So that is now added to this video, the stream description as well as Gaither's previous testimony. And I'll call it what Keith Adams calls out Love's lack of candor, 17-second video of Jeffrey Williams. All right, so that's what it's under in the chat, in the description, as well as the full Gaither testimony rewind from part 1 and part 2. So yeah, just crazy, just crazy. And then big shout out, you guys. Oh my gosh, I can't catch up. What an awesome problem to have. Survivor Speaks dropped another gift in the chat. Thank you so much, Survivor Speaks. We are keeping her pinned at the top of the chat for Cancer Awareness Month because she is out here raising the awareness everywhere I see. FFS, I think this is a different one. Thank you again. All these little sprinkles of gifts. Thank you so much, FFS. You might have to hear this on replay. I know you said you had court at 1:30. Jay Shepard gifting one. Look at that, just pew, knocking him down. Apun and Woo, thank you so much. Apun and Woo shows so much love to me, to the chat, to the mods. Apun and Woo gifting 10 memberships. You guys say thank you in the chat. And Apun and Woo, to help us out, you can just do 2 A's, AA. And thank you, Steph, for resharing the link to Survivor Speaks channel. Steph just shared Survivor Speaks channel link in the chat if you guys want to grab that. And then Brooklyn also gifting one. Thank you again, Brooklyn. Shout out to Steven Hickman. Steven says, "Hey Kat and gang, I told my daughter I joined a gang. She told me I'm too old to be in a gang. I told her I was a senior member. Yeah, we need your wisdom. We don't discriminate by age in here. That's not part of our criteria. We don't have that restriction in our book." All are welcome. Appreciate you being here. Also hilarious that your daughter said that. Shout out to Steven. We love our senior members. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, if Love was asking the question, Groot would be a hostile witness. Oh my goodness. That's a layer there. I like that. She brings the ASS out of people. Every time. If she's consistent in something, it's going to be to get a witness to get hostile or uncooperative or like, what are you doing, Love? Like, Denise Bell recently was a great example of that. That's a hilarious reference, though. Even I Am Groot would turn hostile with her. Oh, Chloe. Sean B gifting a membership. Thank you so much, Sean. Oh, yeah, Black Butterfly. I love that little bit. Unfortunately, it's a little bit repetitive from the judge. But Black Butterfly says, Love had all the theatrics, and Whitaker still said, well, I'll bring that info. It went nowhere. It went nowhere. Good summary there, Black Butterfly. Thank you for the super chat. Is the deep breathing Love or Whitaker?
Sergeant Gaither, did Quindarius Zachary tell you that he knew Kelvin Treadwell as Thug's road manager?
Yes.
And is that the same Kelvin Treadwell that you saw on scene in the surveillance footage with the Browns Mill Road video at the time of the Dexter Montgomery shooting?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask Quindarius Zachary whether Mr. Treadwell still drives that white Nitro?
Yes.
And when you asked him that question, was the white Nitro the Dodge Nitro that is seen in the surveillance footage at the time of the Dexter Montgomery shooting?
Yes.
All right. And did Quindarius Zachary tell you, no, he let Nard fuck that up?
Yes.
Did you understand that to mean Nard had wrecked the Nitro?
Yes, I believe you stated that.
And the Nard we're talking about, is that the same Nard that you identified in 503 Yankee?
That Quindarius identified?
Yes, that Quindarius identified.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to now advance. During your interview with Quindarius Zachary, did you talk about the shooting of a Frida Reed's home?
Yes.
Is that Rayshawn Bennett or Lucci's mother?
Yes.
Did Quindarius Zachary indicate where he was at the time of the shooting?
He did, but I can't recall exactly where.
Okay. If I show you a portion of the transcript of your interview with him, will that refresh your memory?
Sure.
Okay.
All right, so looking at the transcript here to see. And holy moly, Peter Ortiz dropping a generous 50, says, it's my opinion only, but I'm thinking my fellow slime, and I love your hat and size. You are the OG. I always love a good hat, you guys. And I've worn hats ever since, like, I don't know, as long as I can remember. In northern climates, the warm winter hats, I don't really need those in Florida, but any kind of hat. So, Peter Ortiz, thank you so much for the love and nodding my hat to you, because you got a hat too. And I like your smile in your picture. I saw you the other day. I don't see any teeth, but we're close. Yeah, what do you guys think about Love being happy to drop an F-bomb there? Oh yeah, update. Oh, let me update my banner. Thank you, Steven. Take away the lunch banner. And as soon as they say something, I'll move the captions up. So I must have refreshed the stream whenever I was like loading those other clips, because the captions are back down at the bottom. Big thank you again, Peter Ortiz. And I see the chat asking for Drea. Drea was in here. She might be in the bushes. She was in here for a little bit at least. But she may have dipped out. She said she had a busy September and would have some freedom around October. I don't know if that exactly means October 1st. And yes, I'll move the CC as soon as they say something. Sorry, guys. Didn't realize it was down there. And I don't know if we're going to get a video with this one. I think she might just be looking at the transcript to refresh her memory. But we'll see. We'll see. Well, it's 9 more hours of video footage. And also, Josh, this is a good time with the break here. Josh had asked any word on Steele's contempt. The next date for that's October 22nd. And if I'm not mistaken, I forget the exact dates. Tomorrow, October 2nd, I know more of the Ashley Merchant, the records request hearing. We have more of that tomorrow. So Tuesday or Wednesday. My days have been so thrown off since last week. My bad. Wednesday, tomorrow the 2nd.
50.
But Steele, October 22nd, in front of the Supreme Court, is Steele's contempt hearing. Appeal. Thank you, Stephen. And shout out to Nens. Good to see you, Nens. I heart with the green heart cat, the chat with the capital C, and all the mods. Slat with the nose wipe. Love the combo emojis there. Good to see you, Nens. When Jennifer Devine says the Brian Kohlberger case would be interesting, think he might be innocent, and rumors victims lived in drug house, I'm going to defer to the Honorable Andrea Burkhart. I love her coverage. She's a incredibly intelligent and insightful appellate attorney out of Washington. She's really been doing deep dives into this case. It would be a disservice of me not to recommend you guys to Andrea Burkhart for that case. And she covers other cases too, but you know, her coverage of Depp vs. Heard is next level because she followed the entire UK case, Depp vs. The Sun. So she had a ton of background knowledge going into the Virginia Fairfax case. So she's covered other cases as well, but if you guys are interested in Kohlberger, Andrea Burkhart, gotta check her out. So her link is in the chat there. You know Andrea, Jennifer, but for others, I guess. You know, we got a gratuitous link for Andrea Burkhart in the chat. Jennifer already knows. And we get a squeak.
We're starting at 2:55. What about Nard? Like, what's his demeanor? Like, what's his personality?
Nard is one nigga. He like moves him like I don't go with it. They ain't gonna really talk too much. Everybody know moves him don't go. And everybody know Nard don't go. It's just like they the oldest.
Go ahead. So it's like they know they valid, but ain't nobody too much fuck with them.
Yeah, ain't nobody really gonna build moves him. Right. If he went to hang with Wood. Right. Ain't nobody gonna build Nard because they know.
What about Doo-Wop? Fit into this because
he at home with.
So him and Yak are close.
Yeah.
Do you know Doo-Wop?
No, I just know him like I don't know. I didn't know his name Doo-Wop. If you like that, so I was.
And Your Honor, we're stopping at 2:56:40. As we advance to, I just did. Let me ask you this, Sergeant Gaither. As far as you know, Nard and Montun, their ages, are they older than, significantly younger than Mr. Zachary? What did Mr. Zachary and you mean when you're talking about Nard and Montun being old heads?
I knew at this time that Mr. Sledge Montun, he was at least maybe 15 years older than Quindarius, and I knew Nard maybe roughly 10 years older than Quindarius.
Okay.
At this time in this interview.
And when talking about Doo-Wop, do you know or remember what name Doo-Wop, what his given name is?
I do.
What is it?
Justin Cobb.
Justin Cobb?
COBB.
Thank you. During the interview with Mr. Zachary, did Mr. Zachary describe O.G. Bentley's house for you all, or his spot for you all?
He did.
And did he describe it saying it was a brick house with a fence around it?
Yes.
All right.
perfect. We have a break. I didn't want to put this on the screen in
Zachary
case
tell
we're
you
back.
whether or not he knew any relationship between O.G. Bentley
Oh, the
and
captions.
Donovan Thomas's sister.
Mr. Zachary stated that Donovan Thomas's sister had a child with Kelvin Treadwell.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to restart at 2:58:18.
That was a sad squeak. It was like, please help. Oh, we're gonna do happy birthday early for Cash Money Cass. Dirty 30 tomorrow. Aw. Good to see you. Glad to hear you're traveling, it sounds like. And happy birthday if we don't get to see you tomorrow.
I don't know her name. Y'all don't know her name? Anybody know her?
I know a nickname.
What her nickname?
I'm sure. We'll find
Like she got Twitter or something.
What's the house look like on Oak Street?
A fence in the other brick house.
Fence. Any cars in the front? Broke down cars and
Nah, they ain't got that spot no more. Somebody shot it up. They said it was looking.
Is that when
That's that little corner little house. It looks like a studio or something.
Nah, I don't see no corner.
You know what y'all gonna talk about? I think it's yellow. They got a little studio in it.
This like how they sit next to the park.
It's on the back side. I think narcotics just hit the house like maybe a few months ago.
Nah, that was boarding spot.
You know what y'all talking about, though, right?
They said top of the hill on the corner.
Yeah, like right in the corner.
Yeah. Okay. That boarding spot.
describe it a little more. Fence, brick house.
That's it.
What else? Like got a driveway?
They got a driveway.
What color is it?
The driveway?
The house.
The house brick. Like
red brick, brown brick.
Brown brick, a little brown brick.
What end of Oak Drive? Like, what is it closest to?
You know how you make right at McDonald's?
Mm-hmm.
You go all the way up to the red light.
Mm-hmm.
Make that right, it's probably like the fourth or fifth house on the left.
Fourth or fifth house on the left.
Well, the candidate right here, they spot right here.
It's next door to the candy place?
Yeah.
Okay. Why did you end up going down to Florida with them if you know that they did this and you had nothing to do with it?
Cause we're going down for the show, just go down there. I didn't think they taking us down there for that, cause, you know what I mean? They like do had a show down there.
So y'all just went for the show?
Yeah. See, I told when they tell me to stay down there for a few days, we came back. Cause Monsoon was already up here. Monsoon ain't go. Monsoon, I ain't big, I ain't going nowhere.
Answer this question. So what was the mood like when y'all was down there? You said it was boring, but what was the conversation like? Like what was y'all, ain't nobody bring it up at all or what?
They was scared.
You even speak on?
So we was just move on so far. I was going to the mall here.
What, you thought they was gonna get y'all down there? What was Thug like?
Shit, he normal.
He ain't get no fuck.
I mean, he killed her, like, he like, why did they kill Nut? He like, but then, down like that, they told him that Nut said it's a goal. They really, Woody be holding back stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Why though? I don't know, like, he'll put us in, but it really don't have nothing to do with us.
I'm pausing at 3:01:02.
And Melly is here, has a birthday today. Just saw that now. Sorry I missed it, Melly. Happy birthday to Melly. It's M-E-L-I.
When Mr. Zachary said that, when he told you they were scared, when Dennis asked what was the mood like, did he mention anybody besides Woody being afraid and just laying on the sofa?
best evidence, Your Honor. Also cumulative.
Well, sustained is the best evidence.
Okay. Did you know who Quindarius Zachary met when he said, while Woody was laying on the sofa, all of us are going to the mall and everything? Who is the all of us? Did you understand him to mean?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Your Honor,
Sustained unless there's a basis.
I asked, who?
Yeah, I heard what you asked.
Who?
I'll ask a different question.
Okay.
All right, sustained. Where is the love buffer emoji? That is a moment.
At any point ever, after telling you that Thug asked, why did they kill Nut? Did Quindarius Zachary give you any other reason besides Nut saying whoop?
Your Honor, it's all on the video audio. I object.
Your Honor, I would ask to approach as to the answer that I have so that I don't.
Is it basically the same thing we talked about just a minute ago, or something different?
It's something different.
All right.
Right, I'm logging the objection, haven't logged the success of it, but it's like, it's really irritating the way she uses approaches. I understand that there can be a valid reason to approach and discuss an issue at the bench, but it's like a tool Love keeps in her toolkit to use however she wants. Like using the back of a screwdriver to hammer down a nail really quick as a quick fix. Like, not exactly the tool you're supposed to use to do that, but if it works and the nail's willing to get hammered down. A lot of approaches for Love needing an assist. Yeah, is there an owl in here? The Who? She said, who? And then buffered. That was a time. And thank you, chat, for all the birthday wishes. Angie Leha gifted another membership, sniping and sliming out here. Nancelot, Whitaker feels obligated to protect the state. Why? I really do think, I know people will say, like, it's to protect her job, it's for political aspirations, it's because she wants to shoot up to the Supreme Court and keep climbing up the career ladder. Doesn't want to ruffle any feathers with Fani Willis. You know, all of those things could be a factor, but I really do think a lot of prosecutors just seem to lean with the state more than they lean with the defense attorneys. And it's a bit bothersome because in an ideal system, if they're supposed to be independent, the tribunal's supposed to be independent from the prosecution and from the defense, there shouldn't be that lean. But that lean, unfortunately, from the trials I tend to watch, that lean tends to lean towards the state, the government, the people, over and over consistently. So I'm sure there's a mix of factors here that make up the actual answer. But unfortunately, I think a lot of judges lean to protect the prosecutors or side with the prosecutors. That's just my perspective. Thank you, Nance, a lot. Michelle Warden gifting one. Thank you so much, Michelle. And also, you've got a dog in your picture. I always love an excuse to bring a pet up on the screen. So shout out to Michelle and Michelle's pup. Natasha also sniping one. Look at that, you guys. Everybody in here sniping with the slimes. It's like Nickelodeon days. I think I had like a Nickelodeon Nerf gun. I don't think... Let me see if I can Google something. Maybe I'm just combining two different memories here. But I swear there was like a Nickelodeon Nerf gun. Oh yeah, no, there really was. I'm not imagining it. It looked like this. Let me pull it up. It looked like this. So I'm not imagining it. It really was a thing. Get on eBay and find one of them. Become a prop for the stream. Thank you, Faye and Liam, for the super sticker. Super nice of you. And then perfect time. Okay, so I did not want to pull this up while we were talking about YSL because this is about Kohberger. So Jason Sorensen says it's a known drug house. Oh, I'll pause it. We'll get it right. But talking about that Kohberger comment from earlier, Jason says, I have friends that went to that house for drugs in the early 2000s, so can confirm it's more complicated than most think. And then Jason also said, I live in Idaho and plan to attend the trial for a few days. I've got to look for your answer, but Jason mentioned possibly doing some lives to talk about it. Jason, if you're comfortable, I'll share your channel. If this is the same channel that you plan to use for it. Because I think there's a lot of people in this chat that would love to see some, I went to the court today and here's what happened for the Kohberger trial. So let me know. Let me know.
It up a few seconds.
I mean, if she's trying to queue up a video, it seems like she lost that.
Like, yeah, they told me that nut said it's a goal.
I'm gonna back it up a little bit more.
Oh, we were just on so far. I was on some more.
Just now, did you hear Mr. Zachary say Woody just on the sofa, all of us going to the mall and everything?
Yes.
And if there's something you heard differently and remember differently, will you please correct me?
Sure.
Was there anything, you sort of paused a little bit, was there anything that you wanted to correct or change in what?
I was just replaying it in my head, what he said.
Thank you.
What, you thought they were gonna get y'all down there? What was Thug like?
And just now, did Detective Dennis ask Mr. Zachary what was Thug like at 30040?
I just say objections. I'm for it, this is gonna take.
All right, so if there's something that is actually really hard to understand, then I don't mind if you try to
That is the,
get confirmation or whatever about what was actually said. But
thank you. That is,
make sure we don't do it with every.
we are not.
Okay, overruled.
Thank you. Is that what? Detective Dennis was asking, what Thug was like?
Yes.
He ain't get no fuck.
I mean, he killed her, he like, why did they kill Nut? He like, but then that might get they told him that Nut said it's
And in the portion we just played up to 30055, after Detective Dennis said he didn't give a fuck, did you hear or did Quindarius Zachary say during the interview, I mean, he cared, but like, why did they kill, but like, he asked, why did they kill Nut? And then that's when they told him that Nut said, whoop. And it's a go.
That they were on go, yes.
That what now?
That they were on go, yes.
Okay. And after that, did Mr. Zachary say, Woody really be holding back? And later on explain?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Picking up at 30055.
I don't know, like, he'll put us in, but it really don't have nothing to do with us. Like, he was like, look, they said something about you.
Like, he told me, I said something about me. Like, to rev him up? Huh? You mean like to just rev somebody up to be down to do some shit?
Yeah. Yeah, like, it really be at him, but he'll try to push off on, like, on all
It's like you saying about me and I bring her into it, so I got somebody behind my back.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So, why initially did it come out that basically they were trying to kill Woody and shooting up all his spots? Like, I'm just trying to grasp what I'm saying. I mean, but why would they think Woody has Woody done something to them previously?
They say, Woody had shot up Gucci Studio on Metropolitan.
Metropolitan where?
In, studio with Thug Studio at.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it ain't really Thug Studio, but.
Where he be at?
The
Studio is?
I don't know what studio it is. I think it's Facting Studio. I don't know his name.
Trying to be over there though.
I was out there about 2 times.
So supposedly Woody shot up Lucci Studio.
Yeah.
Which side is
Thug got studio. They were both Thug stuff being out now. I don't know if it's the same studio or not.
I mean, but do you know what, is it on the same side as the vault?
That's the vault. What's the vault?
The vault is the studio with Thug.
Nah, it's on this side.
Like what TIG is?
TIG, that's studio.
Oh, okay, well, you got, say TIG, we know a lot. So they shot up TIG Studio.
Yeah, Rich Homie was out there.
Right.
And then when they shot it kill, when they first shot it kill, when I told you him and Mook something,
right.
That was all the beat, like, that one really escalated.
Mm-hmm.
That one just guns up for both sides.
So who shot Kel?
Who shot him? Tay.
Trevante?
Yeah.
And who else?
That's all I know. Tay said him and little pop seen him. It was either in February or something. They found him. I think they found him from the West End. He was arguing with a girl or something.
Mm-hmm.
Who was with you, Bonte?
It popped. He didn't tell his name.
Who was Hot Sauce?
Hot Sauce.
You know anybody by the name of Hot Sauce? Go by Hot Sauce?
Hot sauce?
So the fight in Crucial, did that happen where Woody got jumped on?
Yeah, they had him before that.
That was like right before, like a few days before, right?
That Monday.
The nut got killed on a Saturday.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say about 5-6 days.
So that Monday he gets jumped on by Kel now. Did they shoot up any other spots? Did they shoot at him downtown?
Downtown?
Did Thug Girl event get shot up at a hotel?
Thug Girl.
So after this, so what happened after Woody get jumped on? So he get jumped on?
Thug stayed in the club.
Mm-hmm.
And then, me and Thug stayed in the club. All of them went outside. So, what you call it? But D and Kel,
What you call it?
What?
You said they went outside with what you call it?
Get done.
Uh-huh.
You know how they just get done, they want to throw walking out there and then yeah, so he the money, feel me?
Right.
Mm-hmm. And then that one, what you call it?
Did they jump on Bloody J?
Yeah, they jumped on, I just didn't say that.
I'm sorry.
They jumped on Bloody J, Shannon Swamp on. Goddamn, they pulled out. Killed him already gone. So we ran up the street, went to their car, meet Thug, and they.
Guys, who is hot sauce?
I went to get Drake Thug in Corvette by itself. Then the Wood Island lined up on the side of the street by the church. Went on Bloody J on the ride past. When they rode past, they started shooting up.
So it started that night, basically.
The shooting, all this, like, Kel, they shot at Kel, all of them, they've been at it.
So Nuts murder basically was all really a month. Really, we was a month behind.
Cause shit was already going on.
Yeah. Okay.
It didn't like just happen. Stuff was already going on in November, December, and it just kind of bled over to the actual murder in January.
Gotcha. So now, while y'all in Miami, Woody's family house is getting shot up.
He done a scared trip.
As he should be. Wouldn't you be scared if I shot up Summer house, Kelly's house, your dad's house, your grandmama's house? Wouldn't you be scared?
But if somebody shoot towards my mama, that's when I'm going to jail.
What about Summer? Because clearly you just said they shot at Summer. You got up out of bed to go deal with that.
Somebody shoot at someone, I'm going to jail.
What about your sister?
Fuck her. I'm gonna be mad at her now. Nah, yeah. My mama's home, they always do. Mommy's home.
What about grandma?
I have my grandma.
Exactly. So what the point I'm making is that.
Stopping at 3:06:09.
Sergeant, I'm going to take you back and ask you about certain portions of the video that were just played.
Kelly house, your dad's house, your grandmama's house, what did you share?
Oh, was it hot dog?
On side of the street by the church. When I'm blood. By itself. Then the water on the side of the street by the church.
Okay.
Straight thug and
Objection.
named Big Drake.
Yeah, she said
Your
she's
Honor,
going to
may
go
I
back.
ask the witness a question to establish for the record why it is and what it is that I'm replaying?
That's what you should have done.
You can try, sure.
Sustain.
Sergeant Gaither, during the portion of the interview that was just played, were portions of what Mr. Zachary said, and specifically after he was asked about what started the beef between YSL and If Gang, and why it was that they were trying to shoot at Woody. Were you able to hear here today on this screen what it was that Mr. Zachary said Woody had done as it related to the Metropolitan, the studio on Metropolitan?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Yes.
And in that video, did Mr. Zachary say,
Objecting, Your Honor. I mean, this is just repeating what we've already heard. If the jurors can't hear it, the jurors know to ask the court if they can rehear it.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the court's instructions and I'd ask to be allowed to do what the court said that it would allow me to do.
Didn't say anything.
Your
We're
Honor.
listening to a recording, then we're listening again with Ms. Love repeating what the recording allegedly says. I'm not conceding she's saying it right. And asking the witness whether she heard it. She says yes. I'm objecting.
Your Honor, I believe that this is the same mode of interrogation Mr. Steele used with one of the previous witnesses while listening to Mr. Kenneth Copeland's video. The state objected, it was overruled, and I'd asked to be allowed to ask this witness about certain portions of this interview. I have not done this
I
consistently.
don't actually recall the state objecting on this basis and that being overruled.
I objected that he was not asking a question. He was reading portions of the transcript, and the court said, I think he's going to ask him, is that what he said?
Okay, well, that is not the objection that has now been made. And based on that objection, I have to sustain it.
Okay. And Your Honor, the objection being cumulative or
Oh my gosh.
what is being sustained so that I don't?
What was the last thing y'all said? I mean, I know you've said best evidence previously, and did you just say cumulative?
It's also cumulative, Your Honor.
Because we just heard it.
We've heard it twice, and now
Your Honor,
Ms. Love is trying to
when
rehash it.
Detective Gaither is off, or when Sergeant Gaither is off the stand, if there is a portion of this interview that the jurors are unable to decipher, and they are not able to ask the person sitting there in the room, it's too late to have her come back and answer the questions. So unless the court or unless the defense is okay with the court inquiring whether the jury understands what's being said at a certain point, I'd ask to be allowed to ask her what she heard in the room at the time that the interview was held.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to speaking objection, but if we're going to have speaking objections, I have one I'd like to say as well. That I believe is on behalf of the jury, as Ms. Love seems to be claiming she is speaking on behalf of. This is a waste of time hearing the same thing 3 times.
Well, it's not a waste of time if it can't be deciphered, but
A, if it can't be deciphered, then I don't think we need to hear it 3 times. It's indecipherable. But B, Ms. Love just asked Investigator Gaither, and she said she understood it. It was clear. So I don't know why we're rehashing it.
it's not really whether Miss Sergeant
Gaither.
Gaither can understand it or not. I mean, the evidence is being presented so that the jury can absorb it. And I don't know whether the jury can understand what's being said on it or not. Can y'all understand what's being said? Some of them can, some of them can't. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm gonna probably get Drake Thug and Corvette by itself.
At the timestamp that I stopped at, 3:04:45, did Mr. Zachary say, I'm in the car with Dre, Thug is in the Corvette?
Yes, he said Thug is in the gray Corvette.
In the gray Corvette?
Yes.
And was this still talking about January 6th?
Yes, at Club Crucial.
All right.
And the wood on -1 South Street by the church. Went on bloody day on the ride back. When he rode back, he started shooting up.
And did he just say, and that's when Woody and them all lined up on the side of the street by the church, waiting on Bloody J, and when Bloody J rode past, that's when they started shooting?
Yes,
Is there a church near Club Crucial?
it is.
Continue.
It's going that night, basically.
The shooting, all this, like, kill, they try to kill, all of them, they've been there.
So Nuts murder basically was all really a month. Really, we was a month behind.
Cause shit was already going on.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. It didn't like just happen. Stuff was already going on in November, December, and it just kind of bled over to the actual murder in January.
Okay. Advancing now to 3:06:32.
Remember, guys, the bigger issue is these notes that Gaither was taking contemporaneously are missing. They are clearly there in the video, but they're not produced. So the best evidence of what's being said in this video, if we can't decipher the video, would be the notes that were taken during the time things were being said. And we don't have that. So that's why we keep hearing that best evidence objection.
He tried to tell me he didn't do it. Something they just kept pushing it up for that Woody deal, so he wanted Woody.
That's his right.
Yeah, Woody and Kelly just alike. Both of them, they gonna try to put it off on somebody. Say like, I don't like you. Mm-hmm. But I know we had altercation and we shooting at each other. Right. But then somebody on my side get shot, but she didn't do it. I didn't think that it was them just to get more people against. Yeah. Right. Well, what's Montauk and Kale's beef? Who Montauk?
Antonio.
Tree?
Who shot?
All right. Did you understand, Mr. Zachary, at any point to say, my side gets shooting, their side get to shooting? Start talking about that?
I don't think I understood a lot of what this little portion was.
Okay.
It's a little distorted.
Okay. Did you hear Mr. Zachary say, after asking what Moontoon and Kel's beef were, did you hear Mr. Zachary say Trivia?
Trivia, yes.
Okay. During the course of your investigation, did you look into a shooting at an Intrivia Smith's house?
Yes.
I'm going to advance to the next time frame. I want to start at 3:07:46. And I'm going to go to 3:09.
What kind of court you told me, Montauk got?
Nah, he ain't had that in policy. What kind of car he drive? He had a running truck. When was this incident? Nah, Moontoon had that car. Who car is that? I don't know who car that is.
Who got a grade?
Moontoon Jay got that problem when he came back out too.
Who got a grade?
I don't know. His girl on drive where was it? Great Malibu? Hey girl. Nah, his girl Boulevard. His girl got a girl. She used to have a Malibu used to drive. No, she didn't. Not that I know of. Not anymore. This was like recent. Like he had a rental Malibu. It was a rental. Yeah, a Malibu, but not like when did he have a rental? Shoot, before went on tour. When did y'all go? I don't know when y'all go on tour. I think we went on tour back in April or something. Back in April. Yeah.
So, let's get to this. Who shot up Lucci?
Sergeant Gaither, did Detective Dennis just ask Mr. Zachary did you all discuss during the interview and at this point the shooting of Lucci's mother's house?
Yes.
All right. And is Lucci the Rayshawn Bennett that you spoke about earlier?
Yes.
What address did Miss Reed live at? Or just the street name, not the full address?
Hill Street, Southeast.
Did you all investigate a shooting at that location?
We investigated a couple of them.
Do you remember the dates of those shootings?
Not off the top of my head, no. It was during this time.
Do you remember whether
Maybe
one occurred in
February.
January?
Correct.
Were they both after Donovan Thomas was murdered?
Yes.
You guys think the chair will be moved tomorrow? Oh, heck yeah, we need an ABCs of Steel remix with H's for hot sauce. Ricky E, that's a great idea. Yeah, I'm still, who is hot sauce or maybe hot dog?
And Your Honor, I'm picking up at 30906.
Thug the nephew.
The police in jail right now. Quentin Pittman. So, how did, cause that was the gun that you had, that you got caught with.
No, that won't some gun.
So, how did Woody end up with that gun that day?
We was at Boot Grandma house, big Boot Grandma house.
Mm-hmm.
And we was like, hey, poking shit, they're right.
Okay.
Then when they came back, they ain't even tell us what they did.
What kind of car were they in? They were in what?
It was in that white Chargers, I think.
Woody Chargers? Okay.
And then the boy, Mushu, who he be with Lucci, Mushu.
Yeah.
He called Boo, like, when Woody got back, he called Boo, like, Boo, they got in. Boo, like, what? He like, somebody just shot up Lucci mama house, and mom got shot. And Boo, like, don't tell me how they did that. Cause they come back and they say that.
Mm-hmm.
Don't tell me how they did that. Then that when Woody got scared again, cause Mushu, I got 10,000 when whoever did that.
Who had the Monto gun?
Woody.
So they actually came back and said they did it, or y'all just assumed they did it?
No, they said they did it. He finally said it when Woody, like I told you, Woody got scared when they said he got 10,000.
Mm-hmm.
Felt like, man, we just shot up Lucci mama house.
So because Lucci was close with Nut, they just...
Lucci was hanging with Kel.
Right.
I told you all about Woody and Kel. Like, Nut didn't go get killed. I don't know what made him do that.
Did you know Nut?
Yeah. He gave me $20 and stuff, so you know, I could pull up on use some gas money, phone bills, doing stuff like that.
So he was like the big homie.
Yeah, he cool with the whole city.
That's what everybody said.
So everybody speak highly of him, but he still was a street nigga. So he had dirt on his hands too.
Yeah, he was trying to, but he, like, every time I see him, so I tell him I ain't no gas in the car, so he give me 20 or 40.
So they look at you like the little like,
yeah,
little guy.
I ain't no harm.
Basically. So,
Your Honor,
Yes.
out of an abundance of caution, I'd ask to approach Mr. Sharp.
All right.
Okay, this might be one of those parts where Quindarius Zachary names several people, but there's some evidentiary ruling that something can be admitted for the mention of one or two people, but not the mention of Stillwell. So we'll have to see what this actually is. I don't know why the stream is a little funky bunch, but we'll see if it comes back. It's the stream itself. So we'll see. Oh, okay, now we have the seal. So we're back. We are back. Big shout out again to Jason Sorensen. Again, the chat moves fast sometimes, and I didn't get to see if Jason wanted me to share his channel in case he goes in person to the Koberger case. But Jason had also said earlier, talking about other cases, Lori Vallow case, the judge threw out the death penalty in Vallow case over one small Brady violation that wasn't really that egregious. Make mistakes, make mistrials more common. And I mean, I agree, and especially when it comes to things like the death penalty, right? This could impact, the decision on the sentencing, the death penalty. If there's a mistake and we have an issue with being 100% confident in something, it's my belief, and I think it should be written into the law, that if death penalty is allowed somewhere, it should be with 100% confidence. So if there's an error that may reduce our confidence in the sentencing, the decision to sentence someone to death, I think all the way that should be thrown out. Give them life without parole, but take death penalty off the table so they can continue to fight their case. And when I was a kid, I swear I just believed if somebody was sentenced to the death penalty, surely they did it, and it was bad what they did. And then you learn things. You learn things as you go, and you're like, well, what if we don't get it right? And then you're like, there's a lot of times that now I'm questioning that maybe they didn't get something right. So here I think the example you're giving is specifically on the sentencing portion rather than reversing a conviction. But still a great point. Still a great point. Deter the mistakes. Give prosecutors a reason to care about Brady, constitutional rights, ethics, integrity, doing things the right way. I mean, I think Alec Baldwin trial is another good one. We saw Erlinda Johnson, one of the special assistant prosecutors. She said, I'm not doing this. I'm not comfortable with this. I'm like midday. She's like, that's it. I'm done. I'm out. Deter that type of thing from happening in the future. So I'm with you. I share the sentiment here, Jason.
Hey, Your Honor, I can play that portion. We're at it if the court will allow me to play it for the court so that you can hear it while you're reading it, if that will lend any assistance.
No, I mean, what I have in my notes is that this bracketed part 112.17 through 113.12 was in. What I've got written next to it is okay.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Shart, I think what you're raising now is, does this sort of undo the not including Shannon's name in this whole conversation? Is that right?
Correct, because it is, to me anyways, difficult to discern whether Quindarius Zachary is speaking out of what he observed versus what Mr. Copeland may have said when he spilled the beans. And that's my concern because, earlier today we argued that certain things would come out to protect the hearsay issues.
So let me ask, on page 113, lines 11 and 12, at least on my copy, when he's talking about, I don't know how they went unintelligible, got in the car, I just know gun unintelligible, what does that actually say?
Your Honor, if the court will permit me just to advance to that part.
All right, let's just listen to it now. And we may have listened, I'm sure we probably listened to it before, but I didn't jot it down.
It seems like jury and witness are out. We just can't see it when they pan the camera away.
You think Shannon had on that?
I don't know, they had 8K. Another 223. It was 223 and an 8K. I know they had that big 8K. That was poked in them.
The 8K was?
Yeah.
And what Shannon had?
He had one of the 223.
So he had the 8K and the 223.
I don't know how they got in the car. I didn't know guns. So
answer this question. So when we were in court.
That very last part again.
Okay.
Answer this question. So when we were in court.
No, before.
And you found this question.
Hang on, stop it. Okay.
came for another 223. It was 223 in the AK. I know they had that big AK. That was poking on them.
The AK was?
Yeah.
And what Shannon had?
He had one of the 223.
Oh, he had the AK and the
I don't know how they got in the car. I didn't know guns go back out.
So answer this question. So when we were in court,
Your Honor,
and you found out
I believe that he said, I don't know how they got it in the car. I just know the guns they had afterwards.
Can you play just that part again? Not, and I know it may be hard to get to that, but.
So I'm going to rewind it 5 seconds, and let's see if we can capture just that part.
So when we were in court and you found out that gun,
I'm going to 3:11. Is one good?
yeah, the AK and the
I don't know how they got in the car. I didn't know guns go back out.
So answer this question. So when we were in court,
I don't know what he's saying, and I don't expect you to ask, did he say such and such? If you want to ask, what did he say? That's one thing, but, anyway, I mean, that's in.
And I feel personally confused because I do not remember clearly, but I feel like I remember saying something on stream in one of those days where they went through line by line what they wanted to exclude from these statements from Quindarius Zachary. I swear I remember one day what I called a big win. One of the statements was excluded, and it was a big win relating to a mention of Shannon with the gun. And I remember saying it was a big win for Shart. So, but it's fuzzy. I don't know. I don't know.
I don't disagree that you're.
Listened to this and reported back and said it was in.
Yeah.
I'm not the one asked to approach, so I don't agree with the ruling, but
Understood.
I'm agreeing with what was
Yeah.
ruled upon.
So, why were we encroaching?
Yeah. Just out of an abundance of caution, Judge. I mean, I don't have, I just wanted
To
to,
make sure what the ruling was?
Yes.
Okay. All right, well, we know now,
so.
Is the jury by chance ready? Not yet? Okay, anybody who needs to use the bathroom, please do it quickly.
I mean, this is kind of messy because I feel like, judging by Whitaker's answer, I feel like she might have not remembered her original ruling. And to be honest, I don't really, when you're going line by line with something that's hours long, I get it, but it's like they move forward based on a guess at what a previous ruling was, whether it was Whitaker or Glanville as the previous judge. Sometimes they don't even seem to know for sure if something was ruled on entirely or partially ruled on with a wait and see what happens, or we're deferring a ruling on this until later. There's just so much confusion here. It goes back to Bruce Harvey's motion, like the mid-trial substitution of a judge. So it seems like that's going to come in. And Shart, that's like the second time I've done that in the last 10 days or so. Shart's concern is that if his name is mentioned once, his client's name is mentioned once, when there's a lot of theys and talking about groups in the rest of this interview. Someone said, I don't know in the closed captions. But if they mention Shannon's name once, and then they're talking about the group vaguely doing other things, Shannon, again, could be roped into descriptions without the clarity on whether or not Shannon's part or not part of those other things we're talking about. So there's a layer of issues here. So, oh my goodness. And then Touche says, I am so over these videos, I want to scream. Yeah, and the quality of the audio does not help. Thank you, Touche. Erica says, I thought the jury was supposed to go by what they could understand on a video versus transcript and or recitation by the prosecution. Yep, that's how it should be done, but we're seeing what I think are tricky workarounds here. The judge is allowing it, so maybe I'm missing something. It seems a bit like, I don't know, putting blinders on. Oh,
Hey, everybody, thank you so much.
law and crime guy. This is the third time he's visited us today. Law and crime guy. I should probably learn his name. But yeah, it just seems like the judge is allowing it, so I guess it's allowable. And the jury seemed to give mixed answers. I can understand the video. I can't understand the video. I don't know. I don't know. It all just seems like a mess. All just seems like a mess. Jesse, thank you guys. Jesse Weber. Maybe Weber. Oh, and you guys said turn off the chat. Maybe that'll be... Why don't we want a full screen? Alright. YouTube's not liking me right now. There we go. And I know I'm gonna forget to move the captions when it comes back in. Thank you guys, Jesse Weber. Shout out to Jesse Weber for popping in, coming to hang out with us. Ooh, Sam W says, Woody and Zachary talk real fast when lying. That was hilarious in that one video where Woody was like all animated telling the story, and the whole chat is like, okay, this isn't a true story. This is like dramatics, theatrics. But yeah, I agree. I get the same impression. Thank you, Sam. The Smokey Show says, in the end, Nut will lose because of Mr. Love's or Miss Love's stupidity. And that's the thing, right? Like, if you want justice for victims, I think everybody should be on the same page that there should be integrity to the process. How do you get justice for the victim if the process is just... And, you know, this was an indicta statement from Whitaker yesterday. It's not like set in stone that Judge Whitaker made a ruling on this. But indicta commentary from Judge Whitaker yesterday that Love seems to be putting the case together as she goes. Just disorganized. We're 139 days in from the first day of trial. Jury selection was 10 months long. Pre-trial was a whole mess. The investigation spanned a bunch of years. How, with that much time passed, are we still throwing it together on the fly every day? That's not a process I think the public should have confidence in, no matter what outcome, no matter what side, guilty, not guilty, mixed. Everybody should want integrity in the process. So I agree, the Smokey Show. Thank you so much for the 2. Jennifer Devine says, this is an if I say it enough times, belief becomes truth attack. Shout out B for belief. And I can never get over, she says that word so hard. Believe, belief. Watermelon Juice, I don't know. Watermelon Juice says, why does Judge let Love argue after she's ruled? I don't know, and Love's gonna keep doing it because it works. Love hit the brakes from arguing a few times in the last 2 days. She's back at it now, and it's working for her. So, you know. What is it? You miss every shot you don't take? So why wouldn't Love keep taking the shots if sometimes they make them? It lands. It works. It's passable. Good to see you, Watermelon Juice. Truth always wins, says Love is like a child. I'm not touching you. He did it first. I'm rubber, you're glue. No. And whatever happened after Paige fussed at her yesterday. Told you just gotta wait and see. You know, was yesterday a pivotal moment, or was it just a one-off day for Whitaker? Well, really a one-off day for Love to be down on her luck because Judge Whitaker came in and said, all right, you know, I'm in a mood today. Was it one day, or was it a pivotal change moving forward? I don't know. We'll really have to see the next time, inevitably, there's a motion for mistrial. Zion 42, the same sentiment. Love is acting like a child. Embarrassment. Yeah. And I honestly think you guys are constantly pointing out it's the whole team. It's not just Love. And I think that there's validity to that, right? Love probably plays the role of the child, and the others at the state's table are probably glad that she's seemingly willing to play that role. so they don't have to be the ones embarrassing themselves. But yeah, thank you, Zion. Good to see ya. That's What Lay Said says on April 26, 2017, Gaither participated in Atlanta Police Department's Wednesday selfie. Oh, so scared. So scared of being seen. Let's take selfies. That's What Lay Said also says if you Google Sergeant Gaither APD, it's the second result. That was so funny earlier, so she can miss us with it. Again, I don't know if the media really fought to push back against that. I hope they did, based on their previous push to have complete access, as much access as they can. I assume that they did fight for it, and I think it's more likely that Whitaker still said no. But I really would like to hear the reasons why on both sides, and even that was kept under seal a little bit because they didn't stream the arguments about the legitimate safety concern. So I don't know. Thank you for your support and for the food for thought there. Nancelot's out here sliming. Shout out to Nancelot. Good Trouble became a member. Hold on, we've got to define good trouble. What is good trouble? Thank you for becoming a member. Ms. Jazzy Jazz says, is he telling truth and lies because she is playing this to be as truth? And that's really her whole case is based on it. The Operation Planters PowerPoint is largely based on Woody and Quindarius Zachary's framing of events. And honestly, maybe some of the stuff that Demikian Garlington said, we won't really get that much insight into what Demikian Garlington may have said during interviews with the police because we're not going to get him on the stand. And a lot of his statements, they're not going to be able to play that because the defense can't confront Demikian Garlington on what he said. So I would imagine that this PowerPoint, a lot of it comes from Moody, from Quindarius Zachary, and probably Demikian Garlington, and we'll just never really be able to kind of side-by-side it. Unless for some reason he's like, yeah, I just want to testify even though I'm a defendant. You never know in this trial. But yeah, same story as always, right? Love's got to make the argument that what Quindarius Zachary said in 2015 was the truth, and that should be used to convince the jury that the defendants sitting in this room are guilty as charged. Thank you so much for the 5, Miss Jazzy Jazz. Elizabeth Wright, thanks for gifting a membership. And I know I saw another, you gifted, look at that. Thank you so much. Another 5 from Elizabeth Wright. Good to see you. I hope you enjoyed your massage yesterday. Good to see you over here and hope you are doing well. Thank you so much for kindly gifting. Mama Girl became a member. And be careful, you've got some red in your picture. And I know those football players. Don't get caught up now. Chicken Shite, this had me laughing so hard. I put it up on the screen. Chicken says, more gifts dropping than Munk Tunk sells baggies and gifts on Welfare Check Day. Guys, have you guys seen that Google Maps thing where the little store on Google Maps, I don't know the address, so we might have, I need the address to pull it up. But on Google Maps, it says Munk Tunk's Baggie Shop. So I don't know who trolled that, who got that up there, but hilarious stuff in this trial. Thank you so much, Chicken. Ava M says, I love your analysis, Kat, and learn a lot from your streams. Well, that's good news. I appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat to show support, but glad you're here in general. And happy to hear that you feel like you learn a lot here. I do try to learn as I go. And good time to remind people I am not a lawyer. If I don't understand something, I love to learn. And if it took me some time to learn something, I'd rather save people the time and help pass it along. So, and yeah, I don't remember the address. I don't remember the address. But that was just hilarious with the maps. Great to see you, Nutty Brunette, by the way. And Nutty Brunette, you guys, we were all rooting for Nutty Brunette to get in touch with a friend in North Carolina. Finally got in contact yesterday, so big relief there. That was Burnsville, North Carolina. So a lot of people looking for missing persons, loved ones in Burnsville. Great news to hear that there are people that we're getting communication with. We're starting to find people. And Ike says, whether or not Gaither is publicly viewable isn't the point, right? Does she have an official reason that differs from any private citizen? I really wish we could have heard the reasoning, but I don't know. I don't believe that Love gives accurate representations to the court, and if they made Gaither speak for herself, I feel like Gaither could have embellished too. So it's like, I don't know if I would trust what either of them represented to the court, and we couldn't hear it to really judge to see what it was. So I don't know. I'm of the opinion that unless you actually have a legitimate security concern, I understand if you're an undercover, right? Why that might be a concern. Other than that, or a kid, like I don't think kids' faces need to be shown when they're made to testify, right? But other than that, you know, if I don't want to be on the internet, and I'm sure it's nerve-wracking, right? I don't think we should criticize someone for being nervous when they have to testify. They're just an ordinary citizen that doesn't know what it's like, and they know they're on TV watching a major trial. Like, I don't think it's very relevant for us to judge whether someone's just nervous because they know. Like in the Karen Reed case, I know one of the experts was a younger girl, and there was nothing wrong with what she was testifying to, but she was shaky because there was television. It was, I don't know, millions of people tuned into that trial. You kind of understand that this person is only being called because she's being called, and she's doing her job, and she's got to be on camera. So I think there's an impact on the witness of cameras being in the courtroom. But at the end of the day, I don't think it trumps the defendant's right to, you know, a fair trial, a public trial. And I don't think it trumps the right to public access to trials. I think both of those things supersede anything that can't balance and overcome that balance and say we have a great, egregious, major, significant security concern. So I don't know. I don't know. I think this judge just thinks, all right, there's a camera here, whatever, move it along. Who cares if you're showing the seal? What's the difference? I just think that that's a Whitaker thing. And then, great reminder again, Daffy Daff. We saw this earlier, but I have it pinned still. So, dock workers on strike, you guys plan accordingly. You know, nothing worse than shelves being empty, and you don't want to be realizing that the shelves are empty when you're going to pick up stuff that you need. So, let's see. Leah's dad, and this is going back to the, was it Clayton County case? A homicide trial for a decapitation during a birth. Leah's dad says, my daughter was delivered via suction cup on her head, and it's scary to watch. I can imagine. I don't think I'd watch the coverage as it's horrifying. It's a horrifying moment to remember, but it's very easy to imagine how it happened. Oh, it's like, I'm not a parent, and I just like the idea of it. Like, just, oh. So I don't know if I could, I might read an article to see how it plays out and what the actual legal arguments are. But I feel you, Leah. I feel you, Leah's dad. Ugh. So sad. And you obviously had the experience seeing it, so I'm going to trust your visceral reaction. Like, whew. Thank you so much, Leah's dad. You always come in with some insights. Angie Lay, sprinkling another membership. Thank you so much. I don't know. This was a long potty break, I think. Because we were behind because I paused. So we skipped some of the break, and the break is still going. Oh, Phil, I would love this too. I want to see Steele or Shard bring up Gaither's relationship with Dee's auntie today. I mean, I would love to see, is it a rumor with no weight to it? Is it something that the defense counsel thinks there's enough smoke there that we're gonna ask about it? Because I would say even if they ask about it and Detective Gaither denies it on the stand, I personally, my opinion, don't think Shard or Steele would ask that just because they heard someone mention it online. I feel like there'd be a little bit more weight behind their decision to ask. Right? So it'd be really interesting to see if they ask at all, let alone how Detective Gaither would answer. And I would love to have some closure, right? Is this just a rumor? Is it possibly real? What's going on? Because if it's real, that's not minor. Thank you so much, Phil. I am here waiting with you. Natasha says, my sister is a defense attorney here in Quebec, in Canada, and she cannot believe what she's watching. She never saw something like that. That's the thing, right? This is being watched all over. And I know some other trials get international coverage too. A lot of like Courtney Clenny, the audience for Courtney Clenny is overseas, which is interesting to see. So, you know, I know that it's not unusual for people to watch what goes on in other legal systems. But just like the way the whole world is just collectively shaking their head at this trial is just something kind of new to see. So thank you so much for the insight there. Thank you, Natasha. Seven Angels became a member. Thank you so much. And then, you guys, thank you so much for wishing everyone that had a birthday to celebrate. We had Melly and Cash Money Cass. Someone else shared their birthday. I haven't seen it, but happy birthday to anybody celebrating today and tomorrow. Cash Money Cass wanted to say thank you to all my fellow outside agitators for the birthday wishes. So thank you guys so much. Jennifer, this is a great point too. Jennifer Devine says trials are always a slow burn, but love takes that slow burn to a new level. Yep, day 139, you guys. Okay, can you imagine if we got to a day 403 and we got to say rule 403, objection 403 on a day 403? Out of this world. And Natasha says love needs to be retired. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. We've seen some turnover. Like, imagine someone retiring in the middle of this trial because it's just going and going and going. Gwennon Garnett says 25% of the world's prisoners are in America. Yeah, and this is really learning these statistics, learning about the proportionality, right? The amount of incarceration in the United States compared to other countries. You know, you grow up as a kid, you're told America is like, we're great, we've got it all right. And I'm not saying our country's the worst thing in the world. Don't take it that way. When it comes to criminal justice, and when I was younger, just thinking like, why would anybody be in prison if they didn't do something wrong? And then you hear about one thing and you're like, oh, that was a mistake. And then you keep learning things and you hear like our incarceration rates are so much higher than countries we would put side by side as our peers. Why is that? And so these statistics are a big wake-up call. So Gwennon says 25% of the world's prisoners are in America, and the country is ranked 5th in the world for executions. U.S. prisons are businesses worth billions. Yep. And I also think, you know, a lot of, you know, what we're looking at is, you know, you've got Fulton County, the Rice Street, but there's a lot of federal contracts too, right? This isn't just something that's one county, one state. Private contracts. And I would argue, you know, one thing that bothers me about the immigration debate on both sides of the political spectrum, I think immigration's always going to be a hot button topic, but there's a business similar to this, prison for profit. Well, when we detain immigrants and we hold them, you know, some are held for 200 plus days without their hearing, you know, there's private contracts. Somebody's getting paid. I think some of the rates back in like 2016 through 2018 are some of the data I'm more familiar with. Over $200 a day going to the contracts per head. Heads and beds, right? So there's always a money question. There's always a money question. And I really hope that watching trials like this, you know, people from all walks of life are watching this trial. If we could all kind of like follow the money and raise questions about the money, I think we could have a lot of unison. A lot of things we could agree on. And if large numbers of people could agree, there could be some impactful change. So thank you so much for bringing the stats, Gwennon. Seeing the comparisons was a game changer for me when I was younger. Stephen T. Satchel says, odor of mendacity, nothing has changed. Right in line there. Right in line. Touche says, if Paige can't tell whether love is playing games versus disorganized, how is she so certain the state thinks they're winning and not goading a mistrial? That's true. I don't know. That could be a little bit of condescension, right? I do think that Whitaker knows, I think Whitaker's well aware that she's undeniably had to educate the state on some basic things like Brady and certain rules of evidence. Do you understand the objection? That was like 2 weeks ago now. Was that, do you understand the objection, Miss Love? That was 2 weeks ago. So, one explanation for how both could be possible here is Whitaker could think the state thinks they're winning and say what she said about that in a condescending manner. So, like, they don't know better, they should know better. But I don't know. And in a weird way, so some of watching this trial is seeing, like, will Whitaker ever just, like, get it together, grow a spine? I can't snap my fingers if you guys can't tell. Not very loud. So, it's just the motion, not the sound effect. But yeah, a lot of this trial is, what's Whitaker gonna do? And is she going to do something, finally, ever, at all? Thank you so much, Touche. Oh, hold on, wait. Okay, Carrie H, I think, is your other dog's name Harley? So Carrie H, oh, I love this. I love you guys in the chat. Carrie switched her profile picture. I think your other dog's name is Harley. And now Carrie H says, sharing a pic of my other pup, Stanley. So if I've got the names right, we've got Harley and Stanley. Love that you changed your picture so you can show the chat both dogs. That's amazing. Shout out to Carrie H and Stanley and Harley.
At 3:11:15 where we stopped.
Oh, and we got a squeak there. 2 squeaks.
So, what gun did Shannon, you think Shannon had on that?
I don't know, they had AK. And another 223. It was 223 and an AK. I know they had that big AK. That was poked in them.
The AK was?
Yeah.
And what Shannon had?
He had one of the 223.
Oh, he had an AK and
I don't know how they got in the car. I didn't know gun. They go like how.
So answer this question. So when we were in court and you found out that gun came back to Lucci Mama, what happened since then? Because clearly I know you didn't.
Some told me, man, someone like, you need to start hanging with them, you need to go and tell them for who's gun anymore. I was going to tell, but I didn't.
So, where are they getting all these damn guns from? Because I know you only purchased a couple of them. Where are all these 223s and these, where are these guns at and where they getting them from?
I already had guns. You think I already got guns?
I mean, I know they really bringing them out tonight.
Like it, right? We was at Thor's house. Thor was already gone. We see Kel done pull up in the driveway.
His house, his apartment?
Yeah, come on ticket. We see, I was not one, I like that Kel. I see Gucci had the red Camaro. I like that, they parked up. They go park this some car. I got some car. They go park this some car with a few minutes and pull back out. And then when we went out of town, well, I know some car at Thor house. She man got my dad dropped off. Cause I ain't getting that car. They just parked next to it.
Right.
I don't know if they still around or not.
Right.
So, that's what I said.
When y'all went out of town?
Yeah. They shot at, Kel shot at something at Crystal.
That was with your sister, right?
With my sister?
Wasn't that?
It was,
Trion.
Yeah, Trini and some at cousin. And they met at the Crystals and Kel and Herbie had word.
They say Kel thought I was in the car, that way he was pushing it. But
you wasn't in the car.
that car.
Right, but you wasn't in the car. You was,
I was in Miami.
Right, you was gone. So now you got these too for somebody else's fees because they shooting at your girl and you really ain't got shit to do with it. You just hanging with the wrong people at this point.
That night when you guys talk, that's the first time like they ever let me ride. Like when they go through something.
So I was like, now they popping your chair.
Cause when everybody else, he locked up or something.
Boy. What do you remember what day you got arrested for that gun?
Like May 7th. May 7th. Like,
where are your guns at?
I don't know. Woody told me that he lost. I had bought one when I came back. I bought the 762, the Draco. Yes. I had that for a minute. Then I had owed somebody some money. I had left it. I had owed one of Woody friends some money So I left it. I told him to tell him hold that so I paid him. So I see Thug get some money from him. So. He like, all right. Who is this? Because we need that gun. Who? You're the gun you bought. No. You had, I'm getting confused. Woody had his gun. You had mine.
Answer this question. Answer this question. When you bought that Draco that you talking about for Woody.
Nah, I bought it for me.
Huh?
I bought when they shot Summer Cole.
So you bought it for yourself?
Yeah, put it in Summer Cole right with it.
So how Woody end up with it?
God owed somebody some money.
So you sold it to him?
Nah, I just like hold my gun until I get the money.
Right.
And Woody like, I hold it in my house.
So was you ever gonna buy it back? Did you ever attempt to buy it?
I had to see Thug, like, Thug ain't stopped coming around. Because he got too much going on, he going out for some bullshit.
Right.
So he stopped coming around. And then, when I had bought the other one. I had bought the other one a few days later.
Right.
The 223.
And who did you buy that for? I know it wasn't for you.
I bought it for Woody.
How much did he pay for it?
$1,000.
So you bought it directly for him?
He just like, he said, what, he gonna leave me in the house with his baby mama and kid.
What's the investigative thought?
That's the one that's handling the house.
Yeah, what's going on, man? Yeah, what's up? What's up? Come on.
Squirrel brain. Squirrel brain has appeared.
I'm stopping at 3:16:06 and I'm going to 3:16:21.
You gotta think about it. Wayne hit money. Birdman going.
Alright. Well, we gonna fast forward on that.
Do you think that
Oh my gosh. And I don't want to talk because it could just start playing like in 2 seconds. So I'm just sitting here like in silence. It's not the stream. You guys aren't frozen. It's them.
3:16:36. And I'm going to 3:16:42. If there are no objections.
Start.
42. Starting up at 3:16.
Hang on, Mr. Sharp.
I asked it to be played the way that the court ordered it to be played.
I haven't ordered it to be played anyway.
Court, I don't know why that's being skipped.
Okay, I don't know what's being skipped, but
If Mr. Steele lets me know which portion he wants, tell me the timestamp, I'll play it.
do we need to approach again?
Well, if we could just refer to the document, maybe it can help
I'm referring to it.
what's going on, because obviously we can't play the video real time to know what the state's talking about. So we could just
Okay, well, I mean, she needs to give the timestamps for purposes of the record, but are you able to do both the document?
Given that I don't know what portion Mr. Steele is asking to come in, I can't tell. I can simply say we are attempting to do number 25. So
I mean, that would work in terms of letting them know what it is. Does that help if she just refers to the number?
And I do want to do the time for the record, but.
Yeah, I mean, you need to, but will that help y'all? If she refers to the number of what it was we all were referencing when we were going over the evidence?
Yes, Your Honor, I just got to look at that.
Okie dokie.
I need you to use the mic.
I understand what the state's saying about 25. I think that there is a portion in between 24 and 25, which is found on the top of page 123.
Can y'all come up here for just a second? And you can just stay where you are. You won't understand what it is that we're saying anyway.
I don't really know if that's okay, but okay, Whitaker. Why would someone not being able to understand what we're saying make it okay for a witness to possibly hear a sidebar, a bench conference? And I don't even care. I'm not even like diving into it being rude. I'm talking about, it could influence what she says the next time she's answering a question. So I don't know what that was. That's a thing. All right. Look at this. Casper says 403 and rule 403 appears. My gosh. And what a waste of time. I mean, they took that long break, come back, and played a decent chunk of that video, and then just sat here sitting on our hands again. Chloe Albert's Revenge, keeping us entertained, says, Love believes she's smarter than a 5th grader. Guys, I love game shows, so shout out to cheesy, campy game shows. I especially love the older reruns. Love, love, love game shows. So love this reference here. Thank you, Chloe. David Newth, good to see ya. FFS is a beast. Is FFS back yet? And precisely what we think of whenever love speaks. Yep, I love having the excuse to be able to say FFS. Keeps the channel PG-13, but lets us vent a little bit. So shout out to FFS. Thank you so much, David Newth. Alethea Seacrest says, Kat, you are awesome and the family you created. Shout out to the chat. Love you guys. Thank you so much for the super chat. AK, speaking of FFS here, AK had said this when Love got to utter the F word and seemed very enthusiastic about the opportunity to say the F word. There's the cuss face. We know she is. Yeah, always loves, and I don't know if it's like midday or a witness switch or depending on how the judge is dealing with her, but going from soft and meek to blurting out, what's a B word that rhymes with rich? Like, just taking it all the way. Thank you so much, AK. What are you guys saying over here? She Loves Fantasy says Whitaker is just as insufferable as Love. Doesn't matter if she's the broken clock that gets it right once or twice a day. But speaking of broken clocks, her one thing is like wanting time management, and we are not even getting that. Like, there's been so much distraction and delay today alone. It's not that different from Glanville's weird scheduling days. And I would add, like, if Glanville had to make sure his I always forget his name. Was the dog's name Jack? Was the dog's name Jack? But if he had a dog that he had to, like, take outside, I mean, at least he had, like, a reason for some of those. Some of the other days were like, why are we wasting so much time? There was barely a court day. But is this all that different? We had days where we just hashed out evidentiary issues, and those things are still not actually hashed out because the state either asked for more time or something was disclosed later that we plan to use on direct. And one time Steele introduced something late for cross, which he has the right to do. And there was a gap of time that we needed to sort that issue out. Or we forget our rulings that we made during these off days, these non-jury days. So now we have to waste time with the jury present or kick them out of the room to hash out what we forgot we ruled on. And don't forget, I don't know, it was like 3 weeks ago at this point, but I think it was Westmoreland. Miss Westmoreland had to remind the judge, like, we're not supposed to have to keep track of your rulings for you. So, we made a big fuss about the calendar, productivity, not wasting time. Haven't really accomplished that. Jason Sorensen had said, even if she won't grant a mistrial, you would think she would be more skeptical of Love, but Fani talked to her and we're right back to square one. And, you know, I don't know. I'm not going to speculate that somebody had a conversation with somebody, but I do think there's a little bit of any way the wind blows. We get hyped up and we lay down the gavel. We say, I'm standing by my ruling one day, and then we ease up as soon as we feel like we might have been too strict by properly reprimanding a party. We feel bad about it and then walk it back and try to overcorrect it, try to course correct it. And I'm not gonna, I don't think it's necessary that somebody had to speak to Whitaker to do that. I think that that could purely be a lack of conviction, a lack of backbone, a lack of standing by your reason for ruling and admonishing a party the day before and walking it back because you feel like you yelled at someone. And I don't know, I feel like she doesn't give the grace that she gives to Love to Bruce Harvey. And Bruce Harvey, maybe it's a small sample size. Maybe the small sample size is the problem. But I don't think I've really ever seen Whitaker yell at Bruce Harvey and then course correct by being extra nice to Bruce Harvey 5 minutes later. So, I don't know. I really feel like this trial is becoming what will Whitaker do? Like, that's kind of what this trial is devolving down to. AI Designs, thank you so much for your support. Thank you for the super sticker. And yeah, I don't know about what's actually happening here. We're just on another long bench conference sidebar that apparently Gaither just gets to sit next to the whole time. Yeah, and what's going on with the one-player hot sauce? I need clarity on that. And to be fair, there are, like, nicknames all throughout this trial, so someone really could be hot sauce out there, but we also heard a different person make up a Lil Mike and Quez, so we don't have Quindarius Zachary right here to ask, so who's hot sauce? But, so I still have a mystery here. Who's hot sauce? Do they exist? Is that a real person? What was going on? Oh, and you know what? It might be the court.
Listening to a portion of this, I'm gonna have to excuse y'all again.
Oh my god.
I hope it will not take more than 1 or 2 minutes. So don't go anywhere very far.
Well, I guess the silver lining is we get to hear it even if the jury doesn't.
All right, Mr. Sharp, do you want to just come over to council table and y'all try to work with Miss Hilton or Miss Knight on what needs to get played? Yeah. And that way y'all can listen to it and get the timestamps and
Yes, Your Honor.
sort it out.
And to be clear, Your Honor, let me also put on the record, the part
Okay.
The part that I stopped at was 3:16:34. At 3:16:34, and honestly, I have on my own transcript like a hard line, take out. If this is not something that everyone on the other side wants excluded, I'll happily play it. But the part that I stopped at, it says, answer this question. Did Birdman know anything about that murder?
All right, let's just listen to the tape, and the tape is what it is, and figure out what the timestamps are. Because I think we all agree what's in and what's out. We just don't seem to agree on what the timestamps are.
I'm starting where I'm going to go back to 3:16:20. All right, to 3:16:20. All right, so 3:16:20, I'm going to play.
Good. You gotta think about it. Wayne get money. Birdman ain't going to jail for nobody.
All right. Well, we gonna fast forward on that.
Do you think that Thug ordered that? On murder against nothing? I told they just trying to give the name.
Okay.
So there's like no sanctions?
There it is, right there. The court's ruling, as I understand it, and I have documented, is that the part that the state just played, which is on 122, the bottom of 122 going to page 123 of the transcript, where it says, do you think that Thug ordered that on Nut, murder against Nut? And he says, nah. That was all coming in.
Right.
Okay? And then,
Correct.
and then when Zachary says, nah, I told they just trying to get a name,
That's out.
that's
The
out.
law is in, and the rest of it is out.
Correct.
Yes. And then it picks back up with the question, right?
So there's no sanctions and all that's in.
Right, right.
So, no. So, am I clear that there's a 1 second part that's out? Because,
Yes.
Judge, I'd ask to be allowed to play that, because I am not, a second, it's going to take less than a second to say that. To stop it.
It doesn't matter, that part's out.
I know, but what I'm saying, Your Honor, is I do not believe that.
Can you turn the volume down for that part? Because that would be fine, if you just gnaw and turn the volume down.
I don't trust them to get it right. Come on now.
I can, yep. Because we had 3:16:34 to 3:16:41 out.
And that's what was agreed
I
And
don't
that
know
was what they
the
agreed to.
timestamps are, but I know that line 7, murder against Nut, Zachary's answer, nah, is supposed to be in, and the rest of it is out, and then it's Gaither's question again.
She acts like you can't cut
So
something between
the
seconds.
nah stays in,
Correct.
but the rest of the sentence is out. And then it picks up after
Yeah.
5, 6 words.
Yes.
It says not, it's in the space bar.
Evidence review doesn't work like that. But Your Honor, if the court would just give me a moment to just practice.
Okay. That works.
Oh my God, do we get to see her practice?
3:16.
Oh, they muted it. Oh boy. And I couldn't really hear what Whitaker was trying to say, but it sounded like Whitaker was saying, that's why I wanted, and she started to go like this. Like, it seems like she wanted it actually to be redacted. in the footage rather than playing and jumping to timestamps with the full, through evidence viewer, with the full file still technically there. So, but, you know, look at Whitaker's face. Dublin Mug says, where's Kokomo? A scrimmage, an evidence scrimmage, guys. Oh, Alicia, we are just listening to Love practice not playing a split second that she's not supposed to play. Oh yeah, I agree. This is the state again being deceitful. Jim, this is a great use of the jury's time. Can you imagine if you were a juror and like not obeying the rule to not look stuff up and you're like, oh, I wonder what I missed. What was so juicy? And then it's like 15 minutes of Love just playing around with editing. Yeah, that's what I mean. And like, she's with the state. She has the resources. And I'm not saying like Whitaker just slumped in her hand. Like Jeffrey Williams has some money to afford a defense, for better or for worse, because it's probably draining because it's going on so long. But there are people that if this was the defense attorney's problem, they might not have the staff, time, resources. Could be a public defender that's working multiple cases.
That's not the critical part because it doesn't say anything.
So she's editing the wrong part.
So I don't know why we can't just.
Or if it, in the interest of time, if she just instructs, or the court instructs rather, Detective Gaither to refresh her memory on it, don't say the second part, and just ask a question. Did you ask Mr. Zachary if Mr. Williams ordered the killing? And her answer would be no.
Your Honor, I don't think that
She
the
doesn't want
court
that.
would ever allow the state to interrupt cross-examination and instruct the defense on how to ask a question or examine a witness. So,
The plan B.
Your Honor, he can get that out on cross. I'm not trying to hide anything. I would gladly play it all. I don't. So,
You want to play it all. Stop it. This is ridiculous. She's like ignoring the what Steele's doing.
so I'm going to do as the court instructs. I'm going to play it. I can pause it. I can hit mute.
God.
Either option is fine with me. But again, I do not want to be accused of running afoul unintentionally or intentionally of anything that the court ordered.
Nobody
So I'm
accused
going to do
you.
as the court directed.
The little squeak. You guys heard the little squeak?
Okay, so are you ready to get the witness back in?
Yes.
I'm
Can you?
That was crazy.
going to caution you, though, that if more than, like, if that whole thing ends up getting played, I'm not going to be happy. So make sure you don't do that.
I'm going to make every effort. I want it on the record. I'm making every effort to comply
It
with
doesn't
the
matter if you're on the record saying
instructions.
something.
All right, well, you've been able to do it twice in practice without getting any critical part heard, so I expect you to be able to do it with the
course,
jury,
you-
too.
Counsel can play it, but
Huh?
they can play it themselves.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Guys, that was about 23 minutes from when they like took that break to now. Look at Steele. I'm like, Love doesn't get. Love is projecting that she does not want to play that part where he says no, that it was Jeffrey Williams that ordered it. But the objection is to exclude the stuff that follows after that. So for her to keep saying they can play it themselves, well, no, you're supposed to play the one pertinent part without all the stuff that follows that was excluded. So like her arguments don't even apply to the situation at hand. Right, it's all projection. It's a mess. Imagine if she plays it and goes, oh, shoot.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you, Anna. I'm starting at 3:16:27.
All right. Well, we gonna fast forward on that.
Do you think that Thug ordered that? On charges against nothing? I told him that.
All right, she got it before they technically said anything else.
I stopped at 3:16:41, and I'm going to pick.
Like she's got to kick like a game-winning field goal from the 61-yard line. Oh, that's Detective Thorpe. That's Squirrel Brain.
And I'm starting back up at 3:16:43.
Is she using 2 times to try to get a precise timestamp? Why would she speed it up to get a precise start point?
It's like no sanctions. If some shit happens, and I'm from Chicago, so, you know, I know about gang life and all that stuff. So if there's something done without, quote-unquote, permission from the higher-ups, it ain't no kind of, who said so, the higher. I mean,
Pausing at 3:17:00.
and resuming at 3:17:04.
He wouldn't even right when they started YSL.
Who started it?
My brother and Slug. Tay Slug. Yeah.
What about DK?
They did it, because they were around through. I'm telling you who started it. Tay Slug and some, like 3 more of their friends. That these people that already grew up together who started. All of them started. Then they Slug, he loved Thug, so he put him, he told Thug what was going on. And Thug just ran with it.
So now it's almost, I guess because Thug initially was with Red Cartel, right?
No.
Or he was rapping with Rock and all that.
He didn't know what he was Rock Crew.
Oh, Rock Crew. Rock Crew, y'all confuse me.
Rock Crew and YSL the same thing.
Right.
But I told when everybody had fell out with Boo, I ain't saying like that, but they had fell out with Boo, because they say Boo snitching on Mo. And then that's when they started YSL.
Just to kind of disassociate them.
But then they started back messing with Boo, and then that's why I came to YSL.
So YSL is a gang, but it's also a clothing label, correct?
Stopping at 3:18:18.
Now, what do you guys think of that? So YSL is a gang. There's a pause. There's an audible pause. And then a clothing line. And then we get a yeah from Quindarius Zachary. Now, if you just heard that in isolation, what is the yeah to? Is it yeah to that and also this? Is it a yeah to the second part? But I didn't say yeah to the first part because that wasn't, I don't know that. I don't think that that's right. What do you think?
Picking up at let me see. This part.
Thorpe's head is so shiny. Like the reflection is kind of crazy.
Sergeant Gaither, during your interview with Mr. Zachary, do you all confirm that he knows Detective Thorpe from Crawford Long? Do you remember asking, you know Investigator Thorpe, I'm certain you went to Crawford Long.
Correct.
Okay. And does Quindarius Zachary acknowledge that he does know Detective Thorpe?
Yes, he acknowledges it, gives him a hug.
Did what now?
Gives him a hug.
Okay.
Dapped up.
And I'm going to advance, Your Honor, to 3:19:10. And picking back up at 3:19:11.
show you some pictures. And you can say if you know them, you don't know them. Tell me how long you know them, and if they had anything to do with Nuts murder. Who's doing what, who said what. Okay? Cool with that? Yeah. Okay. Open that up and tell me exactly what you see.
Do what?
Okay. You mind signing this picture? Tell me that's do what?
How I spell the name? Y'all spell do what for you?
D-O-W-O-P. D-U-W-O-P. How long you been knowing him?
I ain't knowing that long.
Okay.
I told that to my cousin.
Say your name anywhere in there.
Say my name?
Mm-hmm.
I thought you wanted to know.
Right. I'm just making sure that they say, how do you know that he said that's doo-wop? That's your signature. Okay? And you put today's date on there.
What the
August 5th, 8/5/2015.
8/5/2015.
Doo-wop was one of the guys in the car?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Who is that?
No.
Okay. Right here, where it's white, they can see it. He's right in the arm. How long you been on the arm?
Since about 12.
Say, who's his dad? You say you know his dad?
No, I don't know his dad.
I mean,
He knew your dad.
he knew
I
his
think
dad.
Muntu know his, Quindari's dad. Same name right here too?
Yeah, same thing.
Is he still locked up as far as you know?
Yeah, I think he got 2 years or something.
What about Doo-wop? You heard anything about him lately?
No.
You know if he out? Well, yeah.
They say he locked up.
Today's date again, 8/25/2015. Okay. Who's that?
Yeah.
Anywhere up in here. Right, yak or whatever. Your YK.
Probably a little darker.
You can see it. Oh, it's killing me.
That's the 5th. I think it's that.
Group text
Yeah,
message.
that was 8/5/2015. And who's that?
Shannon.
How long you know Shannon?
I'm with you now.
About a year. He put in his t-shirt.
He got a nickname?
SB.
What that mean?
SB.
I mean, what does it stand for something?
Shannon Badass, I think.
Shannon Bedard.
That his last name. So what, you put SB or something?
Whatever you
Shannon.
know.
Or whatever you
Shannon?
You know the Shannon.
Is it SHANON?
Yeah. And sign your name if you want. Okay. I know you told them, but tell me, who told you what was going on?
Shannon, yeah.
Okay. Shannon and Yak told you what happened. Tell me exactly what they told you.
Shannon right here, they caught me. They run away, they run away with me bullshit. Yeah, girlfriend. They did me, matter of fact, she know.
Bush, you know?
Yeah, she know.
Mm-hmm.
And, then they seen, Nut. Shannon told me that they seen Shannon like we calm down bad.
Calm down bad.
Calm us down bad.
Okay. What else?
And yeah, they killed him.
And did they say who was firing what gun?
Now I know Shannon had a 4.5.
Shannon had a 4.5. Okay.
And I know some shit, they had a little Draco with a shoulder strap on.
Draco?
Yeah.
Okay, who had the Draco?
I don't know.
You don't know.
Where'd you see it? Where I seen Draco at? None had brought to the house a few days ago.
Okay.
But really the day before.
The day before?
Yeah.
The day before the murder or?
The day before the murder.
Before the murder? No, I had it.
But I think Nard was driving though.
Nard was driving?
Yeah.
Okay.
You said it was an Infinity?
Yeah.
You remember the model?
G35?
G35.
Was it any one of their cars or was it somebody else's car?
Now they had Thug manager had Randy.
Thug manager?
Had Randy.
You know his manager's name?
Amina.
Amina? You know her last name?
No.
Okay. You know where she rented it from?
No.
So, after the shooting, do you know what happened to the car and the guns?
Yeah, they dropped off at OG Vintage Spot.
Do you know the guns still around or they got rid of them?
More likely they got rid of them. I think when they dropped them off at Vintage Spot, he pulled that got rid of them.
How do they normally get rid of guns?
I don't know. That ain't the first time they usually keep them.
Yeah.
Okay. So, did anybody give word to shoot nothing, or this was just an opportunity?
They just wanted the name.
They just wanted the name.
Cause like, it used to be Woody Moonton going out shooting. They just wanted the name.
So did Woody slow down with all his bullshit? Or once Nut got killed, did Woody slow down with his stuff, or was he still?
Nah, when he seen that he had a lot of folk that ran with him, then we hung back up.
Moody.
Yeah, but see, they nobody really know Shannon like that. Yeah, he just, right, like, Thug wasn't really messing with him. He was around with Water from him.
Right.
Stopping at 326.50. Advancing to 326.56. And starting back up at 326.57.
Start messing with Shannon.
So he puts Woody to the side and Shannon back to the Woody spot.
Yeah. So, like, Woody took Slug spot.
So Shannon and Yak told you, and he said that Nard was in the car also, and Nard was driving.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Anything else you remember what they told you?
No. That's it. No, that's it. Remember what they told me.
And where did they tell you this at?
At Thug House. Well, Shannon told me at Thug House.
Shannon
told me that Thug House too, but Thug was already gone.
Okay. His house was condo or
Condo.
Condo. Can you remember what Shannon had on that night?
Nah, I don't know. So,
What booth she say? Where she stayed?
what she say? I don't know what she stayed at. I just know her.
Well, just look familiar to you?
Yeah.
What that is?
At the condo.
At the condo? And who's that standing in the window?
That's Shannon.
Was that before or after the murder?
That was the day before.
Day before?
Yeah, all the way went to the mall that one. Thug had bottles of clothes, so that was the day before.
Okay. right? And what else do you know? What else do you know?
About what?
About the murder.
I told y'all everything.
And that's all they told you?
Yeah.
Okay, what happened afterwards? I mean, when y'all went to the Thug House and they told you, what was Nard and Doo-Wop there?
No, what do I was?
Okay.
Where did he go?
I don't know.
So, or how did you link up with them after the murder?
Cause I told you, Wood called, Moon called me out, they saying like, somebody killed Nut. He Wood was scared, and we were together in the house on Rich Park. Well, who got shot at? We met him up there. And then Wood had pulled out, he pulled out a doctor. No doctor who he shot. So we, me and Moon followed me, cause I ain't got no license. To Thug House.
So y'all all met up at the gambling house and then drove to Thug House.
Me and Moon, and we met Wood had pulled out.
Who was with Woody? Was Lil D with him?
Nah, he was at Thug House.
But when you got to Thug House, Lil D was there.
Yeah, he was at Thug, he had been out the whole day.
Out of these four, who you the closest with? Shannon? Why is that?
Cause like, told you, he always, like, they treat him like little brother and stuff.
But you older than Shannon, ain't you? Y'all about the same age?
I'm 21, 22. But I knew him longer though, but we went close like that.
Right.
We just close cause he used to hang on who I used to call my brother.
Stopping at 329.53. Advancing to 330.06. Let me see the words. 44.99. Here. Okay. And then 44.19. Going from 330.06 to 330.10. 330.09. 330.09. Your Honor, what we'll do is actually go to the next portion unless there is an objection, because it's just a 3-second. So we'll go to 331.36. And as we're looking on the at this point, are you, or is Detective Thorpe asking Quindarius Zachary about participants in the
Dexter Montgomery shooting.
Yes.
And the picture or the photograph that Detective Thorpe is showing him now, is that Demise McMullen?
That Thorpe has?
Yes.
Yes.
Did Quindarius Zachary acknowledge that that was the Nard that he was talking about?
Yes.
Starting at 3:31:06. 3:31:36.
Who that DK look like? I can't see him.
This is him right here.
I don't know him.
How often did Noah have Bentley Nitro?
Every day.
So he had access to it.
You asked me like, who he was on? No.
You said, in your opinion, this look like Nard?
Yeah.
Still,
Sick.
how much percentage wise you think? 100%, 80%, 70%?
100%. That was like no.
You sure?
Shit, they got me now.
Fine.
This, I don't know about DK. No, this is just to correct like that you said this looks like Nard. Like, we still working this case. DK doesn't know. Sign on the white card.
Sign with my name?
Name, date, and putting who you think in that picture is Noah.
Is Nard skinny?
Yeah.
So they just got sticks on deck. No. Where they getting them from? Thug got the check, so there's not. Thug put a date on it, 85.
I told Thug ain't stop messing with all everybody. Thug ain't never really like buying no guns for no crime.
You didn't go.
Stopping at 3:33:12, and as we advance to the next slide, I'm going to show you what has been admitted as 503 Yankee, and ask you if 503 Yankee is what Quindarius Zachary was looking at in the clip of the video that we just saw, where he signed his name.
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever in any way attempt to suggest in any report or anything else that Quindarius Zachary knew something about this particular crime?
No.
All right. And is this the Nard that he said he had known since he was 12?
Yes.
Starting back up at 3:33:21.
I'm asking. I mean, I ain't checked back up on you. You ain't had nothing pre-trial. I ain't gave you no violations and none of that.
The pre-trial officer, he mad. I was getting locked up. Officer man.
Yeah.
Everybody they like you.
Okay, you know, like, you know, I don't mean no trouble. But why you be around folks that be in trouble?
I do.
If your brother Tay trying to tell you to stay out of trouble, stay away from these folks, why can't you just stay away from these folks? They just hang around stores and get a lot of girls. But you knew Thug before Woody and all them started hanging out with him. Like, Thug don't even be around them like that. I don't Thug my whole life. Right, that's what I'm saying. He don't even be around them like that. I know, but like, that's just how it was going. He messing with it. It's like Thug cut you off one day and then back cool to the next day. So why people choose to come back around him? Why? Cause he got money? He be taking what they were? Be taking care of folks and stuff. When's the last time you seen him? I ain't seen him, man. I mean, like, you ain't hung out with him or been to the club and nothing with him? I ain't been no club. I ain't seen him in a minute. Like, when I came back on tour, I went in the hospital. You know, I been in the hospital. Like, right. In the hospital, I ain't really seen him. Right. What's up to think about all this? Shoot, she told me to come talk to y'all. She said, if it can help me get out of this situation with me, come talk to y'all. Absolutely. She don't care. She hates.
Pausing at 3:35:05 and starting at 3:35:11.
3 years. Damn. Y'all got no kids together? No.
You want to break or you want to keep going?
Keep going about what?
We still got the bus. Let go.
Want to eat some chips or anything?
Yeah, I'm over here.
What kind of chips you want?
I don't know.
What can you eat? You said you're on a liquid diet.
Get that. I don't want you to get sick now.
Don't get sick on our watch.
I'll be alright. It'll be alright. I'm gonna eat a lot.
You give you some crackers?
Oh, yeah, it's chill.
Okay, Doritos.
Yeah, Doritos.
Let's talk about the bus. Now,
I'll be back. Y'all keep y'all chill, man.
bro, we can't make you no promises, but you're doing a great job. Like, you don't even know.
I can't even express to you. I'm saying, no, I don't want you to be seen in no jail.
You don't want to.
When I say I can't even express to you what you're doing right now and just the magnitude of it, and like I said, we don't vouch for too many people. We just don't. Because people say one thing and then they get out and they start doing some more fuck shit. I promise God, I ain't gonna, this right here cost me so much, they find out, I ain't gonna be able to, I ain't in Cleveland now. I understand.
You ain't gonna be able to.
Listen, you don't want to hang on Cleveland. I don't want to hang on Cleveland now, man, something move. You don't want to be nowhere on Cleveland. If God has a plan for you to help you out this situation, man, some move in Clark County. I'm not going around.
What I say to you, is these next couple of hours gonna determine the rest of your life, and that's just being real because.
Hey, can y'all get my new private court in? I don't know if it's gonna work that fast. Like, I'm saying, can y'all just tell them to leave my house or something?
All we can do is ask.
What we're gonna do is, or what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna speak to myself. When we drop you back off to jail, I'm hopping on the phone with DA's office like ASAP. And you already know investigative authority, he's stand up kind of, he's gonna do the same thing because we've been working this shit since January. We hopping on the phone ASAP. There's still some stuff we gotta verify what you said, but you, like, it's shit to you. I want to say, like, even if y'all don't, if y'all can just release me out of my house arrest so y'all move forward with the case. I can't release you, but I'm telling you, you're gonna have my word that I'm gonna tell these folks the great shit you didn't tell us today.
It feel like weight off your shoulders now.
I just want to get out of here. I know.
I'm just saying though, but just to hold all that in.
I don't have a problem with my health. I don't spend time with my stressing too. I don't spend time with my family. I understand. But once again, what you have to understand, listen to what you have to understand. If you're let out and you're given a bond, a house arrest, whatever the court decides to do with you, you gotta stay the fuck out. Listen to me. You have to stay the fuck out the way. I promise God. Everybody say I promise
Yes, you can.
Pausing at 3:38:41. And advancing to 3:39:05.
So the Wayne concert, I mean, at the compound.
Where you was at?
Yeah, he supposed to came out there.
So what happened that night? Y'all was at the studio or what? What happened?
No, we did like we were who I with. I was Schwab and Chill. Well, we two in the car.
What kind of car you was in?
For me, I was in Benz. What color? White. Okay. Where we all at before? Where we all at before y'all went to compound? LaCour. So y'all at LaCour first? Those sisters wanted to go to compound because everybody was deep and all that. Right. She didn't want to go there and be seen.
What kind of car she was in?
Her truck.
What kind of truck?
Explorer.
2-door?
Yeah. Who was with her? DK they had pulled out the car. DK they had pulled out her car.
DK was in her car?
DK, another young nigga named Book. Book? Yeah. You know about the rapper Book? Nah. This was a nigga be with DK though. Okay. And they little partner named Kel. Was in the little sister truck. And Shannon.
Shannon was in that car.
Huh?
He wasn't in that car.
He got in that car. I told you, put it out there.
So when they went to hit the bus,
yeah,
he got in that car, and then they put the little sister out. Where she staying?
I don't know if she staying. I ain't know.
Which sister is this?
Max.
Don's wife, yeah. Alexis. Well, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, you saw them, so you asked.
That's why I'm saying. That's why I was like, nah, he wasn't in that car originally. Originally, he was in the car with Lil D and T.
Yeah.
Okay. Who gun did I recover?
DK gun. You might be snatched. I met the truck.
Yeah.
DK gun.
Were you out there for that?
Nah.
For the actual bus shooting?
They don't even know that.
So,
They don't know the truth.
let's break it. Let's start over. So, y'all go to the court. Everybody turn. But y'all go back to the studio at any time.
Nah, we went to still late on that night.
But before y'all went to compound,
I went to Magic City and before.
and then y'all went straight to compound. So y'all met them over there.
Who met him?
Was y'all with everybody else at the
Met him at Magic.
And then y'all,
Yeah.
but at some point all of y'all went together before y'all got to compound.
Before now. Like me, Max, all this, DK, everybody except Pee Wee on. We met Pee Wee them at Magic on that view.
Okay. And then y'all left Magic to compound. Okay. How many cars was with y'all?
Like 10.
And you in what? You said white Mercedes?
Yeah.
Who was driving that?
Chill with.
Dark skinned guy?
Nah. Light skin, dread.
Light skinned dread?
Yeah.
Where was Pee Wee?
He from Maryland.
Who was with him?
I don't know who's in the car, no.
So y'all leave from Magic, go to the compound.
Yeah.
Once y'all get there, go from there.
Yeah. I ain't never one side, so a lot of them didn't go inside.
Right.
And then
What was the reason they were trying to get in there?
Just going good. I get it and YSL shirts on stuff.
No. So y'all didn't have an issue with Wayne? Like, what's the issue with Wayne? Well, what was everybody else's issue with Wayne?
Pee-wee, like I said, everybody want to make a name for themselves. Pee-wee don't want to go in there and just get into it with Wayne.
So the intention was to go start some shit.
Yeah.
Didn't matter what it was. They ain't you ain't know
They
that.
want to get seen. I don't know if it's for shit or just to get seen. They want to get seen.
Right.
Let them know they were there and all that. And then them people grabbed from the bush. I try to run from the back and you grabbed.
I did, Officer Booker did.
Somebody grabbed him.
And he was, what happened then?
We stand right there where you got the gun at.
And I pulled out on y'all?
Yeah. When they was pulled down that side street right there, they like, they put Max in the other car. They put Max in the car with T.
So Max and Shannon switched spots.
Yeah. Told everybody that they was on what's called.
Based on what?
Meet them at the studio. Say we're gonna go shoot up the tour.
So they said it?
Yeah. I don't know what they mean if they shoot up the tour or something.
Who said it?
Who said it? Pee-wee said it. Shannon said it.
Who was the most hyped about it?
Who the most hyped?
Yeah.
Shannon.
So where did you go?
Once you left compound, I went to the house at first, and then they woke me up. Well, my partner chill, we woke me up. B said, hey, studio gonna pull up down there. Yeah, we pull up down there. And then they tell me what happened from the last time I seen them.
So everybody met back up at the studio, y'all was chilling there. How long was y'all at the studio?
About an hour. Hey, I guess they thought Thug gonna come back, but Thug went to the phone with me like,
Cause Thug was in New Orleans, right, performing.
Yeah. Like, with my intention, I don't think Thug knew about it. Until after.
Right.
Pee-wee was in the car by himself?
Nah, he didn't call somebody, but I don't know.
So somebody was in the car with him?
Yeah.
Was Rico with them?
Who Rico?
That means you got no hands you ain't calling.
We left him at Magic.
Rico.
So he ain't go to compound?
Yeah, sure, at Magic.
I didn't know y'all hung with him. Well, he hung with Thug.
I didn't know him. They said that's Thug artist or something.
Bobby Thug artist.
That's what they say.
Yeah.
So after they shot up the bus, what happened? After they shot up the bus, what happened?
We met up at the studio.
So they came back to Metropolitan?
Yeah.
I am pausing it at 3:45:57. And advancing to (3:46:19). Okay. And as we advance, I have just a few questions. Sergeant Gaither, when Quindarius Zachary talked about YSL and Rock Crew, was that information that you had before he told you? Or was that the first time you had heard that YSL
resulted from a break after people believed that Big Boo snitched.
I had heard that before.
All right, resuming at 3:46:20.
And was that just one question?
How does Pee Wee fit in all this?
Hey, Rico.
What you mean how he fit?
He cool with Wayne.
Like, yeah, I thought he was cool with Wayne, then he cool with this person, then I thought he was a Crip, then he thought he was a Blood.
Boy, he a crook.
Bird Street or Rolling City.
I don't know. Oh my bad.
But since Thug got that bird and got that check for him, he whatever.
Is he an actual rapper?
Pee Wee, yeah, he rap. I don't do no shows in that, but he really hype man, like, for Thug.
Kind of like a Flavor Flav.
Yeah.
So he gonna do basically whatever Thug say as far as, you know, I need you to just.
Yeah.
That an objection? Sounded like a shard objection, maybe? It sounded like Shart was saying approach. All right, so we'll see. We'll have to decipher what happens when they come back, because we don't even get to see. I feel like that was Shard's voice, but you know, I don't know for sure. So seems like a Shart objection, and we'll have to see what happens. What will happen next? Ike had said earlier, remember the timestamp / transcript mismatch? Yeah, are you going to suggest that that could have been an oops with a wink? Because it might be. I don't put much past the state at this point. Like, especially with the projection we got earlier, like, I want to put it on the record that I'm not doing anything intentionally. Like, all right, well, just because you put something on the record doesn't make it true. It actually kind of raises more eyebrows. They're going out of your way to put words on the record to self-bolster. So, you know, I agree, Ike. Sheila Rice says, wasn't love a judge? Why is Whitaker soft-pedaling? I don't know, and I think, like, you guys have kind of mentioned it, and I agree to some extent, like, maybe there's a certain regret of being harsh on a female. Like, I think people are scared to yell and hurt a girl's feelings, and as much as that shouldn't be the case, it still could implicitly be the case, so maybe that's one part of it. I saw some conversation in the chat, and I agree that it's possible. So I don't know. I think there's a lot of reasons Whitaker could be soft-pedaling. I don't think it's just one. And I do know that, like, in either case, Love has a extensive resume, a decent cover letter. So maybe she just wants to think highly of Love, and rather than just be disappointed, she'd rather give the benefit of the doubt. Ike says, by the power of Grayskull, can we please move past these unintelligible videotaped interrogations where they have admitted to lying? Jury has rights. Free the jury. Free the jury. Oh, man. And I'm toggling over here. I see, yeah, she has not asked but one question in 45 minutes. Peter Ortiz says, why have a number of investigators APD after this investigation? Oh, quit? Do you mean quit? Coincidence? Or is APD the largest gang in Georgia and trying to cover up corruption? Yeah, right around, what was it, 2020? A whole bunch of them just got up out of there. And Thorpe is still employed. He's still there, right? But Dennis, Gaither are both gone. And it wasn't just them. It was like a whole swath that left the department. So, I don't know. Turnover to me, whether there was something major going on, if your turnover's high, eventually, even if all intentions are good, high turnover still raises questions about the integrity and the level of experience that you can keep in the workplace. You know, people are constantly turning over. They don't get to learn your standard operating procedures because by the time they learn them, they're leaving. So even if there's nothing nefarious, it's still a question of benevolently, the turnover could be problematic. So obviously, for a lot of reasons, I think there are some questions to be raised about the work that APD does. I mean, we have this entire war room, this Operation Planters PowerPoint, and it's based on the word mostly of Quindarius Zachary and Woody. And I saw two people, and you guys are still welcome to have your opinion, but I do think opinions should be realistic. And if I see someone have an opinion that boxes something out that's completely unrealistic, I'm going to push back on it. So I saw in the chat earlier that there's no way that Quindarius Zachary would know these details. So he must be telling the truth. If someone holds that theory, I feel, and says that's the only possibility, I feel like they have not been really paying attention to the details of this trial. Quindarius Zachary and Woody could know details, but the issue isn't that they know the details. The issue is, are they being truthful when they say they got these details from Yak and Shannon? Or could they know these details because Woody called Demikian Garlington, who called Quindarius Zachary, and they all got their story straight? Right? So to take the opinion that there's no way that that Quindarius Zachary could know some of these details unless it was true what they're saying, that's really just not realistic. That's just not true. And quite frankly, I don't think we would be allowed to hear the defense make arguments on cross-examination with certain witnesses if there wasn't at least a prima facie showing that a third-party culprit could explain how some of this stuff came to be. So if it was totally outside the realm of possibility, we wouldn't even hear cross-examination questions directed towards the theory that maybe it was threat, maybe it was Woody, maybe Garlington called Zachary and got the story straight. So there's enough there for even Glanville to have thought a third-party culprit could be a possibility here, particularly with one of those third-party culprits being someone that's been on the witness stand. So I think you got to be careful. You got to pay attention to details. Yes, it is interesting that Quindarius Zachary knows specific details that might have some truth to them, but that doesn't mean in a bubble. You got to consider the whole context. He could have gotten those details from Garlington and Copeland.
Continuing.
Do you think that Shannon and all them knew before Wayne Bus got shot up that Thug got brewed in New Orleans?
No.
You don't think he knew that?
You don't think he was in contact with Thug?
He FaceTimed the Thug now.
What about Birdman?
I don't think he FaceTime. I don't reckon he FaceTime. I reckon he FaceTime Thug now. It was at the gas station on Northside Drive. Thug now.
He talked to him afterwards, though.
No, I don't think so. They probably talked to him after the shooting.
Yeah, after the shooting.
So, the question that everybody wants to know, did Pee Wee get that order from somebody else to do that?
No.
Or did he freelanced and did it?
Told it, like, Pee Wee felt like because he had Shannon on with him, Shannon and DK on with him, he want to go ahead, he going to do it, he going to get some money.
About to that.
He thought he going to get some money from doing it, but Thug didn't get on that.
So why would Thug give him money?
For doing it, he didn't order.
Just to do it, you know, they just wanted the name.
Nah, that don't make sense. Like, why would he, if anything, the dispute was between Birdman and Wayne, right? About the contract and all this millions of dollars. So why would Shannon and Pee Wee, or Pee Wee think that if I do this, Thug's gonna give you some money?
Because, you know, they say Thug and Wayne was beefing, but they was beefing, but, like,
about what?
Thug really look up to Wayne. That's what I heard. He do. I know him as a treasurer. He look up to Wayne.
So what was the beef about between Thug and Wayne?
Because they say something like Wayne be acting antisocial.
Like when they
He don't care to kick it.
Yeah.
He don't get knowledgeable and shit.
Yeah, he don't knowledge on the
Like, he ain't even on my level. Right?
Yeah. I guess Thug felt some type of way.
Right.
But for like I ain't never heard like Thug say shoot up the bus. I ain't heard that. On that I heard like they will get this budget to get us some money.
But Pee Wee, on y'all way from Magic City to Compound.
They ain't say nothing about it.
At what point did it get to y'all was there to start some shit or be making name for yourself?
Shoot. Thug sister, she's like, we can go home and get, like, be seen.
So, if Thug's sister, so if she was with it, how she with it and Thug was with it?
I'm telling you, I don't know if Thug was with it.
But from what you know.
He answered the phone for a few years. Like, he was FaceTime at the gas station.
So basically everybody got high and then was turned, like, let's go get it.
They be high all day. You smoke, you drink? No.
What's up with Duke?
Pausing at 3:50:02 and advancing to 3:50:42. And that's number picking back up at 3:50:42.
Nah, see, he just started hanging with Thug, I'm too.
Cause he rapped it up.
Yeah.
You ain't never heard that man people off and shit?
I don't know how he started hanging with Thug. I told Thug, like, he hang with people who know him home with him when he broke.
That what?
That never would home with him when he was broke, he hang with.
Somebody else said that. Friends, man, new friends bring the house down, though. But he got that check, so everybody want a piece of it.
Stopping at 3:51:17, advancing to 3:52:08.
Okay, and the turnover might have been, was it Rayshard Brooks? Was that the Wendy's shooting? Right? Rayshard, I think, right? In 2020. So that could have been the police turnover.
What Dolly White say?
I don't know, he ain't been around. So who else stayed with Thug up 7th grade? I don't know, I ain't never been in that house here. You ain't never been in that house?
Why you ain't never been?
My house is here.
And Your Honor, by our records, that should, I'm going to continue until the end of this particular interview.
All right.
So you just left that house?
Yeah, just moved
You
in.
ain't left that house?
Wait, like play the rest of it?
No,
Through?
you left it before.
My house?
Be honest.
Have I done my house?
Be real.
Yeah, when I go see Preacher,
No.
I get an excuse for
No,
him.
like on some real. Have you ever left it on some just random?
I'm finna go to the store.
Let me go to the store.
Yeah.
Okay, you real. Like, I'm finna.
But I like what that one had permission for.
Yeah. So you ain't had no violations or nothing with it?
No.
What would he tell you happened to that gun the stick you bought for him?
I bought him. He say, first he tell me that his brother had got it, and his brother went, cause Mook from Ben told him, like, get that gun back, you should never did that.
Right.
And then I was trying to get back to him, their brother, the guy they brought out of town and all that. Their brother was named Carl home.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So what did you get? Because the gun cost like $1,000, right?
Yeah.
Did he pay you anything to get it?
No.
You just did out the kindness of your heart? You knew all the shit he was wrapped up in.
Like, he tell me like, it's just for their house, like, he got kids in the house, they know he's dead and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Then they'll move to like, he tripped, get that gun back. And then, most of like, this be second gun, you know, trick you out of.
Well, where are your other guns?
My other gun? I told you, like, I had older somebody.
So you gave him guns instead?
No, I told him, like, put him in funds. I'm gonna pay out when I get my gun back.
Who is this person?
Who is this person?
Come on, be honest. I heard you kind of. Who?
Your brother.
Who brother?
Who's brother?
The big dude?
I guess.
The one that said call home?
Yeah. He fat?
Yeah. I mean,
I ain't seen him in a minute.
Is this the gun? There you go. That's the gun you bought?
Yeah, but me and we went to report the store, they wouldn't let me do it.
Who won't let you do it?
On Bankhead.
That ain't the police station.
No, he told me that he was down there.
Who got that?
I'm up to him.
Say no more.
how you get so fascinated with guns? Like, you ruining your own name.
I bought a gun. I told him I bought the gun. They shot it at some car.
That was your first time buying a gun?
Why are you always on the scene, though?
Cause I been moved to. Yeah, that ain't D in that video.
Who ain't D in that night?
I say that ain't D in that video.
That ain't D? That's you in the back seat. Who else in the car? Who else in the back seat?
One Shannon frame. That ain't D though.
Who said it was D? It's you. It's Shannon.
No, I'm like the other person.
Who knows that other person?
Nah, in my paper they like, Stellar B, Third B, and Shannon.
You need to stay away from him. Period.
I didn't know that.
You just
hang around.
in the video with the gun.
It was a girl like I just grabbed the gun.
You doing too much. I got 4 good videos with guns involving you.
I know.
Come on, man. You can't play like that. Son, you did good. Somebody else want to talk to you. I'm going to step out. Oh, man. Tell you what it is. Just be honest with them, too.
Yep.
All right.
These are folks you really need to be. Whatever questions this man got, don't hold it. They federal agents because of these guns. Like these, they don't have no sympathy. Like me, I got sympathy because I know you ain't about that life. But
I'm sorry, man.
oh, sorry.
Yeah, you back on that one? You ready for that?
Yeah.
Just be honest. You start doing shit with guns and all that shit, that's when I'm you know, No, that's what I'm saying. You don't want to, so be honest. It's basically the same question we asked you about the gun with Rudy and stuff like that. He got himself wrapped up in some other shit. So, whatever questions this man have of you, please don't stop still. No BS. Because that's one system you don't want to get caught up in.
What I told you, I'm gonna go fit.
No. Your criminal history is not bad. That's what's saving you. Because you ain't been in a lot of shit before. I think.
Sir. Right here. Excuse me.
Whitaker just said, what's going on?
What's going on?
Your Honor, I was speaking to them about the,
Now's not the time for that.
okay.
Misdemeanor gun charge before. That's not bad.
That gun had caught with for this misdemeanor.
Oh my gosh.
You know what?
Oh, is it legal for that gun to use?
It's modified.
I ain't know that.
Hey, come on. Hey, what's up, y'all? All right, you come out. This is, good if you want to stay. Stay, but don't matter. I need a mental break. Yeah.
Sergeant Gaither, does this end your portion of the interview with Quindarius Zachary?
Yes.
Do you continue
this might be
at any
done?
point, or do you go back and watch this where he's talking to the federal agents? Or,
No, I had no reason.
okay. I'm going to show you what has been already admitted as state.
Now, just peep there that everything that Gaither was doing, especially that part where she's talking about, I could call the DA's office, we can see, and then Thorpe. Now, halfway through this interview, after they just got done talking about the guns, you're just giving people guns, were you selling them? Who got this gun from you? Now the Fed comes in. So where do you think the pressure really, come on. Come on. I have questions.
Exhibit 510 Yankee and ask you, take a look at it. Have you seen 510 Yankee before that photograph?
Yes.
Was that the photograph? Was Quindarius Zachary ever asked about this particular photograph during the interview that we just saw?
They can't continue playing this with Gaither on the stand because Gaither's no longer in the room. So it's not like the state could decide to just continue playing this right now. But just saying, it's interesting that the jury gets to catch, and Love volunteered that was a federal agent. All this pressure being applied when we're dealing with questions about firearms that are coming from Quindarius Zachary.
Yes, this is the picture that Investigator Thorpe showed him and asked him when did it occur.
And asked him when it occurred?
When was the photo taken?
All right. Could we display 510 Yankee? Oh, I need to stop shooting. When you spoke with Quindarius Zachary about where he was the night of Donovan Thomas's murder, is what I'm holding in 510 Yankee the place that he described as the Thug's condo?
Yes.
Do you know the name of this apartment complex or condominium complex?
Sky House.
And who is displayed to your knowledge in 510 Yankee?
Shannon Jackson.
All right. And is that the photo that he said, or Mr. Zachary said he took either in December or January of 2015?
Yes.
I'm now showing you what has already been admitted as State's Exhibit 477 Yankee. Do you recognize the people who's shown in 477 Yankee?
Yes.
Could you please display 477 Yankee on the screen? Do you see Mr. Zachary in that photograph?
Yes.
All right. Is he the person with the red hat on?
Yes.
Who else is he in the photograph with, to your knowledge?
With the black hoodie. Mr. Sledge, Muntunk, and Mr. Williams with the gray hoodie.
All right. And showing you states 482 Yankee. Do you recognize the persons shown in 482 Yankee?
Yes.
Who do you see in 482 Yankee?
Mr. Zachary up front with the gray hoodie. Shannon Jackson with the black hoodie with white words. And Mr. Kendricks with the long black jacket with a white t-shirt underneath.
Hendrick.
I need for y'all to stick around. Don't let them leave.
Interesting. Someone gonna get yelled at for
I'm now going to show you
pictures of the courtroom or something.
what we have marked, and Your Honor, we shared, and I'm not going to display, but I'm going to show Sergeant Gaither pages 204, 195, 181, 175, 170, 153, 152, 143, 142, 131, 129, 128, 127, 126, 122, 119, 117, 81, 79, and 12 of states 526 Yankee, which has not been admitted.
Okay.
But I'm showing Sergeant Gaither these exhibits, and I've labeled them as 526 Yankee Alpha through 526 Yankee.
Okay.
Showing you 526 Yankee Alpha. Do you recognize the people shown in 526 Yankee Alpha?
Yes, a few of them.
All right. Is Quindarius Zachary in that photograph?
Yes.
Did you ever get the opportunity to review Quindarius Zachary's IG, Twitter, social media, or anything like that?
His Instagram page I have.
Okay, his Instagram page? All right. And I'm going to show you, because this is a little bit bigger, State's Exhibit 526 Yankee Beta, and ask you if you recognize the people shown in 526 Yankee Beta.
Yes.
And do you recognize the location shown in 526 Yankee Beta?
Yes.
Is that an accurate reflection of the persons, images of the people shown in 526 Yankee Beta, and the location shown in 526 Yankee Beta?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state tenders 526 Yankee Beta as evidence.
Any objection? All right, it's admitted.
All right. Showing you 526 Yankee Charlie. Do you recognize the persons shown in?
I'm sorry, Judge, I objected to the
Oh, I'm
last
sorry, I thought you
exhibit.
said no objection. You gotta use your mic. Not admitted.
Okay.
We'll have to take that up. And yeah, I know we haven't gone over any of this yet, so it may be.
That's correct.
It may be that we need to break and deal with.
I don't have to tender it now, no, so that we cannot break.
All right, then just don't tender them yet.
Okay. without publishing and without admitting, is the court allowed, I mean,
you can show her whatever you want. And
Okay.
if you're just saying what are you asking her? What are you planning to ask?
the next question will be who's depicted in this and the location.
We probably don't need to get into the substance of what's shown before we know whether they're going to be admissible.
Okay. But then the next question will be, were the people and the location in 526 Yankee Beta discussed in the interview with Quindarius Zachary?
Okay, that's fine.
Were the people and the location in 526 Yankee Beta discussed during your interview with Mr. Zachary?
Objection for the same reason.
All right, let's just deal with it outside the presence of the jury. So why don't we break for the day? Y'all get to go home a few minutes early. Remind y'all, don't talk about the case. Don't let anybody talk about the case with you. Don't look at any kind of accounts, no matter where they might show up about this trial or anybody involved in it. And we'll see you at 9 in the morning. Thank you.
All right, so jury.
Yeah, and Black Unity, I agree. And this is kind of loud, so I'll wait. But like, if this is supposed to be some scheme where they're getting paid off by Thug, they're doing this for Young Thug, Jeffrey Williams, they ruined it. They ruined this whole scheme. Because who's going to take care of them? Where's their payday? What's the benefit of all of them messing this up? Right? It just makes more sense that people were wrapped up and maybe wanted to get a target off their own back. So, great point. And also love the dodo. The dodo emoji.
All of their cameras away and let the witness leave.
Yeah, we're gonna find out. I mean, hopefully they let us hear.
You want the You want that camera on?
Huh?
You want the camera on?
Whose?
This one here.
Doesn't matter. Fine, that's fine. Okay. We have a problem, and I don't know if it was any of you, but we need to get to the bottom of it, or I'm going to have to
Gaither.
excuse everybody from utilizing cameras anymore. Because there is an instruction that this witness not be in any way filmed or documented, no visual images of this witness, and some person who I have no idea who is from Adam has just emailed that they and shown a picture that is now documented all over the internet of this witness today, clearly, sitting in the witness box, being examined by Miss Love, and it is a full-on image of the witness. And so we need to get to the bottom of who took it and sent it to somebody else. And it was posted by somebody named Empress Fox, Protect the Flag, America, I guess, 2028.
Blame Twitter.
With the disclaimer, this was sent to me, I didn't take the photo or own it. So, one by one.
I don't take steals.
Your Honor, I just want to say, I'm not allowed to have cameras installed.
I can't, you know what, everybody come up individually to a microphone somewhere so that I can hear you, identify yourself, and say what you need to say. Does that micro? Good afternoon.
He might have
So
already
I just,
taken it down.
I'm not the leader. I just wanted to be the first one to say that I'm not allowed cell phones or cameras. It's on no order. I definitely did not take the picture. The picture did come to my attention. I got here a little bit late today, but there was a camera and device. Someone was definitely taking pictures today. And I know one of the people who was taking pictures was Miss L.J. Hall, PhD. Not for sure if she took the picture, but she definitely had a camera.
Okay. All right. And remind me your name, I'm sorry.
Yes, my name is Nicole Borden.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I think that's what you gave that lady, you talked about the rule 22, same time you gave her hers.
And she was.
See when she
Miss
wasn't.
Sylvia?
Yeah, you gave her permission to do still photos, but not on these. You weren't supposed to do that.
Hey, I only
Hello.
Hi, I was live streaming, that's it. I didn't take any pictures.
Ma'am?
I live stream, I didn't take any pictures.
Okay, I mean, you've got a couple, 2 or 3 different devices going over there at once at some points in time. And it looks like sometimes you do take photos. Are you taking photos?
Yeah, I only take photos of the defendant, that's
all
it.
right.
Or you.
You are
Or I take pictures of you.
representing to the court that you did not take any pictures, any images of this witness. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you know anything at all about anyone who did and/or how this got out there?
I only know one person that was taking pictures, the same person that she said.
She's signed in right
She
here.
signed in right here too.
All right,
Yeah, it looks
and
like the
ma'am, I
Zoom
don't even know
screen.
who you are back there, but,
No, she's not even allowed to have her.
okay. No, all right.
We're gonna listen to what they say, but if this is the picture, because Whitaker did say a picture of Love questioning Gaither, and this is a picture of Love questioning Gaither. So I don't know. Is this today? What is Love wearing today? Let me see what outfit she's wearing. Because someone in the comments is saying that's not from today. But I was just thinking, if that's the picture, that looks like a Zoom screen angle, not someone sitting in the courtroom taking a straight-on picture. So let's see. Yeah, this is the same thing Love is wearing. It just looks washed out in the picture. So if that's the same image Whitaker's talking about, then it wouldn't have been someone sitting in the courtroom unless they took a picture of the Zoom screen on, like, through, like they zoomed in and took a picture of the Zoom screen while in court. I don't know.
Sorry to have, okay. All right, thank you. I will do a show cause order to Ms. Hall, and we'll find out from her. Okay.
My
That's
question
it
is,
for
why
this
didn't
part of the
Whitaker realize
proceedings.
that?
All right, so if, Ms. Love, you're going to want to deal with the rest of, hang on. Can you put the show cause order together? And tell her to bring all of her equipment. If you are going to want to introduce all of those exhibits, we're going to have to hash out the admissibility of them. So I had thought you were going to introduce them with Mr. Sprinkle, but.
I was, and I took out ones that specifically were pertinent to the interview that Sergeant Gaither had, because she had knowledge and could testify about people that were pertinent to what she and Mr. Zachary discussed in the interview. In other words, for instance, during the interview, you hear them talking about the dugout. There are pictures in the exhibits that I showed her of Mr. Zachary and Quentin Porter at the dugout. You hear Mr. Zachary talking about a person named Gucci Red. There, 526 Yankee Charlie is a picture of Mr. Zachary and Gucci Red.
Okay.
You hear.
I guess what I need to know is, do you want/need to have these admitted with this witness?
Yes, the ones that I selected, not the whole 526 Yankee.
Okay, so I guess that means we're going to need to sort out the admissibility of them now, which is what we're going to have to do. So can you tell me in number, not reverse number order, what they are?
Yes.
Or just hand them to me and I'll write them down?
Yeah. Yes,
That might
either
be
way.
faster.
Sure. And we can also email the PowerPoint to the court.
Oh, I think y'all already, I didn't, PowerPoint, just the exhibit list. Yeah, you already did. I just need to know which ones we need to litigate right now. So where are the page numbers? Miss Love, where are the page numbers?
Your Honor, I have the page numbers and I can show the court the actual images. Let me just.
You know what, let's just go, let's just start in numerical order and not reverse numerical order, just because it'll make my brain less crazed.
Understand.
And go see if there's objection to them. So if everybody wants to pull up their scanned document that was sent over the other day.
And let me clarify, the picture I pulled up on the screen is what is going all over the internet. And Whitaker said that she's raising a concern because someone emailed her and said, you know, here's this picture of the witness and it's all over the internet, right? So we're checking one box with the fact that that's being shared. But two, Whitaker also described the picture as you can see Love questioning, meaning Love is in the frame questioning the witness. And so that picture checks the two check marks, the two details Whitaker gives us about the context of the picture. And the reason I pulled it up on screen to ask you guys is, why isn't Whitaker piecing it together that it could have just been a screenshot from the Zoom screen, which was shown on the live streams today from the media pool? It's not just Law and Crime. I'm sure it was shown, we happened to be watching Law and Crime, but I'm sure that same angle, that same blip was also on the other feeds. But Whitaker didn't seem to realize that that was a Zoom angle. And nobody in court mentioned it because Whitaker didn't show the picture with other people, I don't think. So,
so that we can all be looking at them. I'll have to find it. Your scan. All right. I think your first one was either 12 or 16.
It is. And, Your Honor, I know what the court said. We're just going to try and make it as simple as possible.
Okay.
And we're sending to the court the way it's going to be displayed in electronic form so that the court can look at it and it's not terribly confusing.
Okay, so it is going to be displayed differently than what it is on the scan that you sent yesterday?
Yes,
okay.
Because, yes.
Well, can you just send it to everybody?
Yes, everyone else has it. The court.
Oh, only the court doesn't have it. Okay.
Sorry.
All right, send it on. So this is different than what you sent Ms. Persifield yesterday?
It's select ones from what I sent Ms. Percival yesterday.
Okay, but do they look the same as what you sent? Because I don't mind just looking on there. I think it just arrived, so that's cool. I am opening it up now. Okay, got it.
Okay, so.
And if A is whatever the last one is to the first one, that's fine. As long as we're all looking at the same thing. All right. So is everybody on the 526Y, A through whatever it's going to be? All right. Any objection to A?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, then what is that?
I don't believe it was tendered yet, but
Well,
the witness.
I don't know if it has been or not, but
I
the
don't-
assumption is all of these are going to get tendered with Detective Gaither, so.
Detective Gaither stated, I recognize some of the individuals depicted. So I'm objecting to the entire photograph going in.
We have no problem with not tendering that one through
All right.
Sergeant Gaither.
Okay. B.
I just don't know the purpose of.
Well, that's not a good objection. I mean, it might ultimately be a relevance objection. Okay.
Relevance and its admission against Mr. Nichols. It's not an inconsistent statement in any way. It doesn't involve Mr. Nichols in any way. It's not a co-conspirator statement. Why is it coming in?
So, relevance objection.
Your Honor, the photographs, so backing up, one of the, I believe the defense is going to make every effort to, one, discredit what was said during the interview of Mr. Zachary.
Okay.
What these photographs show are, and the jury has already heard, we did not get them admitted, but I think it was admitted that 526 Yankee it's the Twitter record pulled by DDA Sprinkle.
Right.
That belonged to Quindarius Zachary.
Yes.
So, as much as that is before the jury, and these photographs that Sergeant Gaither recognizes as depicting pertinent portions of her conversation with Mr. Zachary, pertinent portions of Mr. Zachary's interactions with defendants in this case, I would ask that, or I'd submit that the relevance threshold has been greatly exceeded. For instance, Mr. Zachary is talking about at some point during the interview how Rock Crew started, why he has an association with someone from MDC. He's from Capitol Homes, me and Mook Toot from Capitol Homes. He knows Big Boo. 526 Yankee Alpha is Big Boo. It is not only Big Boo, it is Big Boo and Mr. Zachary in the dugout.
Okay, all right, overruled.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that the entire group was admitted yesterday. I thought.
Oh, it wasn't, none of it was. It was just, with Mr. Sprinkle, he identified the whole group
Yes,
as.
that's right.
The
That's
Twitter
correct.
feed. None of it has been admitted, and we said, we'll have to take this up. So now some of it she wants admitted, specifically these things that are in this exhibit, composite exhibit, so we're litigating their admissibility.
Right, but maybe I missed it. I still don't see how this comes in against Mr. Nichols.
Judge.
Well, it's a RICO case, and it may or may not have anything to do, I mean, I doubt I don't know how the jury is going to interpret this.
It's neither a prior consistent or a prior inconsistent statement.
It's just evidence.
It is nothing. It's nothing. That's what I
It's a
mean.
picture showing that the two of these people were related, and they are at least at some point in their lives at the, what is it called?
Dugout.
Dugout.
Oh, all right, I'm
So-
going to have the same objection to every single one of these photographs insofar as it is being admitted against Mr. Nichols. It is not anything that's relevant to a prior inconsistent statement or a prior consistent statement. It may be admitted insofar as it's admitted against the witness, but not against Mr. Nichols. You can't just keep saying, oh, this is a RICO case, so everything comes in. So I'm objecting. Thank you for a continuing objection. I'll not whine with regard to each photograph. How's that?
Okay, that's fine. I mean, not every bit of evidence in a trial is a prior consistent or inconsistent statement. There's, and relevance is a very low threshold.
I know.
Okay.
Your Honor, could I whine just briefly?
Sure.
Yes. So this photo, and I think it's going to be for a lot of these, I could see if Mr. Zachary said, oh, I don't know who Big Boo is. I've never met a Big Boo. He's testified to all.
Okay, I mean, I understand, but it's, it's got some probative value, and it has little to no prejudicial impact. So it's in.
Your Honor,
Yes,
just for the record, I believe that it was referred to by the prosecutor as 526YA, but YA is not, it's withdrawn, and this is
Yeah.
YB.
Yeah, right.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Moving on to C.
Will Your Honor
And
allow
you
me
can
to keep
just,
my seat?
Mr. Harvey, have a continuing objection to all of these, and my ruling will probably be the same.
May I stay seated?
I suppose.
I'll stay.
I don't care.
Okay.
It's fine. I mean, I can probably hear you better if you're seated anyway. All right,
So
C.
526.
Hang on. Any objection to C other than the general relevance one that we already discussed?
I don't know if a foundation can be laid, so I don't want to waive that, Your Honor.
So what I asked the witness is whether she recognizes the persons in the photograph that Mr. Zachary posted on October 20th, 2014 on his Twitter feed. She will be able to say yes, she's seen them. The person, the female in the picture is the person Mr. Zachary refers to as Gucci Red, and Mr. Zachary is in the photograph. This witness knows who Gucci Red is. The jury has now heard Mr. Zachary's comments about a Gucci Red. So I believe, given that the jury knows that this came from Mr. Zachary's Twitter account, that this witness can identify the people in it, that a foundation can be laid or has been laid.
Okay, and your purpose for showing this would just be to show that the two of them do in fact know each other and hang out, I guess,
not
or
hang out,
whatever, I don't know, what?
Not hang out, well, okay, I mean that they.
Associate with one
Yes,
another?
yes.
Okay. And foundationally speaking, do you have a further objection or?
I'll object to where it's written at the very top, Your Honor.
Uh-huh.
Gucci Red begging. I don't really understand why that's coming in.
Okay.
Can you? So it was, Mr. Zachary's posts, given that he is an unindicted co-conspirator in this case, his posts and the words he makes, unless there are other people, generally when we have social media pictures being admitted, we take out other people's comments that are not either a witness or a defendant, but the comments, the captions of the persons that are co-conspirators in this case, they are left. This is one where he says, this is Gucci Red begging. So I don't think she's begging. I don't know what she's doing. All I know is that he posted a photo of himself and the person he calls Gucci Red, who he has a protracted conversation with detectives Gaither and Dennis about during this interview. So I would ask that the words, the photograph, and the date, and the social media handle, and the picture of the person who is the owner of the account all be shown to the jury.
The rule is that it has to further the conspiracy or further the interests of the gang, and I don't see any purpose. And to say that it's an admission by a unindicted co-conspirator, I don't know what that's admitting. An admission means it's admitting some sort of guilt. That's the definition of it. Your Honor, I cite to Alexander, Alexander versus State, 371 Georgia Appeal, 532, it's in Division 2. It's 2024 case. And it just gives, it's a gang case, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
And all they say, it's well written actually, but what the Court of Appeals says is that you need to show, not you, the state needs to show, it's not just evidence of a gang member. You have to show that somehow it furthered some interest.
Right.
So I just don't understand. I'm objecting. You're going to ask me what's the prejudice, so I'm going to tell you I don't know if there is prejudice.
We'll take it out,
So-
Your Honor, the words.
They'll take it out.
Shout out to Love for just stipulating, like, just
Okay, any objection to
Nice.
D?
The printout, I'm looking at the printout, so if I'm wrong, it's not intentional, because it's kind of small. I don't see people that I recognize in this photo, so I don't know what the relevance would be.
Ms. Love?
Mr. Zachary is in this photograph. Mr. Stevens is in this photograph, and Sergeant Gaither can tell the rest of the people who are in this photograph if, I believe that this is the inside of the dugout, and the caption, "Ball up them slimes, they going 7:30," and this is taken, or posted rather, October 25th, 2014.
Okay, well, I assume that the what was written is coming out.
No, that one.
Well, okay, I'm going to argue to the court that this does not fall under 801 D2E. So the words would be redacted. So they're not statements by a co-conspirator that are furthering anything. And quite frankly, I don't know what the relevance of a picture of, a dozen young men. One of them, I'm being told, is Trontavious Stevens, and one being Quindarius Zachary. I don't know what the relevance really is, but
The relevance, Your Honor, is ball up them slimes. I think later on at other points in other portions of this, these photographs, we'll see other instances where Mr. Zachary replaces C's with B's. It shows his association with another YSL member. It shows and proves there is an us, there is an enterprise, there is the existence of the enterprise, which is an element of count 1. And it goes, this is a post made October 25th, 2014. So I believe that the relevance threshold has been met, and the assertion, the caption to the photo is Mr. Zachary promoting the enterprise through his words.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection. E? Any objection? Any evidentiary objection beyond just, we rather not have this in?
no, it's just difficult because, Your Honor, we previously litigated another group of social media posts that involved, my recollection, Quindarius Zachary.
Right.
And if you recall, we were arguing, okay, well, one photo is enough to show
Right.
an association between someone and someone else,
Right.
and the rest were cumulative.
Right.
And I just don't have in front of me right now those other ones. So to
Right.
the extent that this is cumulative of showing Mr. Zachary and Mr. Garlington shooting the bird, then I would object that it's cumulative.
All right. Any response?
Yes, this is not 12 photos shown on the same day. This is another instance of Mr. Zachary on this particular date in this photograph with Demekion Garlington
using B's instead of C's, calling Mr. Garlington his slime at 30D. We can,
Do we already have something similar, a photograph of the two of them together using any kind of alleged gang language? I feel like we do.
and Your Honor, so in as much as with this particular one, I can withdraw this particular one, but there is a different one, 526 Yankee. I don't know what G is, but G.
Okay. G,
That-
I don't know what G is
Golf.
either.
Golf. That's what they
Golf,
tell me.
Yes. Okay, anyway, let's move on to F.
Okay.
So that's withdrawn,
Actually, and I'm withdrawing F as well.
withdrawn, okay. So on to golf. Yeah.
Now, golf has Mr. Zachary posting the 3 snakes, a heart, YSL, 30 deep.
All right, I don't think we have that yet. Any objection beyond relevance or cumulative? Well, nobody voiced any objections, but I assume that's what they would be.
Cumulative, and I don't recall if the other group of photos involving Mr. Zachary have been admitted at this point. I would just ask that if they haven't been admitted, the state just needs to pick which ones they really think are important and not just have a bunch of pictures of Mr. Zachary and Mr. Garlington. So if they haven't been admitted and this is the one they want, then it wouldn't be cumulative, but another one that they said they wanted last time we did this would be cumulative.
I believe that the proper evaluation of whether any evidence should be excluded based on a cumulative argument is whether it is so cumulative as to amount to a waste of time and or undue prejudice against the defendant. And I don't believe that this falls anywhere near
Actually,
that.
those are all different things. Those are all different reasons things could be kept out under 403, but I don't find this so cumulative that I'm going to keep it out. So that one is in. H.
G is in?
Yes, yes. Any objection to H?
Okay. Okay.
Doug?
What is the, I have a relevance objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
And happy birthday, Diamante.
Shout out to Doug.
It shows his association with a person that he told police killed Donovan Thomas. It shows his association with a person who is on trial. It shows him,
Let me know who that is.
Diamante Kendrick. My apologies.
Yeah, I'm sorry, that appears to be Mr. Kendrick, Your Honor.
Monty, yes. It is Booling with my N on his B-Day at Monty Rebel 100, and then there's a green snake emoji, and this was posted November 20th, 2014.
Okay, and do we have
so
other
it's not his birthday today.
photos of Mr. Zachary and Mr. Kendrick together with just the two of them?
Not that I can think of.
I can't think of any either.
I don't recall seeing one. If any others come in the future, we'll obviously object at that point.
All right.
I don't think we have any others,
Okay,
especially on
so
November
this
20th.
is
They clearly don't hang out much together.
overruled. I.
Is today actually his birthday, or is it just him saying something about the caption? Because the picture could
Any
also be
objection to
posted
I?
later. Okay, so it could be actually his birthday. That's hilarious.
Your Honor,
Shout out to
I
Doug.
think we're going to withdraw aye.
Okay.
Okay.
J? Objection to J.
And just for the record, this is.
Okay, so no objection from anybody to J. All right.
Okay.
I can't hear you.
No objection to Jay on behalf of Mr.
Okay.
Stillwell, but
All
I
right.
don't speak for
Doesn't
everyone
sound
else.
like there's one from anybody else, so that would, we'll move on to JK.
I'll object to K, Your Honor.
All right,
I don't-
basis.
I don't know the reason that it coming in, it would be a gentleman named Fat and Mr. Zachary.
So relevance,
This is a person that Mr. Murphy told police was a participant in the Dexter Montgomery incident. This is Mr. Kuykendall, and what we see is Mr. Zachary posting himself with and tagging this person at Young Fat 4 with a green snake emoji, a red heart, a red square with a white B, and a 100 on December 1st, 2014. So it's associations with yet another person we believe is associated with the group.
My memory is that none of the people on trial confronted Mr. Murphy about Fat, and I believe the state's witness said that they did not believe that Fat was involved. And even if some of that's wrong, which I'm not saying any of it's wrong, I don't know what this picture does. So I'm objecting to the, we have a tremendous record. I mean, I don't know how many photographs, but this has to be 1,000 plus.
Okay.
So I'm objecting.
all right, I don't think that there's a photo of these two people together, and it would be probative of his ability to know what it is he at least said in the interview, considering they associate. So I'm going to admit that over objection.
Your Honor, the next
You
one is a
say
duplicate.
that they speak about in the interview, it's two different people. The interview was Mr. Walter Murphy, you didn't see. This is Mr. Zachary, who we just testified last week, so it's not the same people associated.
Who is the other person in this picture besides Mr. Zachary?
Mr. Kuykendall.
And you're saying what about him?
That I believe he's another
All right, what are we doing?
associate. This is the person that Mr. Murphy, Mr. Steele is correct, it was during our presentation of the evidence of the Dexter Montgomery shooting, told police that Mr. Kuykendall was a part of the shooting itself. he was never charged. He is just an associate. It shows his association with yet another associate of YSL. It just shows more of the association of persons within the enterprise. And I won't fight hard over it. I can not have that one
I did
in.
misunderstand that one,
think that's-
so, yeah, well,
Yeah,
you can either withdraw that or I'll.
yes, we'll withdraw it.
Okay.
And the
I was
next
thinking
one
the
is
same, Pamela.
the same as 526 Yankee
L.
Delta. Actually, so
Oh, so that's a duplicate. So
it's a
you'll-
different date, but it's a duplicate photo, so we'll,
Okay, withdrawn.
yes.
M, as in Mike. Isn't that the same thing we saw before, just with a different?
Person, yeah. We can take this
Withdrawn.
one out, yes.
What is going on? I mean, maybe their feed just ended. Am I behind and that's why it's being all funky? Dun dun dun.
Okay.
I don't know.
N. Bless you. Any objection to N, November?
I do.
Okay.
Your Honor, that's Mr. Copeland, if you remember, in the hat. And that's Mr. Williams, I recognize. And we have a series, I don't know how many, but a series of the same photos of Mr. Copeland and Mr. Williams that you permitted into evidence. So I'll object.
And Your Honor, this is not to show that Mr. Copeland associates with Mr. Williams. This is Mr. Zachary, also an associate, but an unindicted co-conspirator, posting 9 days before one of the acts and counts in this indictment, a picture of 2 YSL associates, as the state alleges, and the caption, "Ain't going back and forth," with Mr. Copeland and Mr. Williams. So we believe that his posting of the photograph on his Twitter page and the arguments I'm certain that will be made regarding Mr. Zachary's affiliation or affinity towards certain people, I believe that it's very relevant. So it passes that threshold, and there's nothing, we don't believe it's cumulative.
All right, overruled.
Can I just make a statement for the record?
Sure.
I believe that this should have been put upon Mr. Zachary then. It's his out-of-court statement. I have no idea why this is some sort of 9 days before, like there was a plan of killing. That there's no evidence that this was a planned killing that we've heard yet. And there's other exhibits that have been admitted over objection from Mr. Garlington's, who's not a witness, his social media post saying we ain't going back and forth on a table with Mr. Williams, Mr. Garlington, and there's money on the table. So that's my objection. I understand your ruling. That's my objection.
Okay. All right, and I actually don't understand the state's position to be that it was a planned killing. I think this is, as I understood her to be
Correct.
saying, just very close in time, they are associated closely enough that he's able to have this picture and post it. Okay. Oscar.
This,
Is there any objection?
This has been litigated before in a different group of photos, so I believe it's in evidence.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's correct. This picture is in evidence. The January 2nd and posting by Quindarius Zachary is not. And I don't think that the date is in. It might be, but the posting by Mr. Zachary is not. And if I'm wrong, I withdraw it. I don't believe that this is in. I will check.
You mean the date?
Yes, yes. We'll withdraw it because it's the date. Wait, let's see. All right. 480 Yankee is in.
And is there a date on it?
My apologies. We are confirming that it's in.
Is the Oh, I'm sorry.
And Lloyd Barnes, this hearing for the records, that's tomorrow, October 2nd. That's the next hearing with the Fulton County Public Records. So that is tomorrow. And guys, I put it in the chat earlier. I see we're still talking about the Zoom picture of Gaither. Joseph Papp with AJC. And let me get it word for word. Where is it? That said, after looking at the picture.
So it wasn't admitted.
After looking at the picture, which I won't share on here, it appears it was taken from a Zoom in the courtroom. Only certain people, including members of the media with a Rule 22, can have cell phones and/or cameras inside the courtroom. Now, that would leave the question being, is this, I think Law and Crime controls the media pool camera. Was the visual of the Zoom screen, showing the Zoom screen, was that something with Law and Crime switching which screen they were sharing? Or was it when there was evidence being shown, was it the screen showing evidence that toggled back to the Zoom screen after the exhibit was done? So still a lot of questions. And ultimately, you know, it looks like Whitaker was trying to issue a show cause for something totally irrelevant because that picture wasn't taken straight on anyway.
What about 480 Yankee was not admitted. So this is not.
All right, so it's not cumulative. So apparently that whatever other one was not admitted. So I'll admit this one over a cumulative objection.
And Your Honor, given what 480 Yankee is, since they are the same, we would ask to introduce 480 Yankee instead of 524 Yankee Oscar. 526 Yankee Oscar.
And what's the difference between the two?
The 480 Yankee is posted on Mr. Zachary's Instagram page, and it's the same date, but he tags the people who are in the photo.
Can I see you, John?
Sure. Can y'all?
Definitely.
We can share.
You sent it already. Did you send it to him? We're sharing now on the screen. Here it is on the screen in front of you.
What do you think, my brother? They wanted it because it's... Yeah.
Okay, well, it's up to y'all which one y'all want to use.
480 Yankee, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, we are now at 526YP,
Papa.
as in Papa. Any objection? Nope.
We have a picture of these four gentlemen in elevator, it appears, or some sort of structure in 526 Yankee O, whatever O is.
Yeah.
And then we got in the same elevator, Shannon eating potato chips next to Mr. Zachary. I just don't see what we're doing.
On a different
Relevance.
On a different day, Mr. Zachary is posting another photo of him alongside the defendant. He tells the police, killed Donovan Thomas Jr. and was at the Little Wayne bus shooting and had guns. And he is posting a picture of him, not in a threatening way, not saying, I hate him or I'm trying to get him in trouble, but he is posting a picture of him to show we perceive it as his affinity towards him. They are friends, they are associates, they are close, and it is relevant we believe, for the jury to be able to infer their relationship.
All right, I'll admit it.
Well, I'll point out that one is January 2nd, one's January 3rd. They're wearing the same clothes. It's probably something that was taken just before midnight and then just after midnight. So I don't really see, but I don't know.
Okay.
I wouldn't be posting multiple pictures of somebody that I hate.
All right, I've made my ruling. Q, Quebec.
Oh my gosh.
It's in.
That wasn't really
Your
an argument.
objection is overruled. Objection to Q. Okay,
Judge, this one is-
hang on, can I interrupt for a minute? And so I'm getting a question from a judge in another court about our need for Special Agent Bernie tomorrow because that person's supposed to be testifying in a case that they have ongoing right now. Can you take Bernie sometime other than, were you planning to take Bernie
Yes.
tomorrow?
Yes, we were planning to take him today if we got through Sergeant Gaither today, or yesterday if we got through.
Okay, do
Sergeant.
you know what time? Like, we still have to get through Detective Gaither. How much longer do we have with Detective Gaither?
I just probably have another hour maybe.
Okay, all right. Let me, okay, then they plan to, it would work then for them to take Bernie in Cobb County at 9. They think he should be out of there by 10, which would put him here at 10:30.
Under great circumstances.
No, not, yeah, I mean, I would think that'll be on me if we don't have, if we have to waste some time, okay? All right.
Thank you, Ron.
All right.
Oh, look at Hilton saying thank you. Love is just like, boop. So another hour is another 2 weeks.
Okay, back to Q. Is there objection to Q?
I think we're withdrawing Q.
Oh, okay. R. Are we going to Y or YY?
Wait.
Okay, good. Then we're almost done. Any objection to R?
Didn't I show them the face?
I object. Your Honor, there's already a picture of that gentleman that was just put in by Detective Gaither.
Okay. And what's the response on the relevance?
That is twofold. One, the picture put in of Demise McMullen by Detective Gaither is surveillance footage that doesn't show his face. This is Demise McMullen in a photograph posted on Mr. Zachary's Twitter page 2 days after the murder of Donovan Thomas. During the time that Mr. Zachary said they all went down to Miami, it appears Mr. McMullen is on a bus of some sort, probably a Sprinter bus, and he has tagged or labeled it Hard Nard.
All right,
Mr.
I'm gonna
Hard nard. Oh no, law and crime. It might be me. It might actually be me today. Because there is a storm that is like shaking. It is rumbling the house, which usually isn't the case. Oh
Get that one
boy.
over objection. Give me just a second. Okay, Ms. Hall, we're going to pause from our evidentiary issues for a minute. Thank you for coming in, and I had a question for you that
Here we
is,
go.
and you may already know what the topic is. And did you take any photographs of the witness?
I did not, and from the area that I sit today, you can tell that I couldn't take that picture.
Okay.
I heard it online, and luckily I wasn't all the way back to Covington, so I don't believe in throwing rocks and hiding my hands. I have a reputation, and I'm going up for DOJ certification for immigration, so I don't need anything that's lack of moral turpitude to affect me, so I wanted to make sure
Well, I
I got
appreciate
back
you
in
coming
here.
straight here. And I think that we have actually figured out what happened anyway. And since we're on it, I'll just go ahead. And it appears that what happened is that, and I hate to say it, and I don't think it was your fault, Mr. Maurice, but I think what happened, it looks like, is that you're showing the screens when video is being played, understandably. But what happens is when the video gets stopped, there was just an instant where, because for us in here in this courtroom with Zoom, we have the witness being shown just to us so that y'all can see it and I can see it, because this courtroom setup is not ideal for everybody to be able to see the witness. And it showed for just a second the witness, because it captured the Zoom that got shown that's just interior here, but anybody, of course, can screen grab it. And it looks like that's what happened. So I think that in order to stop that from occurring in the future, we just, when we have a witness who isn't supposed to be filmed, we just won't even be able to use the Zoom, so that we don't have that accidentally happen in the future. And there aren't that many witnesses that aren't going to get shown anyway. And thankfully for this particular witness, it's not the end of the world, considering she's apparently been on First 48 before. So anyway, thanks to all of the media people.
show her
And y'all are
tomorrow.
all still good and glad
Okay.
to come in.
Also, I
And
don't get that list of who's not to be photographed. If I had not heard it ahead of time,
Yeah.
I wouldn't have known.
Okay.
But
Let's make sure
I
we get you
definitely wanted
added.
to make sure my name is
Okay.
good.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I know we added, so bad with the names, but the other lady the same day.
Summer.
So let's make sure she's on that list too. Okay.
I wonder if that's
Thank
Summer.
you.
I
All right.
appreciate it.
Back.
But my question is you have her driving back, you issued this order to show cause, she turns around, she comes back to the courtroom. Did anybody try to communicate with her? We figured it out, so don't inconvenience yourself to come back here for no reason.
To, so R is in, R, S, Sierra. Any objection?
Sierra, we withdraws. It's in on a
Withdrawn,
different
okay.
account.
Tango, I know that one.
Yes.
Any objection to T? Thank you. Anybody?
I'll object, Your Honor.
All right, basis.
Nobody's disputing that these two people know each other. I'm assuming the court knows who they are. If not, I could tell you. And then the writing, I'm being told, is just quoting a lyric from a song. So I'm objecting to the writing as well. I don't see how that furthers anything.
I don't know if the lyric from the song takes the C and change it to some other letter, but this is Kelvin Treadwell, whom the witness discussed during the interview. This is January 18th, 2015. We believe it's relevant. There's nothing unduly prejudicial, and we'd ask that the court allow it to be shown.
And where's there a substituted
No.
B?
Oh, BITX.
Oh,
H.
I thought you, okay,
Yes.
X, okay. All right, I'm gonna overrule that objection. You.
Yeah, like four
This is
more.
a different time. This is even further into 2015.
We have a picture of these people together already.
We have various pictures of them together, but in this particular picture, Mr. Sledge, who has testified, is throwing up the B for blood. Shannon Stillwell is right in front of him, and Mr. Zachary is immediately to Mr. Sledge's left. We believe that this is a pertinent, and we feel like there is persuasive power in the depth of presentation. And to say that we have one, I'm trying to quote
No,
the
go
case.
ahead, I'm sorry, I just have this ringing in my ear all of a sudden. Go
To
ahead.
say that we have
You're right.
one picture or two pictures of the three of them together
Okay,
already.
all right. Overruled. V.
That was inadvertently added.
Okay. V. W.
This is Mr. Zachary and Mr. Stillwell. This is March 2nd, 2015. He tags Mr. Stillwell, and he makes a proclamation. Our argument is that given
count one in the language and description of the conspiracy, it is evidence of Mr. Zachary promoting YSL and promoting Shannon Stillwell and attempting to assert their dominance. He's a gangster. He's not scared of you. This is him tagging him and him posting him.
Your Honor, I'm going to absolutely object to a piece of evidence coming in written by someone not my client, that's not my client apparently, about my client, calling him a gangster. That is prejudicial. It's not in furtherance of any conspiracy. It's not my client's words. It's any probative value is outweighed by the, I mean, we're charged essentially with being part of a gang. And a gentleman who did testify, but who also was off the stand by the time the state announced specific intention to use this photo. Calling my client a gangster? No, I'm objecting.
He would have lied if we asked him about it in any event. He said that everything he said about anybody was false.
Well,
Anybody in this courtroom.
I'm not interested in what he would have done. I don't think any of us know what he would have done. But the bottom line is he was on the stand and off the stand by the time the state announced their intention of using this.
And Your Honor, I think that,
Go ahead.
I was just going to say that this was captured in 2016. Mr. Stillwell was tagged. And I think that it's relevant and admissible and not unduly prejudicial.
All right, I'll let you admit it without the I don't know what you call it, tagline or commentary or whatever. I mean, you can leave the at Shannon, but he's a gangster, he's not scared of you. They didn't get a chance to, and I think that you are probably correct in what you surmise would have been the testimony, but they didn't have an opportunity to ask him about it. So you can leave the at part, but yes.
Does Your Honor not consider it an effort on the part of a YSL associate, as the state alleges, Mr. Zachary, to assert the dominance of a member of YSL? Even if it's not taken as true, he's asserting
I
something.
understand the argument. All right. Do you understand the ruling?
Absolutely.
Okay. X? Any objection?
D for do you understand?
I'll object. To the writing at the top, free DK as well as free slug. I don't know how that is, I just don't understand how that's relevant. If it's showing association, they stick together. There's hundreds of photographs that show that, and the jurors have heard from these witnesses, so I'm objecting to the entirety. But if this honorable court admits any of it, I would object to the writing.
All right, so I think that's a relevance and cumulative
And 403, yes, prejudicial also.
and prejudicial.
So this is taken, posted rather, July 23rd, 2015. It is Mr. Zachary putting a green snake emoji, I think he called it a bird, on the stand when I asked him about a snake earlier.
And a turtle.
Free DK and free slug. DK being Walter Murphy, slug being Trontavia Stevens, both of which the jury has heard from and in various forms, well, they've heard from. So we have not shown this photograph, this date, and the assertion to free DK and free slug. This is something that will be seen throughout social media on various sites like Free Roscoe, Free This, Free That, members of YSL. So we don't believe that it should be excluded.
All right, overruled. Why?
Your Honor, I don't know. I see Mr. Sledge. I don't know who the other individual is. It's not my client, but to the extent that
it's character.
It's character. And it says, I keep a bunch of killers around me when I move.
I object to character as well.
It's bad character evidence. It's prejudicial. And it's also, again, an out-of-court statement by Mr. Zachary, I'm guessing, as he's the owner of this Instagram account, and we're not going to have an opportunity to cross-examine him about his words here.
Your Honor, it's an assertion. Whether he actually keeps a bunch of killers around him when he moves, nobody knows. But the fact that he wants people to think he keeps a bunch of killers around him when he moves corroborates information that he gave to the police when he gave this interview.
And who is in this picture?
I believe that may be Mr. Sledge, but I believe that may be Mr. Sledge.
Yep.
And he said that he says in the interview, Mr. Sledge was a shooter, Montun was a shooter, and prior to, and Copeland took his place, Woody took his place. So him asserting this, we believe furthers the interests of YSL, asserting dominance, instilling fear in social media postings, as count 1 in the indictment alleges. We believe that this is an overt act on the part of an unindicted co-conspirator that should be admitted as evidence.
It would be uncharged. It would be barred by statute of limitations. It's not an overt act in the sense of, the jury can rely on this to further the conspiracy. And I just look at it like, without I apologize, without giving context from the witness saying, oh yeah, that is the killer who confessed to me and that's why I wrote this. This is like out of order. It should have come in my opinion, with the witness there, and if they're interested in his words. So I will object to that as well.
All right, well, it's not a defendant on trial here. So in terms of bad character, that's not, bad character of somebody else, if it even is that.
It is a person on trial.
Mr. Sledge?
Mr. Sledge.
That's not Mrs. Sledge. I don't believe that's Mr. Were you told that's Mr. Sledge?
I thought, isn't that what you said?
What I said was I believe that it is. I did not say that I had been told. I think someone earlier said it as well.
The person in the white shirt is not Mr. Sledge. That person, to my belief, is a person in your courtroom.
The only face that's shown is the one that we're talking about next to the television.
Okay.
Let me clear this up, since I'm the one that said it. Mr. Sledge is clearly the person wearing a black shirt.
Right.
We're all on the same page with that. There's also a gentleman wearing a white shirt with his back to the camera.
Uh-huh.
I believe what Mr. Steele is saying, and I agree that it is one of the people that's sitting here in this courtroom, and it does affect. It is prejudicial towards them, and they won't have the opportunity to cross-examine. It's not Mr. Stillwell. Let me be clear.
Okay, I guess it's going to be a mystery as to who it actually is.
Yak looks ready, but they're not going to stipulate.
Only face.
I'm not sure who that is, Your Honor.
Oh, Mr. White.
But on the off chance that would be my client, and I honestly I cannot tell that that's my client, but people may think it's my client, and on that off chance, then the bad character evidence is an issue.
Okay.
On top of which, Your Honor, they're playing Grand Theft Auto, as far as I can tell. I know.
Gives y'all a really good argument.
Well, but still, it's misleading. It's more prejudicial than it is probative. They're sitting here playing Grand Theft Auto. Of course, they're surrounded.
Than it is probative.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that, Your
I
Honor.
said I'm not sure that's actually true.
A bunch of people playing Grand Theft Auto and throwing up Grand Theft Auto language, and then the jury's going to see that and assume they're talking about real life killers versus what the video game they're playing.
What the jury is going to assume, and it'll be up to all of the different parties to
When you make the decision,
see what they can do to convince the jury, but I do not believe that this is more prejudicial than probative.
well, when you make that decision, you're making a decision as to what you think the jury's going to believe.
No.
Yes, you are, Whitaker.
Not. I have no idea what the jury is going to believe. I am assessing the probative value of the evidence against its danger of substantially undue prejudice and coming to the determination that it is not substantially more prejudicial than it is probative.
That was bold of Doug, and I'm proud of Doug for that. Now, what's the problem here? She, as the judge, she's making the assessment here. Now, imagine someone like Whitaker is on the jury herself, and she doesn't know what Grand Theft Auto is. She doesn't understand the role of video games and how people might hang out and play video games together. So if they're talking about something in this picture about, you assault somebody to steal their car in Grand Theft Auto, whatever the case may be, similar acts are charged in this very indictment. If there's a Whitaker sitting in the jury pool, that's absolutely going to be more prejudicial than probative just to hear that.
And I understand your ruling on the 403 balancing, Your Honor, but I think part of your reasoning, which I get, is that it's our job as attorneys to get the full story to the jurors, and Mr. Weinstein can establish it's Grand Theft Auto. But the fact remains, we really can't, because this gentleman has already testified.
Well, I don't know that.
Right.
In terms of it being Grand Theft Auto, it's obvious to
Keep it
anybody who's
out.
ever seen Grand Theft Auto before. So you can probably get somebody else to testify that that's Grand Theft Auto. And I doubt if this
We're gonna call an
witness is going to
expert?
be able to identify the person in the white shirt anyway. So, in over objection.
And tomorrow, if you hear
Thank you, Your Honor.
Gaither say that's Mr. Kendrick, who's back to us, then would you reconsider striking?
Judge, I will instruct her, even if she can see around his head in this picture and know who it is, do not mention Diamante Kendrick.
All right, thank you.
Let's say don't speculate who the person is.
Okay.
Rather than give her the name and give her the chance to accidentally blurt it.
In case it does go, if Agent Bernie is late, if he's delayed, can we have, is there going to be another gap witness? I understand what you said.
Nope. No.
So, I don't know, like the other three people that you had hoped, how about Mr. Sprinkle? How much longer is he going to take? Can we,
In order for, we asked the court not to require us to put him up a third and a fourth time because there is information that's going to come in that we need from these two people that are ahead of him.
we've had the poor,
Of the
what's
court.
her name, CAT report person here like 4 times since I've been the judge.
Latner's.
So, if it's like a 10-minute thing, but if I hear from the judge, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, but it's going to be noon, then we're going to need another, and I will take the blame for it. Unless you'd like to get one of your other possible witnesses, Jenkins, Sanchez, or Lewis. But it seems to me like Mr. Sprinkle would be the easiest since he's in the building anyway.
Okay.
Although, come on, y'all. As slow as everybody is with everything in this case.
Everybody?
I would be really surprised if we end up with a gap, but anyway. Yeah, we'll do the best we can.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. So I have looked at a rough of the August 21st, August 24th, September 6th, and September 13th of, I guess it was 2022 when y'all argued all of those motions, transcripts.
Am I here? Can you guys see me? Guys, my internet went all the way out. I don't know what my bandwidth is like. I'm on a mobile hotspot. And I haven't looked yet, but my roommate just messaged me and said one of the trees outside is down and smoking. So my power flicked, the power came back on, Wi-Fi has not come back up, so that's a time. There's obviously a little bit more of the trial day, so if you guys want to hop over to the law and crime, I don't know like what the bandwidth will be like if I try to play it. I see a little indicator on my screen that it's not great. So, what I would like to do, right now I'm sharing the law and crime link if you guys want to catch the last, I don't know, maybe under 30 minutes of it. I'm not going to be able to screen share and cover it. Um, there are people, the usual routine. I wanted to make sure I finish the super chats that you guys so like graciously, I'm so grateful that you guys sent so much today. I don't want to leave it hanging. And if the mods could help me out, shout out for the mods for holding it down. There are some streams that I want to make sure everyone knows is going on. I know Dolly Talk is already live right now covering the Wade Wilson case. I happen to have that link open, ready to go. And I wanted to make sure I shared that. I know Nick Starro is live. I don't have that open and I'm scared to open more windows. So mods, if I could put you to work and if you guys could share Nick Starro's live, that is where this is supposed to redirect to. Also the Black Law student, he has a stream tonight. But there's also, and I think it was Kristen Vasquez was referencing spaces he did on X, but now it's uploaded to the YouTube channel. So if you guys don't have X, it's a great opportunity to watch his interview with Ashley Merchant. What else did we have? Who did I have in mind? Survivor Speaks is covering I never know how to say his name, the one TikTok. Oh, Survivor Speaks, the stream is actually pinned to the top of the chat. So if you want that link, that's pinned to the top. The Lawyer You Know just did a YSL video. That's another one. And again, you guys, if you guys have anyone that you want to shout out, this is the time to do it. We're going to try to get through these thank yous, these supers. Sorry that happened. And I'm telling you, like, I really felt it. Like, the walls are like vibrating. And I haven't gone to look yet. I'm pretty, we've got these two trees that have been pretty beat up from hurricanes out in front of the yard. I'll take a picture when I go over to it. They've been stuck at a lean, like, I don't know, maybe like this angle, both of them, like that. And one of them got struck by lightning, sizzled. So we thought flooding and wind would take it down. It got struck. So it's a time here right now. So sorry in advance for speeding through these. That is not my intention at all. But big shout out to Yeah That said, my best friend's mom. Wait, my mom's best friend's kid is my cousin, but not blood like my actual aunt kids, which is blood. Going back to the distinction there. Thank you so much, Yeah That. Michelle Warden says, you were so nice, Kat. I found out about TLA last night. Yeah, I know. That was like seeing that thumbnail with TLA announcing he had cancer, like really took me back. It was good to see you over there. Prayers up to the lead attorney, you guys. It looks like he may have tried to stream this morning and then AV took over, and that could have been prearranged. But there are two streams, one on the lead's channel and one on AV's channel, which might still be live. That might be a good place if you want to catch the end of today. AV might still be live. I can't check. So those are two other things to check out, as well as if you want to hear the lead attorney's insight on his journey with the diagnosis. That was streamed last night. You'll see it right on his wall. Good to see you, Michelle. AI Designs, thank you so much for the super sticker and for you had some good commentary in the chat today. Amber Dawn says, I'm in a 5-day deep dive, digging for any Notion quote, article, proof to Love's claims. So data, records, case files, photos, deleted, vanished, and gone. Once the cyber hack we keep hearing that is responsible for everything that's missing, was investigated and systems were back up and running. I know it's 100% a lie from Satan. I don't believe these things are up and just all coincidentally missing and then suddenly they find pictures on a thumb drive when they need the pictures and the pictures work for them. It raises a lot of questions. I'm with you, Amber. Thank you so much for your support today. Zion did a naming schematic here. We have Snow White. So we have the Evil Queen is Love, Sleepy is Hilton, Grumpy is Atkins, Happy is Brown, Sneezy is Sprinkle with a question mark, Dopey's Dennis. Oh, and be careful because Squirrel Brain is actually Thorpe. But Dopey could still be Dennis. Bashful is Gaither, and the Huntsman, the defense team, the Doc is Steel. Love it, love it. That reminds me of Ike doing the X-Men names for the chat mods. Two Souls for You says, Kat, you're almost at 25,000 subscribers. Well, let me not check. I'll break the stream. That would be awesome. Thank you guys for all your support getting here. It's been a whirlwind, and it feels like, I don't know, like 2 weeks ago we hit 20. So, really weird feeling. I haven't gotten used to it. So thank you guys. It's really you guys that made that happen. And Two Souls for You. Thank you for the super chat. Rectangle Bite had sent a 5, and there was a missing comment I saw in the chat that was comparing the objections. So counting objections when it's direct versus when it's the defense's turn to cross. I did start, I'm trying to get better with the banners and updating them in real time. I think, might have been yesterday, I tried to add to the timestamps like a parentheses with the number of objections for direct and then for cross. So that was Rectangle Bite's suggestion, and we are trying to do it. I'm just not always perfect with updating the counter. I miss a lot. Thank you so much, Rectangle Bite. Apoon and Woo for the 10 and no comment. Thank you for all your love and support today. Steph JK sniped a membership. I'm gonna assume it was Steph. Maybe it was FFS, but I think FFS has figured out how to do it. So thank you, Steph. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, if this was legit Rico, the proverbial ish hath hit the fan. Where are the rub-outs, the pew-pew fights, the unaliving attempts? Where are the disappearing witnesses? 5 floating cars. This is gangland, some assembly required. A lot of it seems one-off, or like there's a female involved, like the issue has a rational explanation. So I'm with you. Chloe, thank you so much. You give so much support. You make everybody in the chat laugh. Always good to see you. And I know you had another one here that had me laughing, like right before the power went out. It wasn't this one, but this is also funny. Chloe says, hey, Kat, if you put baby oil over your doorway, the storm will pass you by. Hilarious, but I can't do that. I'm allergic to baby oil, so I can't do it. I cannot do it. It'll be like fumigating myself. And this is what it actually was. Mystery? Hey, Judge, a lot of this case is a mystery. Perhaps we should have some detectives take a look at it. Yeah, just get 5 more detectives/gang experts. What more will it take? We just haven't had enough staff to look at it. Thank you so much, Chloe. L. Allen showing love for the mods for holding it down. Thank you, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It is not a fun time. Like, at first, the monitor blacked out and then came right back on. So I was like, oh, the power blipped. The Wi-Fi will come back on. It has not come back on. So, sometimes that happens. Whatever happened must have hit a line and whatever cable. I think the tough part about being in Florida, I don't think they can really do much fiber optics development underground. I don't really know the requirements for that. So our internet infrastructure is above ground and easy to knock out with storms. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much for not thinking it's the worst thing ever and not making me feel bad when the power goes out, because it's a little awkward. Thank you so much. Look at all the love in the chat. Treya said that has saved you from being a victim of a Diddy party. Oh boy. Tony Busby's gonna be like, do you guys want to get on this this lawsuit? Thank you guys so much for all the love. And thank you for sharing the links. Thank you so much for sharing the links, because I can't even do it. And I know you guys probably are familiar with some of the streamers, but others, I don't know if everybody knows the name. So thank you for doing the legwork of finding the names and sharing these links for me, because the closeout is always an important part to me. Letting people know what else they can go watch, where everybody's going. I don't want to miss out on that. And Dolly, speaking of Dolly Talk had gifted 5, so that was super nice of him. I don't know, he's streaming now, so he's probably not in here to hear me thank him. So if you do go watch Dolly Talk, he's covering the Wade Wilson. Very interesting stuff. And looking at some of the recorded jail calls, they sound a lot clearer than the ones that the interviews that we listened to. If you guys make it over there to that chat, just let them know Kat said thank you. Kimberly Brown became a member. Thank you so much, Kimberly. Indie Love, thank you for the super sticker. FFS said, hey, y'all, still here. What I miss? My power went out. My Wi-Fi went out, rather. Tree apparently got struck with lightning outside. Can't wait to go look at that. Hope court went well. Good to see you made it back, FFS. We know you're not in custody. That's a good sign. Thank you so much. And then Lovey Singletary says, so is she just going to overrule all the defense's objections because she feels bad for giving love/hate a pop on the hand? Free thug. To me, that's exactly what it seems like. A course correct. A little bit of course correct. We did get one little thing of, well, do you understand? And that was kind of really it. So I think going back to the theme of the stream opening up, was yesterday a pivotal moment, or was it just one day, a one-off day? And maybe it was just a one-off day. Harp City says, Love was going to show all these pics today. Like, it's all good when these weren't shown before. So hanging out with people doing nothing is evidence. Yep, and that's the interesting part, is now you see that they're going through it one by one. She just is one of those wholesale admissions, hope nobody objects to it. And if they do, hope the judge just says, okay, let it in. It's admitted. And shout out to the defense is really tag teaming, which is interesting. It's entertaining to watch. But really, like, a lot of those objections, one person would start, the next would tack something on, and it just kept going. So it's kind of interesting to watch that part a little bit. But yeah, Love just wanted to wholesale introduce. Thanks so much, Harp City. Chloe says, this is the one I was laughing at. Chloe says, assert dominance. And it's funnier because you have Chloe in your picture, the German Shepherd. Miss Love, are they humping each other's legs or something? Because if so, we're pretty sure you ate your young, and that would explain a lot. That was a weird thing, right? Asserting dominance. Like, all right, I guess that's the theory of the case we're going with today. Bees on Mars says, a dozen young men? Those are disciples. Round them up, but watch out for YSL Peter. He's carrying weapons and cutting off ears in furtherance of the gang. And remember, 3's the magic number. You gotta be careful what you do in groups of 3 or more. Thank you so much, Bees on Mars. City Gent just says, I object. Kins MW says the hand holding of the DA's office has to stop. But will it? When will it? If it does, ever. Shannon Alexander says this clearly shows this ridiculous bullarchy of a case that has taken effect to Whitaker's mind. Once she has a drink and calms down, she'll realize it's from Zoom. And shout out to all the wine jokes in the chat, the play on the word, I don't mean to whine, or I don't want to whine, from Bruce Harvey, and then from Shart saying I'll whine. And everyone's like, wine sounds good right now. 6 o'clock. Shout out to Bruce Harvey too. It's weird. I feel like, did you guys feel a Bruce Harvey moment was coming today? Because I feel like I felt it coming. Very, very good to see him stand his ground back there. Shannon, thank you so much for your support and your thoughts today. Touche says, I saw that flash on the screen a while ago. Figured it was an accidental showing of the Zoom. Anyone watching could have captured it. And that's the thing. Like, I feel a little bit... I think the first girl that went up, Borden, it seems like she voluntarily wanted to go up and say that she wasn't taking pictures. But did Sylvia voluntarily go up there second? Because to me, it seemed like Sylvia was prodded to go up and answer for herself. Like, Borden seemed like she went up voluntarily. But I don't know. And you guys, Sylvia will probably do a stream to talk about it. She hasn't always been doing like 7 o'clock-ish streams. But if she does do one tonight, I'm sure she'll give some clarity on that. So that would be obviously the primary source. If Sylvia herself can let us know, let the chat know, her chat know. I wanted to go up there and say I didn't take a picture. I was streaming. Or if Whitaker specifically called her and made her go up to the podium, because that would be not right to single out in that order like that. So I'm curious. Touche also says Whitaker's knowledge of tech is not good. I don't think anybody in that courtroom, nobody. I know somebody in the chat's going to say Kokomo, and that's fair. But all those IT issues day in and day out in there, I mean, who's got the tech skill in there? Harp City also says, is she being nice to make up for her totally appreciative behavior yesterday? I mean, that's all I can think of. Maybe it's guilt. Maybe it's she thinks she's got to do a balancing act. I think yesterday she had a bad day. She had a bad day. Thank you guys for sharing Sylvia's link. Right? It really seemed like that. It seemed like Borden wanted to just be like, hey, it wasn't me. But I didn't really hear like Sylvia say, oh, can I speak next? Or so I don't really know. I'm interested. To me, it's seems picky. Shannon says, I hope everyone knows what a female dog is, all caps. It's a B word that rhymes with rich. That's gotta be the way. That's like the new HE double hockey sticks. You know what? Never mind. I take that back because I don't even want to put Rich Homie Kwan's name in that mix like that. But still, like, I get where you're going, Shannon. Aputin says, summoning WTF, FFS, and OMG. I don't think I saw an OMG in here, but we do occasionally have a WTF. There's 2 different WTFs in the chat, and FFS just made his way back, so. And also says that it's not the weather. DA Love sent someone down to your place to shut it down. She's not fond of what we're doing here. Beehives, it's exposing her. They're out for me, guys. I will be fine. We will be fine. Stephen T. Satchel, thank you, says, okay, time for truth. The reason this video playback is so tortured is that Love is never prepared for court. If she was prepared, we'd be done by now. Yeah, and I don't really like, there's a way to show that you're transitioning something, and like the transition could show you the time stamp jump. And if you put together like a compilation of everything that you're supposed to show ahead of time, you can play it straight through without having to stop and pause manually. And it's just like, it's like they're too lazy to do the work off the clock, because why spend their time out of court doing work when we could just drag out everybody else's time to their expense and not to our own expense in the courtroom. And it's really frustrating because that's taxpayer money. You've got people sitting in custody. You've got the jurors stuck. Like, come on. I mean, we're choosing to watch this voluntarily, but we don't count in that equation. But you're right, Stephen. Thank you so much for the 10. Brina Slime says, I suspect Love used ChatGPT to write that resume. Oh, shout out to the AI. It'd probably be more concise than reading something that she wrote on her own. So shout out to brevity. Although I don't really think ChatGPT is that good with brevity unless you prompt it that way. Steph JK says, Love is slicker than Diddy's floors. Shaking my head just lies. Bama Rose says, is this helping anyone? The jury is probably zoned out. They did respond really quickly right away when they were asked. So, I don't know. I really think if you have nothing better to do, of course you're going to zone out. It's natural to start drifting off once in a while. But I think overall, they're probably paying attention just to pass the time. Ike says, I think I've seen enough evidence in 40 days to almost disprove count 1. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree. 2 if you're like, no. Ike, I'm probably a 1. Like, at least, at least across the board, like, if this indictment was against more than 20 people, I don't think it applies to all the people they named, at the very least. So, I'm with you there. Brina Slime says, subpoena Rico because the absence is killing the case. You guys were funny when they said Rico earlier. We found him. Trina Tina gifting 5 more memberships. Thank you so much. Super, super sweet. And then Iron Rabbit also gifting the 5. Thank you so much, Iron Rabbit. Hope you're doing well. And then we had talked about this a little bit earlier, Peter Ortiz, the cover-up. And thank you guys in the chat. I saw a few suggestions that it had to do with, more than just one case that was going on. And it could have just been a boiling over with the department. Not feeling like they had enough protections was some of the insight that I saw in the chat. Also, just a disagreement with certain cases, certain shootings. But again, it was really around that 2020 timeframe. So thank you, Peter. You had spawned a bunch of conversation in the chat with this chat. Monica Chappelle says, hey, KNW and chat, I've been here lurking in the back. Am I making things up, or did Love say that she was only going to be 3 hours with Gaither? I don't know if she gave the time frame for Gaither being called to the stand this time at the beginning of it, but I wouldn't put it past her to have said that. And she certainly said 1 more hour, that she needs 1 more hour. And she hasn't really played any statement from 2017, so maybe she's not trying to play the 2017 statement or interview. And we'll just get that with the defense. I'm sure they're going to bring that in. But she certainly said 1 hour today at the end of the day when Whitaker asked. And I think we're stuck with her for more than an hour. Good to see you, Monica. And then this was it. Kristen Vasquez said, I want to put it out there that the Black Law did an interview with Doug and I think that's supposed to be another with Attorney Merchant. That's how I spent Thursday and Friday. Oh yeah, you spent your hurricane downtime trying to find other trial, something to watch besides the live trial. That's a good filler, right? Get some Doug, get some Merchant in there. And guys, Merchant's, the Fulton County Public Records, Open Records Request hearing, that continues tomorrow. So I think that was on Judge Krause's YouTube. She has a YouTube channel, so you can watch it there. Hopefully I have internet tomorrow. We'll be continuing with the YSL trial tomorrow. I'll let you guys know. But if you guys don't use X, Black Law does a lot of X spaces, but now they're, I don't want to say syndicated. They're being uploaded after the fact, like post space, to YouTube. So now you guys can check that out without having to have an X account. So thank you so much, Kristen. I knew I'd seen this comment earlier, and I didn't know where it was when I was talking about it. Sia Devereaux says, love you, Kat. Everyone on the defensive side ought to just leave. Take the fine. A lot of references to Sherman. I'm only here so I don't get fined. Thank you so much. And I mean, again, I think it's one of those things. Even if you want justice for the victims, you still want integrity in the process. How can you get justice in either direction? Justice shouldn't really have a direction. There's got to be faith in the process, confidence in the process, integrity behind the process. So thank you so much, Sia. Peter Ortiz says, watching Love reminds me of Jurassic Park, the movie. When they keep trying to talk about Traydon is the name, I always think of a Troodon dinosaur. So I've had Jurassic Park on my mind. I also have, I don't even know why I have it, but I brought it over to my desk as like a little prop because I didn't have any props. But I have this little ankylosaur from Jurassic Park. So speaking of Jurassic Park, just got that there hanging out. Thank you so much, Peter. And let's see. Thank you guys for letting me get through these supers. I would have like died all night. I would not have felt good if I didn't get to say thank you. And again, shout out what we can watch for the rest of the day, what other creators are doing content. Oh wait, yeah, the 3 limit. I was like, FFS, what is FFS talking about? But you're talking about the three rule. It's 3 plus, 3 or more. So I think it's not so threesomes are bad. How about foursomes? Okay, I got it. I think 3 would fit the criteria there. And then spiritually imperfect, our peanut butter and jelly metaphor originator. At this point, can the judge speed this up by letting everyone know this is Love's court? Just, guys, let her do what she wants to do. Just stop objecting. Spare us the fake barking at Love because you have no bite and Love knows it as well. And that's exactly why she really started trying again. Love backed down. Love was not trying to continue to argue very much yesterday after that happened. And she was cautious. You could see her starting to almost argue, but she still held back a little bit earlier on today. And then she just opened the gates again. She's like, oh, I'm just going to keep arguing every time the court makes a ruling. Why should I hold back? The judge got over whatever she yelled at me about yesterday. So I'm going to go back to my old strategy, and it's working. It's working all over again. So perfect characterization here, spiritually imperfect, and good to see ya. Good to see ya. And we are, oh, thank you guys. We are caught up. We got through them. Thank you so much. Thank you to the mods for, I'm sure there was a pile of links all through the chat. Thank you so much, because that can be difficult, finding the links to share them. So I appreciate that a lot. And then, oh, do we have the Vera in here? Are they talking in all caps? Because that's a, they made it over to Flesh of the Gods channel the other day too. Oh yeah, this is the same Vera Blunt. Just yelling to, like, the same 2 lines over and over, but never actually a reason. There's never actually a compelling argument or reasoning made. It's just 2 statements in all caps. So, shout out to the chat troll. They happen. And I don't mind disagreement. Just don't be elementary level about the disagreement. Have an actual thought process behind it. I think it took me like 5 minutes or so when the internet was down. Like my phone, all the settings are different than what I remember to connect a hotspot. I haven't actually used my hotspot feature in a very long time. So as soon as I got that worked out, I got back on here. But yeah, so. So with that being said, I'm going to switch over to mobile data and lurk in the chat. Probably pop over Nick, Dolly, and Survivor Speaks. We're all doing stuff right now. And then, oh, potentially criminal, guys, potentially criminal. Did you guys hear? That's the other one. Did you guys hear the story of a sheriff shooting a judge? Oh my God, I'm scared to try to open the video and get a link. Let's see if I can get a link. That is starting in 14 minutes. So that's like kind of a crazy thing, right? And this is going to be the preliminary hearing. And there isn't really much really known. So this could be some of the new stuff that we get to hear. Potentially Criminal is about to go live with this in 14 minutes. So this is the... Not I shot the sheriff, but the sheriff shot the other guy. So there's that one. I'm pretty interested. Okay, look at this. Excited Utterance, good to see you, says, oh my God, the sheriff and the judge is crazy. Yeah, I'm so glad that popped into my head before I like close out the stream. Because guys, I had like a list of things that are going on today that I wanted to link out. But it all closed down. It all got lost when the internet went out. So, and FFS talking about the trolls that I cussed her out on Flesh of the Gods. It wasn't anything relevant, so I went off on them. Yeah, I just remember it was like all caps, the same 2 lines over and over. Oh, wait, there's actual video? Oh, because he went right into the courthouse, right? Wow. Yeah, like you go into the courthouse to do something, there's probably cameras running, so, well. Bold move. Bold move. And yes, Harvey did have a go again today. Bruce Harvey did have a thing. So the CCTV from the court. Awesome. Okay, so I think that's all of our 6 o'clock stuff, right? Dolly with the Wade Wilson. Nick Starr with the recap of YSL today, which this is set to redirect to Nick. Potentially criminal is what we're just talking about now with the sheriff shooting a judge, murdering a judge. That's starting in like 10 minutes now. And then surviving, what, Ali Abadan, is that the guy's name? The TikTok guy. Sorry about my name pronunciations. But Survivor Speaks is doing a rewind on that trial. I think it's Ali Abadan. So those are our 6 o'clock contents. That stuff's all pretty much going on now or in 10 minutes. So, and this is the Survivor Speaks link. Abulabin. Ali Abulabin. Okay. I think Ali Abulabin. So that's what Survivor Speaks there. So see you somewhere in the YouTube land, you guys. Thank you again so much. Thank you to the mods. And I wonder... I don't really want to try to play the ABCs of Steel. It'll probably get glitchy. But it's on my YouTube channel if you want to have a plan B outro song. You guys all take care. I'll keep you updated on a stream tomorrow. All my gratitude to you guys. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for being good with the name pronunciations, because I am not. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. See you guys somewhere out here in the YouTube world. Oh, and I gotta end this on YouTube or it won't redirect. Right? Because when I close StreamYard, it doesn't actually properly take us on the trip to where we're supposed to go. Or at least inconsistently. So, let's see. Ending the stream. And again, this redirect is going to go over to Nick Starro. So, I'll be there for a little bit and I'll be hopping around. And utilize those links that the Moz did such a great job sharing. All right, so hopefully this redirect works. Thank you guys. See you somewhere. Bye.